Chapter 1. Jack Dorsey. Relax, Jack. It could have gone worse. How could things have possibly gone worse? I glanced down at my shirt before gathering my napkin and half-heartedly dabbing at it. My button-down had once upon a time been white, but now it's a shade of red, alarmingly similar to the glass of wine I ordered with dinner. Another shirt bites the dust. The woman at the table behind me, Allie Jenkins, lets out a laugh that has a smile curving my lips upward at the first sound of it. Standing, she grabs her own napkin and reaches over to help me dab at the spill. Hey, look at it this way. At least she missed your pants. Allie cackles another laugh as she straightens, then slides around the table and sits in the seat recently evacuated by my date. I'm so glad you asked me to swing by tonight. You put on quite a show, Jack Dorsey. Ha ha. Allie gestures for the waitress, which draws the attention of several patrons around us. The restaurant is Michelin-starred, and probably one where wine throwing is discouraged. Several women frown in my direction, while more than one man watches with curiosity at the musical chairs game happening at my table. Less than 2 minutes ago, Allie's seat had been occupied by a woman in her 20s. At least, that's what she'd claimed online. She'd also claimed that she had long blonde hair, legs for days, and a PhD in fashion. When she showed up tonight, she had been middle-aged, if I'm feeling generous, short, and wearing a cat sweater. Not the cute kind either. It had been that fuzzy pom-pom style that said, "My grandma knitted this for Christmas." We hadn't chatted long enough to find out if the degree in fashion had also been a lie, but I have my thoughts on the matter. All I know for a fact is that she made a sucker out of me. The waitress approaches, her eyebrow raising into a confused tilt as she scans my shirt, then glances with surprise at the new woman seated across from me. A look of reproach quickly pushes away the confusion. "Shall I grab a glass of wine for this one?" she asks me, nodding toward Allie. "Or are you waiting for more?" "Nah," Allie says with a wink. "I'm all he's got for tonight. Why don't you bring us the bottle? We'll be here a while." Forget it, Allie. I wring out my shirt, as if that'll help. A droplet of red pools onto my napkin. I appreciate your attempt to help, but it's probably best if we just call it a day. Hold your shorts on, Jack. You asked me here to critique your performance, and I haven't even started. I'm unteachable. I point to my clothes. This is the third shirt I've ruined this year. Lucky for you, I make my living teaching kindergarten, Allie says with a grin. You're a surgeon, Mr. Darcy. I promise my lesson plans will be idiot-proof for a man of your IQ. Idiot-proof? Hush up, amigo. Just put this on. Allie throws her purse open. The thing is bright blue and the size of a suitcase. I've warned her 1,000,000 times that if she doesn't downsize, she'll have spinal problems by the time she's 40. Then she'll land on her back. On my operating table. Here. Allie thrusts a shirt in my direction. My shirt. Go put this on in the bathroom. Then sit back down. Our first lesson starts tonight. Why do you have my spare clothes in your purse? I told you. She leans forward with a giddy whisper that signals she's a glass of wine in already. I teach 5-year-olds. I come prepared. I love the enthusiasm, but I'd hate for you to get your hopes up. I frown, thinking about tonight's mishap. I'd talked to Miranda the Catwoman for 3 months. 3 months I'd been talking to a 54-year-old woman claiming she was a 20-year-old fashion model. My face warms with embarrassment, probably flushing red. I thought she could be the one. Well, you didn't talk long enough to get to know her tonight, she points out. What offended you about her? The sweatshirt or her age? Neither. I don't mind dating an older woman. I don't mind if she's not a model. What I can't stand is her lying about both. Allie pauses on the verge of a lecture, then sits back in her seat and frowns. Fine, I can't argue with that. Did she really say she'd walked in New York Fashion Week? I nod solemnly. She's not even 5 feet tall, Allie says, mystified. If she were going to pick a fake career, she could have gotten away with anything else. Astrophysics, hairstylist. But a model? I shake my head. 3 months. I wasted a quarter of a year talking to a woman who lied about everything she thinks, everything she does, everything she is. To my surprise, Allie gives a light laugh. Jack, relax. This isn't the first time someone has stretched the truth about their online dating profile. Think of it as practice. I've had plenty of damn practice, I growl. I'm sick of practicing. Another sympathetic laugh bubbles from Allie, and I'm surprised to find myself smiling at the sound. I'm a surgeon at one of the top hospitals in the country, and the job requires a lot from me. Long hours, stressful days, life and death decisions. The only constant in my life, the only person who can make me smile no matter the day I've had, is Allie. Fortunately, she's my best friend. Unfortunately, she sees me as her brother, and nothing more. She's been very clear on this, which is why I've shoved any feelings I might have for her into a closet marked with the words, "The Friend Zone," in big, fat, permanent marker. Or at least, they had been behind lock and key, until tonight, when I'd laid eyes on her, and things had shifted into place. Dressed to kill and smiling in the way only Allie Jenkins can smile, I realized I wanted more than friendship with her. Her personality makes everyone else's seem pale in comparison. And frankly, that sucks, because she doesn't want me in that way. Earth to Romeo. Allie startles me by flashing the spare shirt in my face again. Go put this on, or I'm worried they won't service the bottle of wine. I'm in need of wine, and you're definitely in need of my wisdom. Allie, you don't have to do this. I lean over the table, the familiar scent of her perfume, like roses and sugar, wafting across in a comforting breeze. Every time a woman sits across the table from me, it ends in a disaster. I'd hate for that to happen to us. Let's be clear. Every woman you attempt to date turns into a disaster. She waves a hand at herself, which means I'm safe. I don't have a response for this, since it's the 957th time she's said something to this effect over the years. You're silent. She raises an eyebrow as she sips her wine. I didn't hurt your feelings, did I? I just mean that we've known each other for so long. I'm immune to your awkward. She sits back, looking quite pretty in a white summery dress, the straps no bigger than the width of a pencil, showing a tantalizing swatch of summer-tanned skin. I look away before a pile of drool forms on my bottom lip. I'm in desperate need of a girlfriend. Let's put it that way. Jack, your last name is Darcy, for crying out loud, Allie says, oblivious to my ogling. You're required to have one romantic bone in your body. And no, I'm not talking about that bone. I grip the spare button-down shirt tighter in my fist, sitting back in my chair so the scent of her doesn't overwhelm me. You severely overestimate me, Miss Jenkins. Argue all you want. You know it's no use. I always get my way in this relationship. The waitress appears holding a bottle of wine, and that's my cue to retreat. I stand, mutter an apology to the waitress and busboy as the pair mop up the table. I think I mentioned something about leaving a nice tip, but I'm distracted by Allie's hand snaking out and landing around my wrist. A chill runs through me at her touch, and I yank my hand away before it sets the rest of me on fire. Bring a notepad to our first lesson, Allie says, releasing her grip on my hand, frowning at my flinch. Class is in session. I don't need a notepad. I have a photographic memory. Allie clears her throat. Rule number 1. Don't comment on your date's age before she tells you her name. But write it down. Allie pulls a pen from her magical purse and slides it across the table. Romance Academy has begun. If you want to experience a date that doesn't end in a shirt at the dry cleaner, you'll listen to me. Allie, change your shirt, drink a glass of wine, and use that pen. Allie raps her knuckles against the table. We are going to find you love, Mr. Darcy.
Chapter 2. Allie. I'm telling you, Amy says. Just give him a chance. I haven't even seen him yet, let alone talk to him. I argue, leaning against the bulletin board in my classroom. I don't even know his first name. Ugh, just trust me on this. Amy, better known as Miss Miller at Kentwood Prep, perches on the edge of my desk and stares out the window. Here he comes. Here he is. Just look at that body. Please, just do it for me. Or should I say, do him for me? Stop, Amy, we're going to be co-workers. I nudge her leg to the side as I make room to open my drawer. I ease a stack of papers inside just as Amy spies an extra Tootsie Pop there. She swipes it, drops the wrapper in the trash, and pops it into her mouth while I retrieve a stack of colorful shapes. Come on. Just look at that swagger, Amy says, slurping around her sucker. He defines swagger. I make my way over toward the bulletin board and resume my stapling. Not interested. Especially not interested in swagger. With swagger comes trouble. How long has it been? Has it been so long you've become immune to good-looking men? I don't need to answer that. I smash the stapler extra hard as I stick a balloon to the board. It doesn't matter anyway. When did Ben break up with you? I'll bet he was the last time you had an orgasm without batteries. Am I right? I don't remember. Smash, smash, smash goes the stapler. I forgot all about him. Right. But your arm muscles haven't. It looks like you're harboring some anger, judging by the strength you're using to staple those poor construction paper shapes to the board. Amy slides off the desk and comes over, resting a hand on my arm. Lay off the bulletin board for now. You're going to behead this balloon. Smash, smash, smash. I am not. Come over here and look. Amy tries unsuccessfully to drag me toward the window. Aren't you the least bit curious about the new teacher on the block? You know it's all everyone's going to be talking about. Nope, not interested. I'm off men, and I'm definitely not going there with a coworker. Amy gives up trying to hold me back. Releasing my arm, she leaves me to pound my stapler as she strolls to the window and pretends to casually peer outside. You might change your mind when you see this guy. He's smoking hot and smart. How do you know he's smart? You've never talked to him. He teaches math to the 8th graders. Of course he's got a brain. I sigh. Amy, please, let it go. What if he's too smart? I didn't think of that. You know the type. The one who can't carry on a regular conversation. She mulls on this for a moment, then wrinkles her nose. Meh, I wouldn't even care. With those lips, I wouldn't need him to talk. Much. I smash some cake-shaped cutouts decorated with my students' names onto the board. The smashing is a little less violent this time around. What's his name again? Cooper. Mr. Cooper? Sure, whatever. You'll be on a first-name basis with him in no time. If you're so into him, why don't you date him? Look at me, and look at you. I look between us. I'm extraordinarily average, while Amy is tall and slender, dark-haired, green-eyed, and stunning. She's funny and nice and smart to boot. Basically, she's an amazing catch, and I'm average. I'm confused, I tell her. What's there not to like about you? You're all cute and cuddly, and I'm like... She gestures wildly. I'm all dark and dangerous and shit. Okay then. I study my friend a second longer. She's the music teacher at Kentwood Prep and plays in a band once a month at the local brewery. She thinks she's tough. She's also the only real friend I have besides Jack. It's wonderful to have Amy as my friend, mostly because she's female. That's helpful, especially when talking about things like sex. I tell Jack just about everything, but I draw the line when it comes to certain topics. See, sex and Jack Darcy are two topics that should go together without thinking, sort of like mustard and ketchup. If a woman's looking for a smoking hot man who's also got brains, well, Jack corners the market on both. Theoretically. We're too close for me to think of him that way. To me, the idea of sex and Jack Darcy together is more like bratwurst and chocolate cake. Two equally delicious things that don't quite go together, no matter how much I enjoy them both, separately. You have got to stop doing this. Amy's lips pull together into a pout. No, not the stapler pounding. But yes, that's also giving me a headache, she says, rubbing her forehead as I pull my arm back. I'm talking about men. I'm not talking about men. If you're not interested in Mr. Cooper, what about Jack? I shake my head. We're friends. He's all you talk about. Plus, he's gorgeous. I asked him out on a date and he turned me down flat. I'm not begging him. Plus, whatever feelings I might have had for him faded a long time ago. We make better friends than we would anything else. That was years ago, and it was the day after your wisdom teeth were pulled out. You were doped up on pain meds and looked like a chipmunk. He probably thinks you don't remember that. Plus, you probably drooled all over him. We are better as friends. He knows when I'm on my period. That's not something you talk about with a potential love interest. Fine. Then what's wrong with Mr. Cooper? Amy leans closer to the window, sighing as she rests her fingertips against the glass. If he were into my type, I'd be all over that. It's too bad I'm such a badass. I'd probably scare him away. That poor, sweet, innocent math teacher. Amy, you drive a pink VW Beetle and eat sushi for lunch. I think he can handle that. Finally, I'm done attaching every loose article of paper onto the bulletin board, so I set the stapler down and sidle over to the window. Leaning next to Amy, I follow her line of sight until I land on the target of her gaze. Mr. Cooper, math teacher, new guy on the block, likely to be the object of every female teacher, student, and single parent. He's not really my type, I say. He's more Paul Walker than I like. Paul Walker is everyone's type. He's attractive. I'm not arguing with you, but blue eyes with that hair? Come on. You guys would have adorable babies. Their eyes would be the color of, I don't know, the sky or dolphins or sapphires, whatever they say in your books. First of all, my books are anyone's books. You can call them romance. Second of all, he's just not my type. What is your type? I can't help Jack Darcy's face popping into my head. Where this new teacher errs on the prettier side of manliness, Jack is all severe lines and dark hooded eyes. He's more rugged in appearance, big and bold and steady. It's no wonder most women are intimidated by Jack. He's an ice cube. A gorgeous, handsome icicle. It just so happens I like popsicles. Admit it, Amy says softly. Cooper's not Jack enough for you. I'm worried, Allie. As long as you hold a torch for your Mr. Darcy, you will never be able to enjoy someone else. It's been years since your last boyfriend. I'm not holding a torch for him. He's my best friend. Right. So either make a move on him or move on from him. Nice wordplay. Have you been thinking of that all day? All week, actually. I should be an English teacher. Speaking of advice, I need to get going. I'm meeting Jack for our Romance Academy session. What's today's lesson? Rule number 2. Back to the basics. What does that even mean? I'm taking him to the capital of romance. Las Vegas? Amy squints at me. Can I come with? I sigh and roll my eyes to the ceiling. That's not romantic. This is about romance, not lust or sex. We're finding Jack a girlfriend, a woman he might want to marry. But you can come with us if you'd like. We're interrupted by a knock on the door. Sometime in the last few minutes, while Amy had been filling my head with advice, we let our gazes out the window lapse. We stare at one another in terror. There are only a few people here. The school is still mostly empty at this point, since it's a few weeks until classes start. Amy and I only came early so we could share a bottle of wine while we decorated our classrooms. Hide the wine, Amy says. Then quieter, hide the bottle, Jenkins. I shove the cork in it, then roll the bottle dangerously under my desk just as the door opens, praying it doesn't spring a leak. Holy shit, Amy moans. It's him. No more wine for you, I mumble to her as I straighten, focused on keeping my voice low and out of earshot from the man framed in the doorway. Hi there. Can I help you? I'm Matt Cooper, he says in a low, gravelly voice, a smile hinting on his lips as he surveys us. I'm the new math teacher, and I just wanted to swing by and introduce myself. It looks like we're the only ones around here today. Amy and I gawk at him. The awkward silence stretches longer and longer until Mr. Cooper's face clouds with confusion. Sorry to interrupt, he says eventually, waving a hand at the new pizzazz on the bulletin board. I should be going. Your decorations look nice. No, Amy blurts, even more awkwardly. Don't leave. She shoots a wild glance in my direction, but I just shrug. I'm not sure where she's going with this, and I am perfectly fine leaving her out to dry. I'm mean. She clears her throat. I just wanted to say hi. That's why I stopped by, he says, a smile creasing around his eyes. Anyway, most people call me Cooper, but you can use whatever you want. Hello. Amy titters. Then in a whisper, she speaks into my ear. I don't know what the hell is happening to me. I'm Allie, I say, rolling my eyes as Amy gives me a nudge forward. Miss Jenkins during school hours. I teach kindergarten. Cooper's hand slides around mine as he gives a solid shake. Pleasure. Ah. My cheeks heat at the word, and suddenly I'm the awkward one. Sure. Loads of pleasure. I mean, pleasuring to meet you, Amy? We're very busy. Sorry. Amy picks up the stapler and goes to work smashing it randomly against the bulletin board. Catch you later? Cooper nods, backs away carefully, and closes the door behind him. Once his footsteps disappear, I let myself crumple into a child-sized chair while Amy collapses on the desk. What the hell was that? She asks, shoving a hand on her hip and looking mystified. Did we really drink that much wine? Shit! The wine! Did you see where the bottle rolled? Why'd you roll the bottle? I panicked. Multiple times. Then he said pleasure and I lost my cool. Who says pleasure all eerie like that? Oh my gosh, we're such idiots. Amy sprawls on the desk while I pull my backpack toward me and fluff it like a pillow on the table. He's going to think we're freaks now and forever. First impressions aren't everything, I argue. If you're interested in him, maybe you should take the lesson plan I've prepared for Jack and apply Romance Academy to Matt Cooper. Like you're qualified to teach anti-awkward lessons, Miss Pleasure. The door at that very word cracks open. Mr. Cooper has returned, apparently to ask for directions to the restroom. That way. Amy points, her cheeks the color of rhubarb. Just keep walking and you'll find it. Oh, no. I let my hands rest over my face as Amy turns to stare at me. Do you think he heard the pleasure part? Absolutely. Amy nods her head. And then I gave him directions to the parking lot. Why can't we think around him? The bathrooms are the other way. I need to get out of here. I stand, retrieve all of my things, and hoist my backpack to my shoulders. I'm already late to meet Jack. What's lesson number 2 again? Back to the basics? She grabs a pencil and scribbles it down onto a pad of paper. Great. I'm coming with you. I need to see Miss Pleasure in action. Chapter 3. Allie. Miss Pleasure? Jack raises his eyebrows at me as Amy completes a hugely embarrassing retelling of the incident with Mr. Cooper at school. Are we talking about the same Allie Jenkins? I'm not sure what's worse. The fact that Amy shared the awkward encounter with Jack just before our first anti-awkward lesson, or the fact that I've brought 2 non-readers into a bookstore. Amy and Jack are whispering like rebellious children in a library instead of browsing the titles that are required reading for my second lesson of Romance Academy. Focus on the assignment, I hiss, perusing the shelves myself. Think classics. Look, Jack, tell me you've read this. He frowns down at a used copy of Pride and Prejudice. Come on, I prompt him. It has your name in it. You're acting like I don't know 2 + 2, Jack says. I read things, Allie. I just haven't read much outside of the medical field for years. It has your name in here like 100 times. What about high school? Didn't they force you to read it? I was already on the medical track, so I didn't bother with English when possible. Is he one of those people who's really smart but has no common sense? Amy grabs my arm and pulls me between shelves. You know, the type where he knew he wanted to do medicine, so he just failed all his other classes. Not really. I size up Jack. He's got a concerned look on his face as he surveys a book with the word vampire in the title. I snatch it from his hands, replacing it once again with the Pride and Prejudice copy he left behind on a shelf. I turn back to Amy. He's the smartest person I know. It's not fair. Plus, he has money, Amy whispers. And looks. He definitely has all the looks. He got hit with the good looks stick on his way down to Earth, I think. God gave him... I get it. He's got the looks, the brains, and the cash, I say, sounding annoyed. Partly because it's true. Jack's eyes are a dark, brooding sort of gray, and his face, especially while reading, is calculating and concerned. He's also got the house, the condo. Let me get this straight. Amy ticks off her fingers as she counts. He's smart, good-looking, scratch that, great-looking. He's got money coming out of his ears and a condo with a view that'd melt my panties off. Pretty much. So, what's the catch? What do you mean? You know. She nods in his direction. What's wrong with Prince Charming? Not a thing. Hold on a minute. Amy grabs my arm again and drags me into the erotica section of the bookstore. He won't follow us in here. We're surrounded by cover images of naked man chests and feathers. Lots of feathers. I could build a pillow out of all the feathers on book covers along this aisle. Amy stops in front of a particularly explicit image with lots of nakedness and handcuffs on it. If there's nothing wrong with him, why aren't you dating him? Not interested. We're just friends. Then go out with Cooper. Also not interested. Coworkers. Pick one, because I want the other one. Have both. Take your pick because I'm not going after either of them. Amy cracks her knuckles, eyeing Jack. There must be something wrong with him. I'm sure there is. Let me know when you find it. He should have women lining up across the country begging for a proposal. Well, I hedge. I guess he is sort of awkward. Yes, but wasn't he seeing someone? The girl at the restaurant? I shake my head. Things didn't work out. Why not? I launch into the whole sad story. When they finally met in person, he told her she looked 20 years younger in her photo online than she did in person. Amy giggles, then covers her mouth with a hand. That's horrible. Probably worked out for the best, though. Better find out sooner rather than later. I nod. He was just being honest. So maybe that's his problem. Too blunt. I can handle blunt if I get the rest of his package. I roll my eyes, then go for it. But right now, we've got some work cut out for us. I clap my hands. Chop chop! That's why we're here. Amy frowned. Remind me why we're here? To get through a date without a food fight. Oh, right. Amy nods, scanning the shelves. Fair enough. So, which book should I read? Anything. Pick quite literally anything from the store and you'll be good. Just read something. I'd taken Amy and Jack to the single place on Earth that promised romance. In fact, they absolutely guaranteed it. A bookstore in the thick of Culver City decorated in pinks and florals. A cozy little love nook in the midst of a bustling metropolis. Romance is in the air here. Literally. Books fly above the patrons dangling from dainty strings, leaving bits of love to linger after the words are read and the pages are closed. I stroll past the sailing books, hoping for some of that love to waft right onto me. It's not that I feel lonely or believe that I need someone to make me complete. I have excellent friends, a loving family, some great students, and my dream job. I have it all. But that doesn't stop me from wanting that toe-curling, spine-tingling, heart-all-a-fluttering sense of wild and uncontrollable love. The stuff made from bits of starlight. The stuff written in books and sung in songs. The stuff that would make me ache with its fullness. Scorching sex and tender kisses. All of it. But until that day comes for me, I will continue my residency here, single-handedly keeping the bookstore in business. And if I have anything to say about it, I'll bring Jack and Amy along for the ride. What about this? Jack holds up a book with a doctor on the front, except this doctor is missing a shirt, and there is a second man passionately embracing him from behind. Have you read it? I figure it's within the medical field. Whatever piques your curiosity, Jack, I tell him, though I'm fairly certain the only medical terminology in this particular book involves inserting tab A into slot B. It's good to branch out. He adds it to his stack, which is now only 2 books tall. Why do you keep setting this down? I pick up Pride and Prejudice for the 3rd time and shove it into his hands. Read it. Learn from the greats. The greats? Mr. Darcy, Beauty and the Beast, the Titanic, Romeo and Juliet, minus the dying bit. You've got to feel the romance. I feel plenty of romance, he growls. The problem is that it doesn't come out the way I intend. Forget about your last date. It's not just my last date, Allie. It's every damn girl I've ever talked to my entire life. Jack's hand rakes through his hair and leaves it standing on end. Just give up on me already, okay? No. I measure my words carefully. There's more anger, more frustration behind Jack's outburst than I expected, and it makes me tuck away my sarcastic response. I'll never give up on you for one big reason. What reason? Because you talk to me just fine. I meet his gaze, studying those gray eyes. I promise you, we'll find someone who gets you just like I do. And if we don't? I reach for his hand and lock my fingers around it. I promised. I always keep my promises to you. Or else? Or else what? I ask, giving an exaggerated sigh. Then, if you fail to keep your promise, you'll just have to marry me. What? He breaks into a smile. Since you can stand me and I can stand you, it could be worse. Oh, that's a wonderful reason to get married, I tell him, trying to keep my heart from thumping against my chest. Talk about a false alarm that gave me heartburn. Getting married to one another because we could do worse? It's as good a reason as any. For the last time, I press a growing stack of books against his chest. I know you're some big-shot surgeon. I know you take pride in squishing your feelings until they don't exist. I don't squish my feelings. Fine. You shove them into a closet, whatever. I have to be unemotional in my work. Yeah, and maybe that's why you can't quite seem to grasp this thing the rest of the world calls love. I press the books harder against his rock-solid abdomen. Read these. Tell me you don't feel all fluttery inside and want the same thing for yourself when you're finished. Once you've digested the books, then you'll be ready for the next lesson at Romance Academy.
Chapter 4. Jack Darcy. I hate it when she's right. Last night, I started reading the book Allie forced on me. The one with the old-school cover and high school English class written all over it. Pride and Prejudice. The thing is, I'm normally a slow reader. I'm used to reading medical manuscripts with terminology peppered throughout that requires I keep a dictionary by my side and a bookmark in the bibliography. I double and triple check any sources that I don't automatically trust. It takes me hours to get through a chapter. Not this time. This time I'm flying. I breezed through the first chapter, and then to my surprise, I wanted to know what happened next. Again, here surfaces the issue with me being a slow reader. I'm impatient, and I didn't want to wait to find out what happens, so I needed a compromise. Enter Stage Right, my local Redbox. I rented the film with the best of intentions. I'd just find out the ending tonight, and later I'd go back and catch up in the book. I'd popped a bag of popcorn and uncorked a bottle of wine, and now suddenly the wine's almost gone, and there's nothing but kernels left in the bowl. My eyes scroll through the final credits, and my mind begins to ponder how I can possibly convince Allie Jenkins that I've read her beloved book, when really, I spent my Saturday night alone watching the film. It's exactly a week after my last failed date, and although my heart may not be all aflutter after the movie, maybe it did one little flutter. Or a thump. Something manlier than a flutter. Or maybe it's heartburn. We'll never actually know because I don't plan to admit this flutter business to anyone. As a doctor, I should be able to figure out whether I have heartburn. Yet for some reason, I can't put my finger on what's happening to me. I'm sitting on my couch, staring at the screen as the movie automatically restarts. I should get off my ass and find something to eat, but I'm still trying to figure out that feeling in my gut. Maybe I should call a friend. Maybe I should check myself into the ER. Maybe I should... A knock on the door startles me from my emergency self-diagnosis. "Open up," Allie calls. "Move it, or your egg rolls will be on the floor, Darcy." I scramble toward the door, but she beats me to it. She shoves her key in the lock and twists, stumbling head first through the entry and just barely dropping the styrofoam containers and plastic bags onto the coffee table. I'm caught mid-stride, en route to the television. Before she can whirl around, I shut off the incriminating evidence on the screen. If Allie sees that I've been watching the movie, she'll never believe I've read the book. Probably because she knows me and my impatience. And she'd be right again. Thankfully, since Allie seems to need more calories than any man, woman, or child I've ever met. She's too focused on cracking the lid open on the orange chicken to have noticed the opening credits rolling behind me. They were out of our favorite sauce tonight. This is why we shouldn't do Saturday night dinners. Sunday. It's always less busy on Sundays, leaving more for us, she says, turning to find me staring guiltily at her. What are you looking at? Are you wanting to use a fork again? I told you to practice with chopsticks. I'll use the chopsticks, I mutter, making my way back to the couch. I thought we were doing Sunday. Don't you want me here? She jokes. I moved our dinner to tonight because you have plans tomorrow. When I give her a blank stare, she exhales loudly. Your work has a kickball game tomorrow, and I think you should go. She crosses her arms. It'll be good for you. I'd rather skip the game and we keep our date. I gave up my Saturday night to come and hang out with you. Do this one little thing for me. Pretty, please. The only plans you hold steady on Saturday nights are with the Bennett Family Vineyards and Apothic Red Crush. I have more friends than my wine bottles. Name them. Amy? She starts, then chooses to ignore me, rummaging around in that bright blue suitcase of a purse, an embarrassed glow creeping on her face. I think that I hear the names Ben and quite possibly a Jerry mumbled into her bag. What are you doing? I lean over, my arm brushing against hers as I strain to see what's in that magical purse of hers. Can I help? Nothing, she snaps, then shies away. Forget it. Aha! You brought your friends. Gently, I pull 2 bottles of wine from the bag, one from Bennett Family Vineyards, and the other named Red Crush. Didn't feel like sharing? The only reason I came over here tonight was because I hate opening my own wine, she says, stubborn as she pops a piece of chicken into her mouth. I suspect it's so that she doesn't have to talk more. Red Crush first, please. I move to the kitchen, pop the cork out, and pour a gallon-sized glass of wine. Allie prefers it if we only use a single glass and share. Somehow, this makes it easier for her to pretend we've shared the bottle, when really I've had 1 sip to her 3. As for the cauldron-sized glass, she bought it for me last year on my birthday. I've never used it without her. By the time I return with a goblet of Red Crush, she's got her shoes off, legs folded one over another, and a hand on the remote. As she clicks the television on, I dive between her and the screen. Why don't we chat for a minute? I say, too breathless. Catch up. She frowns. You never want to talk. You complain if I talk for more than 5 minutes in a 7-minute interval. Come on, I brought your favorite movie. But Allie is one of those people who always gets her way. With me, at least. Which is why she turns the TV on despite my greatest attempts to block the signals with my body. As it flickers to life, she leans over her purse again and withdraws a DVD of some fast-paced new car chase movie. It's brainless, flashy, and entertaining. With a pleased grin, she shoves it toward me. I don't have many guilty pleasures in life. I have a motorcycle, yes, and I eat Chinese food once a week because my best friend, I'm not naming names, but she's in the room with me, ignores all of my warnings on the amount of MSG in this chicken. Aside from that, I spend my days and evenings at the hospital. In my spare time, I read articles, studies, and other journals specific to orthopedic surgery. I exercise the recommended 5 days a week, and I drink more than 8 glasses of water each day. The one habit I can't seem to kick are these stupid movies. That and my motorcycle. And Allie. But she's a habit I'd prefer to hold on to forever. But again, I start to argue, but it's too late. Oh, you... A slow grin creeps across Allie's face as she peers past my hip. I knew it. Knew what? However, the music from the opening credits resumes then, blowing all hope of a cover. Now that, I say, pointing to the screen, is a coincidence. Right. It's not my fault, I argue lamely. The book was actually good. Yeah, which is why you were supposed to read it. I started to, but she lets out a furious sigh. You were supposed to read a book, Jack. Something that doesn't describe love and romance and sex in terms of anatomy and bone structure. There's sex in this book? I ask, slightly deterred from my argument. Tell me more. I'm talking about romance in general. Romance is not necessarily about sex. Pretty sure the two are connected somehow. And that's why you haven't held on to a date. She pats the seat next to her on the couch. Since you have it, there's no way we're not watching it. Eat before the food goes cold. I sit, mostly because the idea of hanging out with Allie is far more appealing than hosting an empty house on Saturday night. My condo has everything a grown man could possibly desire, except for one thing money can't buy. Warmth. The only time this place lights up is during my Sunday night dinner dates with Allie. Somehow it grows a little less cold, a little more lively, and a little bit more like home, until morning when the emptiness resounds 10 times worse. The beginning credits roll, again, and I settle onto the couch. I inch forward, struggling through the first few bites of food, with an awkward chopsticks pattern before finally setting into a rhythm. Next to me, Allie works through the chicken with a fury, as if she'll never have another meal again. The whole time her eyes remain fixed on the screen. She giggles at something on screen, points with her chopstick. Did you see that? I turn to look at her instead. It's my favorite thing when she laughs. I don't know anyone who laughs quite like her. It's as if she puts her whole mind, body, and soul into it. Everything, from the gleam in her eyes, to the shake in her shoulders, to the gentle, tumbling sound, moves with her, sounding like joy packaged into a cute little blonde. I'm hoping desperately her sense of humor will rub off on me. One of my last girlfriends broke things off after informing me I was far too serious for her tastes. I don't know how to be less serious, but I figure if anyone can teach me, it's Allie. So, did you talk to her yet? Who? I shove a piece of broccoli in my mouth to stall. Caroline. Of course I've spoken with her. We work together. Come on. Why haven't you asked her out? There's a new nurse at the hospital named Caroline, and Allie's got it in her head that she would be the perfect date for me. I heartily disagree. I don't date coworkers. She could probably transfer departments. Even if I were interested in her, I'm not putting either of our careers in jeopardy. There are plenty of other fish in the sea. I'm glad you believe in the one. Allie rolls her eyes, then pulls 2 fortune cookies from the bag and shoves them both on her plate. Just think about it. A doctor and a nurse? How cute would that be? You guys could hand out miniature stethoscopes at your wedding. And your kids? Just think of how healthy your kids would be. Mini stethoscopes? To listen to the sound of 2 hearts beating together in L-O-V-E. Allie fans herself, then pretends to swoon. Okay, fine. I'm still working on the details. But we have options. Remember those lollipops doctors hand out to kids after appointments? They could be your party favors. We'll get your name stamped all over them. No. Come on. Daydream with me, Jack. She clasps my knee with her hand, and I can't help but flinch. I don't know what's gotten into me since I saw her in that dress at the restaurant, smiling at me like we belonged together. It's as if my brainwaves have shifted, and suddenly the brush of Allie's skin against mine sets off an electric current that leaves me warm all over, I've tried to go back to the way things were, but it's seeming more impossible by the day. I'm not a dreamer, I say, once I can speak again. I push the food away so I don't choke on it, just in case she decides to touch my leg again. I'm practical. But Caroline, don't you like her? I've never given Allie any indication of liking Caroline. The only thing I can think of is that I once mentioned to Allie that Caroline was very capable at her job. Apparently, Allie had interpreted that as a sign I wanted to marry her. I am not interested in dating Caroline, I reiterate, and I am certainly not interested in having you plan a wedding for us. It sounds to me like you're just scared. Wait until she meets the new improved you. Jack Darcy 2.0. Once you're done with Allie's Romance Academy, you'll woo her so hard she won't know what hit her. I don't want to woo anyone. Wooing can be very effective. Exhibit A. Watch and learn, will you? Allie picks up the remote and flicks the volume up a few notches. Watch a master at work. Are you done with your chicken, by the way? I push the food over to her, and she has the remainder of food polished off in seconds. Standing, I grab the containers and haul everything into the kitchen. Once alone, I lean against the counter and take a few breaths to shake off that electric zing. My muscles are more tense than normal, and it seems I can't suck in a full lungful of air. You're missing the show, Allie yells, and I'm going to finish the wine if you don't get back here. I return, finding Allie wrapped in the soft, fuzzy blanket she bought me as a housewarming gift. It never leaves the arm of my couch. Her eyes are wide and bright, and for a second, those blue eyes hold me captive. I sit gingerly on the couch beside her, and she snuggles up against me without looking away from the screen. It's more comfortable this way, she claims, easier on the neck. I have to disagree. My vote says that it's incredibly hard to watch a movie with a beautiful woman wrapped all around me, even if she's just a friend. In fact, I spend half the time reciting a medical dictionary in my head to keep everything PG-13. Eventually, a half hour passes, then an hour, and Allie sighs as something romantic happens on the screen. Her sigh brushes over my hand, and I edge away from her. She senses the movement and wiggles into a laying position, kicking her feet over my lap and propping her head on the armrest. Her eyelids are drooping, and it's at this point, at every one of our Sunday dinners, that Allie falls prey to a food coma and sinks into a blissful sleep on my couch. Allie falls asleep almost immediately. For the second time today, I'm stuck watching the end of Pride and Prejudice by myself, wondering what the little thump of my heart means. I debate throwing back a few Tums just to be safe and rule out heartburn. Once the movie is over, I pull my eyes from the screen and look down at Allie. She sleeps with an adorable half-smile on her face, and it's my favorite part about our evenings together. My hand comes up, casually brushing a strand of hair from her face. It sticks to her cheek, so I brush it again, and then a third time. And then I figure I might as well run a hand through her hair because my fingers are already tangled there. She shifts, moaning a soft sound. I'm sweating bullets, wondering what's happened to me. It's not usually like this. I mean, the eating until we're comatose and falling asleep is, but the level of attraction I'm feeling toward Allie is off the charts. I pray she didn't catch me running a hand through her hair. I might have inhaled too, because whatever scent she wears is intoxicating. It's no wonder I can't hold on to a girlfriend. I might have just sniffed my best friend's hair. If that doesn't qualify as awkward, I'm not sure what does. Luckily, she doesn't seem to have woken, but my heart pounds as she rolls over once again, brushing her foot against me in her sleep. Brushing against my length, I should say. That's one of the many words substituted for penis, according to Allie's romantic collection of books. I've thumbed through them a time or two, out of curiosity, and it's amazing how many words there are for one basic reproductive organ. A reproductive organ that is noticeably at attention this evening. My nerve endings are on fire, and my heart is thumping in a way that has nothing to do with romance and everything to do with basic human desire. Her blonde hair is scattered across the couch, and her lips, so full and tantalizing, it's a miracle. I've never truly noticed them before. Have shaped into a stubborn half-pout that can only be described as cute. A pout so perfect, I can't resist a long, indulgent peek at them. Eventually, I turn my attention to the ceiling and begin reciting everything from the Pledge of Allegiance to the multiplication tables. Recalling dictionary definitions of medical terminology gets me through midnight, which is about the time I realize I've been sitting here while Allie sleeps for almost an hour. I don't want to wake her, but I do need some sleep. So, as she gives a dreamy little sigh, I scoop her into my arms and prepare to stand. However, instead of waking her like I'd anticipated, Allie merely snuggles closer. "That feels nice," she murmurs. "Let me stay here, Jack." The beat of my heart sounds like a conga line as I stand, pulling her to my chest, and move toward the bedroom. She's no heavier than a bundle of feathers, even with all the food she put away this evening. I may be a medical professional, but I cannot for the life of me figure out how Allie Jenkins eats like a rhinoceros and maintains her sweet little figure. She's perfectly proportioned, in my opinion. Big, blue eyes and plenty of curves, all packed into a petite, slender frame. I don't have a ton of guy friends, but any who have seen her have admired her from afar, always hesitant to get too close due to the nature of our friendship. Our friendship, I tell myself, wondering why the world is sending me signals that friendship is no longer enough for me when it comes to Allie. We were happy being friends. We worked together. Like she said, I make a mess of dates. I refuse to make a mess with Allie. I arrive in the bedroom with her clinging to me like Velcro. I have to peel her arms from around my neck as I lay her in my bed. I pull the covers up and over her as she wiggles underneath, and then I watch for an extra moment to make sure she's comfortable. Finally, when I'm convinced she's down for the count, I shut the door and head for a long, cold shower. Afterwards, I dress quickly and shuffle to the couch in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. I flop down and kick my feet up, settling in for the night. This sleeping arrangement is so regular, I've considered getting a second bed. Allie always insists that she should take the couch while I take the bed, but she's always too far zonked to actually argue with the arrangements. She's even taken to leaving a pair of shorts and a t-shirt in my drawers that she slips into before we start the movie, so she doesn't have to change into pajamas. After much thought, I opted against purchasing a bed for the guest room. I'll leave it as an office that I don't need. After all, if there was a guest bed, I wouldn't have an excuse to curl up on the couch and pull her fuzzy blanket up to my chest. It smells just like her. Floral, like springtime and rain, roses and sunshine, sweet and fresh. I pull the blanket to my chin and click on the TV. The end credits are still rolling from our earlier movie session. I debate flicking to a new channel, but I can't bring myself to do it. I decide that it's time I take Allie's class seriously. I need to get a handle on this thing called love, and I need to find it for my own sanity. Because this business with Allie is driving me insane. She's never given me any indication that she's interested in me as anything other than a friend. So my first order of business is to get rid of this wild fantasy my mind has conjured up of the two of us together. Because if I don't, I'm sure to unravel, and that wouldn't be pretty. I mean, I sniffed my best friend's hair tonight while she slept. It's seriously time for me to get a grip and move on. I click play for the third time tonight. What the hell? I've got nothing to lose. Romance? Here I come.
Chapter 5. Allie. When I wake, it's like angels are singing, and soft feathers are cupping every inch of my body. This bed is glorious, and so is the scent of freshly brewed coffee. I can't be at home. When I wake up at home, the smell of coffee doesn't appear until after I've hauled my butt out of bed and made a pot, and my bed isn't half as comfortable as this one. There's also the light scent of sizzling butter that has my nose on high alert. It's then that everything falls into place. I've woken up in this position so many times, I know exactly what's happening next. I close my eyes, listening to the familiar crack of eggs as Jack adds them to the skillet. I lounge in his bed for one more second because it's glorious, and I know it'll take him at least a few more minutes of cooking before he'll slide into the room and wake me with a soft, gentle murmur of my name. When I say his bed is glorious, I mean it's incredible. See, I love my bed. I love most beds. I thoroughly enjoy a good sleep, so pretty much anywhere I can cozy up and shut my eyes is a little slice of heaven. But there is no place on earth like Jack Darcy's bed. My bed is a cute little twin tucked into a bright yellow room in my one-bedroom rent-controlled apartment. Then there's Jack's place. He's got the top floor, penthouse condo, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, lots of open spaces and modern, eye-catching interior design. One entire wall of his bedroom is a window overlooking Los Angeles. I can see the ocean, the morning sunlight glittering off the water, the start of easy Sunday traffic. I curl under the luxurious blankets for another long moment, pushing away the guilt of stealing Jack's bed yet again. I always tell him to let me sleep where I fall, but he never does. He might be one awkward date, but he's a sweet guy. Gentle, often kind, except when he's too blunt. But underneath it all, there's a gummy bear that I'm lucky enough to have as a friend. Finally, the guilt of lying around while Jack cooks breakfast hauls me out from under the covers. I take one look in the mirror and am shocked to find I look like something out of Friday the 13th. Makeup is everywhere. My hair is a haven for rats. I have lipstick where eyeshadow belongs. After helping myself to a quick shower in the master bath, I peek into the extra bureau drawer where Jack keeps all of my favorite sweatshirts. They're technically his sweatshirts, but I steal them like M&Ms from a candy jar. I secretly suspect that he arranged this little drawer for me on purpose so that I won't go ruffling through the rest of his clothes as I scrounge for my favorites. Which is funny because it's not like I don't have plenty of my own clothes here. I have a few pairs of jeans, 1 or 2 work shirts, and a slew of socks stashed among a pile of other random clothing I've left here over the years. Socks are the one thing that Jack never lets me borrow, so I've had to overcompensate. Basically, I have enough clothes at Jack's to dress myself for any occasion should the need arise. Easing into an old college sweatshirt and a pair of shorts, I sneak out into the hallway and ease toward the kitchen. I appear in the doorway, ready to greet him as usual, when I notice something is wrong. He's whistling this morning. Whistling? Jack Darcy doesn't whistle. I narrow my eyes, watching as he moves with ease, almost relaxed behind the stove. He's smiling? What does he have to smile about? Jack Darcy doesn't whistle or smile unless someone gives him a very good reason to be happy. It's not that he's a grouch. He's just reserved with his expressions. I inch back out of the door and watch for a moment. What the hell has him in such a chipper mood? Usually, he hurls a plate of eggs onto the table while telling me to stop adding 4 spoonfuls of sugar to my coffee, never mind the creamer spiel. I feel a bit like a zookeeper as I watch Jack, surveying some exotic, never-before-seen animal in the wild. This morning, it's easy to see why Amy has been pestering me to pursue Jack for years. I understand her confusion. I can see objectively what the women who turn to watch him pass on the street notice. Jack is tall and lean, his dark hair ruffled from a night spent on the couch. His abs, holy abs, flex as he turns to toss the eggshells into the trash. Forget a six-pack. There appear to be 12 abs on Jack's stomach. Even his back is shapely. Can a back be beautiful? I read plenty of romance, so I should know the answer to this, but my mind is experiencing technical difficulties. It really is a nice back. Usually, Jack sleeps in a t-shirt and shields my tender eyes from his dazzling abdomen, but not this morning. He either lost his shirt or forgot about it, and that dazzling body is sending synapses firing to my girl parts, along with everywhere else. I drink him in, suddenly no longer hungry, suddenly no longer obsessed with the smell of coffee. As he flips eggs, his muscles tense, all nice-looking and defined. Damn his gym routine. I wonder briefly if he does this for all the women who sleep over here, and I immediately dismiss the idea. It's like a cold shower dumped over my head. I struggle to put my finger on why I hate the fact that there's probably been a woman standing right where I am in the past, ogling Jack Darcy just like me. I'm in the process of finding the courage to clear my throat and announce myself when I take a step. Unfortunately, I stub my toe against the doorway in the process, ending with a cuss that's unusually violent for me. My long, loud F-bomb has the side effect of drawing a sardonic smile from Jack as I hop around in pain, and he turns to face me. "Good morning to you, too," he says. "I was hoping for a hello, but I suppose a fuck will do." "So, is that eggs I smell?" I say, dumbly changing the subject. I feel as awkward as humanly possible now that I'm face to face with a half-naked Jack. I'm starved. "It is eggs." "Coffee?" I shuffle over to the counter, nursing a slight limp. "You didn't have to do this, any of it." "I always cook breakfast for myself. It's easy enough to throw on a few extra eggs." "And giving up your bed? You didn't have to do that either." In answer, he slides eggs onto a plate and tosses it on the table. "The couch isn't so bad. I like a change of scenery now and again." I lean over and give him the briefest kiss on the cheek. He stiffens slightly, then turns away and sets the meal on the table. "Let's eat." 20 minutes later, we've finished up breakfast and changed for the day. I've also convinced Jack to let me drive him to work. We live in sunny Los Angeles, and more days than not, it's no problem that the only vehicle Jack Darcy owns is a badass motorcycle. Then there are days like today. A surprise rainfall having crept in over breakfast, pouring a little too hard for a ride to work to be comfortable. Luckily, I have a car with an actual roof, and Jack isn't in a mood to arrive drenched. Together, we finish breakfast and head down to my car. We drive in silence for a bit, the traffic picking up despite it being a Sunday morning. I chance a few glances over at him and catch a view of that jaw, sturdy and handsome. His face, concentrated, shows just a hint of stubble on his chin. "So," I say, easing into conversation, "what's different this time?" "What are you talking about?" I slam on the brakes and ease us into wall-to-wall traffic. Chancing a look at Jack, I realize he's still distracting, even with a shirt on, so I return my gaze straight ahead. "I mean, why'd you come to me for help after this date? You've been on a million dates that didn't lead to anything, but it's never bothered you before." "It's nothing." He tilts his head, pointing his gaze out of the passenger side window. "I'm just ready to find something more serious." I don't buy it, I tell him. What made this wine stain worse than all the others? His jaw is working, and I sense there's something he'd like to keep from me. "Is this about Caroline?" I ask. "I can talk to her if you'd like. We could arrange an accidental meeting and—" "It's not about Caroline." I have no interest in her, and you've never met her, so I don't know why you have an interest in her. Because you keep your life so isolated from me. I introduce you to all my friends, work and otherwise. I'm not keeping my friends from you. You're still not giving me a good answer to my question. His jaw tightens, his gaze still pointed out the window. I'm just ready to be done. The disaster dates, the wasted time, the online chats that go nowhere. Do you know what you're looking for? He shrugs. I guess I'll know it when I see it. I sense I won't get anything more from this conversation, so I don't push it. The rest of the drive consists of an easy mix between the talk radio show and amicable silence. We arrive without further incidents outside the hospital, and I throw the car into park as Jack unbuckles. Thanks again for the ride. It's Jack's turn to lean over this time as he plants a chaste kiss on my cheek. When's our next lesson? Right now, I say, glancing at the clock, noting we're half an hour early to his shift. Lesson 3. Always be prompt to your dates. And the next lesson? Lesson 4. Read the damn books I gave you. And 5? He asks with an amused grin. If you haven't figured it out, I'm trying to find out when's the next time I can see you. Rule number 5. Don't be so anxious. I grin at him. We'll talk later. By the way, do you need a ride home today? He shakes his head as he slides out of the car. We've got that charity game, so I'll hitch a ride home with Shane. I wait in my car, watching as Jack makes his way into the building. He walks with such confidence it's difficult to look away. He's been inside the building for 2 minutes before I pull away and notice, not half a block later, that his phone must have slipped out of his pocket and landed on my seat. I debate holding on to it for the day, but Jack won't have a way to get a hold of me without his phone. So I turn the car around and pull back into the parking lot. Leaving the car in a 15-minute parking space, I climb out and tell myself this isn't reconnaissance. I'm here only to return a phone. I'm totally not here to scope out Jack's workplace and the new nurse, I tell myself, as I lock the door to my car. Just business. If I run into Caroline on accident, so be it. How are you not soaked through? A female laugh sounds through the door. It's really coming down out there. I freeze behind the office door, pause, and wonder if I should turn right around and head back into the rain to retrieve my car. But Jack's phone burns a hole in my pocket and I press forward. Morning, Caroline, Jack says. Allie gave me a ride. You can always ask me for a ride if you're desperate, she says. We don't live that far apart. I hold my breath, realizing things between these two have progressed further than I expected, which means I have less time than ever to prepare Jack for their first inevitable date. Thanks, but I usually manage. What about after the game tonight? She presses. If you don't have your bike, will you be needing a ride home? No, I'll get Shane to drop me off. He lives in the opposite direction, Caroline says, sounding peppy. It wouldn't be a hassle for me to drop you off. It's fine, really. Speaking of Allie, Caroline chirps, though the conversation has moved well past me already. Are the two of you together? Allie? Jack laughs, though he noticeably doesn't answer. I'm surprised to find that I'm holding my breath. My chest is tight as I wait for his response, which is absolutely ridiculous because I know the answer already. I'm just curious if she'll be at the game today, Caroline says. We are allowed to bring significant others. Oh, well, she won't be there. Jack clears his throat. We're not dating, just friends. Aw, bummer. We could really use more girls on the team. Bring her along sometime. I nearly bite my tongue, wondering what her play is this time. Scouting out her competition? Lucky for her, she's got none. Zip, zero, zilch. The sounds of pens and clipboards and other medical paraphernalia rustling about is probably a sign that they're getting ready to head out of the office. I should probably leave right about now, but for some reason I'm frozen in place. Why? I have no idea. To see if they spontaneously break out into a makeout session? Because my brain has shut down? I'll never know because it's at this point Caroline mumbles goodbye to Jack. The next thing I hear is the sound of rapid footsteps coming around the corner. I should move, but I don't. It's not until the last second that I straighten and attempt to back away. Unfortunately, it's far too late. Caroline's eyes grow wide as she spies me. "Hey there, looking for someone?" I say, trying to decide if she knows I was eavesdropping, or if I made it look like I've just arrived. "I'm here to see Jack. He left his phone in my car this morning. Sorry to interrupt, but I figured he would need it and—" "Oh, you must be Allie!" Caroline gushes, seeming genuine in her exclamation. "The famous Allie." Famous, huh? I glance over her shoulder at Jack. Jack appears then, looking flustered by something. Why he's flustered, I have no clue. I always knew that someday I would have to share Jack with another woman. In fact, I signed up to help that along with this whole romance academy business. So I give him a huge smile and offer him the phone, hoping he can read the happiness I'm struggling to feel for him through my eyes. "In this hospital, you're the only Allie we hear about. Ever. Believe me." Caroline offers a good-natured eye roll. "Dr. Darcy never shuts up about you." That tinkling laugh follows, and I shift my weight from one foot to the other, wondering if this is meant as a good thing or a bad thing. "It's a great thing," Caroline says in a rush. "Don't worry, I feel like I know you already. In fact, I was just asking about you. Wasn't I, Dr. Darcy?" "Oh, really? Interesting." I offer Jack a tight grin, because I definitely wasn't eavesdropping. Jack rolls his eyes in the background. "I was just saying you should come join us for tonight's kickball game," she says, reaching out a hand to squeeze my shoulder. "What do you think?" "Oh, no. No, thank you. That's really sweet of you to ask, but it's a work thing. You guys have fun." "Don't be silly. It's a charity thing. We'd all love to have you." She looks to Jack for support, but he doesn't do more than offer a half-hearted shrug. "Do you have plans tonight?" Caroline waits for me to answer. Her gaze is so piercing I can't help but shake my head no. I don't even know if I actually have plans or not, but she's very convincing. "Great, then it's settled. You'll be on the blue team with Dr. Darcy. I'll move over to the red team, because Jenny and Andrea are sick," she continues, "so they're hurting for women. You'll be with Dr. Darcy." "Dr. Darcy," I mutter, spinning on a heel to face him. "How about that?" "Don't start, Allie," he mutters, raising an eyebrow. "Since when are you athletic?" "I do athletic things. Sports, eating competitions, television marathons." "Tell me the first rule of kickball," Jack insists. Now it's a matter of pride, so I rack my brain for the rules of the game. In reality, I'm no more athletic than a toad, but I pretend otherwise. The only sporting events I've been to are ones where I've been reading a book on the sideline. Jack knows this about me, of course. He knows just about everything about me. "Well," he presses. "Rule number 1. I glare extra hard at him. Kick the ball." "See?" Caroline looks relieved at my comeback. "She'll be a star. We'll see you there around 6, then, Allie. I offered to give Jack a ride, but if you'd rather—" No, I exclaim, waving my hands at her. "You two should ride together. I'll meet you there." "Great. You can give me a ride home," Jack says with a smirk. "So Caroline doesn't have to do it. Or Shane." I'm about to respond when a commotion breaks out behind me, the noises of someone crying out in pain filtering through the hallway. Jack's eyes pull reluctantly away from my face, his forehead crinkling in concern as he catches sight of whatever's happening over my shoulder. What is that sound? I turn around and instantly regret it. Oh no. That's disgusting. That's horrible. I gag and crumble in half. Blood. So much blood. Someone stumbled through the front doors of the hospital, and it looks like he's taken a gunshot wound to the face. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but the fact is the smallest sight of blood makes me queasy. Needless to say, hospitals are not my favorite place, hence the reason I rarely visit Jack at work. I chance a look up, and my world spirals at the sight of bright red dots against antiseptic white linoleum. Black spots swirl around the outer edges of my brain, collapsing in on me, stealing the light and taking me under as I tumble forward. The last thing I mumble is something to the effect of, "Jack." Chapter 6. Allie. "Is he alive?" I slur, my words coming out thick. "Did he die?" "Who?" Caroline's face comes into view, her sweet voice pulling me from my very unflattering sprawl on what appears to be a hospital bed. "How are you feeling, sweetie?" "Did he die?" I struggle to sit up. "The gunshot guy. Blood everywhere." "Oh no, he's—" "Was it a gunshot wound?" I ask. I've never seen anything so horrible before. "Gunshot wound?" Caroline wrinkles her nose. "We haven't seen a gunshot wound here in months. Let me call Dr. Darcy in here. I'm a little worried you hit your head harder than he thought." "Oh, no." I lunge forward and pull Caroline close to me. She smells fruity and bright, like strawberry jello, and I take a sniff. "I like your perfume." Thank you." "Leave Jack out of this," I mumble, sounding highly intoxicated. "Just tell me what happened. Sorry about the whole fainting episode." "Oh, Allie," Caroline titters as she leans forward to confide in me. "Dr. Darcy always says you're hilarious, but I never guessed he actually meant it." "Oh, I'm not hilarious." "You are, and adorable. It's just that Dr. Darcy's so serious. I guess I didn't expect you to be his favorite person." "He's serious, but he's also very nice. And handsome." I squeeze her hand and don't let go. "Don't you think he's handsome?" "The two of you are so funny," Caroline says again, grinning from ear to ear as she disentangles her fingers from mine. "I just love it. Anyway, the man you saw walking in the door is named Carlos. It wasn't a gunshot wound." "What was it?" "Well, Carlos is a nurse here at the hospital. Turns out Shane opened the door for him too fast. Carlos was looking at his phone and walked straight into it. The situation ended with a pretty decent bloody nose. But he's perfectly alive and is already home. In fact, the only reason he came back was for a tissue." "That can't be the same person I saw. There was so much blood. You don't understand." "Sorry, but there are no gunshot wounds here." Caroline shrugs. "But Carlos will be at the game tonight. I'll have to introduce you." "This is—" I hesitate. "So embarrassing." "Stop worrying. Anyway, Dr. Darcy caught you as you hit the floor. He had me wait here with you just in case. He wanted to stay, but he was late already." "I'm fine. Really." I feel my face warming as the situation sinks in from start to finish. "This is really embarrassing." "Don't say that. We've all been there. I fainted during the first operation I watched." "Yeah, but I'm guessing it wasn't a bloody nose." I pinch the bridge of my own nose, thinking mortified would be a great word to describe my state of mind right now. Not only did I make a fool of myself by eavesdropping on Caroline and Jack's potentially first romantic conversation ever, but I got myself invited to their kickball game, almost interrupted their car ride alone time together, and then proceeded to pass out in Jack's arms at the first sight of blood. I don't know why I suspect Caroline and Jack would be a good fit, but it just feels like something I need to encourage. Maybe because she's pretty and perky and sweet, and she's smart and well-adjusted, and basically everything I'm not. Jack's parents would approve of her, whereas they'd never approve of anyone like me. As a kindergarten teacher, I don't quite fit into the Darcy Family Hall of Fame. "I'm sorry," I say again, trying to return to the reason I'd come here in the first place. I should probably skip the game tonight. Too late, she interrupts, shaking a good-natured finger in my direction. I already added your name to the roster. You're stuck with us. I'm still a little woozy. Here. Caroline hands me orange juice and a little lollipop, the kind doctors give out to children for being good sports during shots. This might help. Maybe you didn't eat enough this morning. Oh, I ate plenty, I drawl. In fact, Jack cooked breakfast for 4 and it was only 2 of us. Dr. Darcy cooks? I freeze, watching a smile creep onto Caroline's face. I probably shouldn't have insinuated I'd slept over at Jack's. It's not what you think, I tell her. I was giving him a ride to work and... I pop the sucker into my mouth, for no reason other than it gives me something to do. Are you sure you're feeling up to driving? Caroline asks, as I struggle to my feet and stumble toward my purse. You can rest here for a while longer if you'd like. I'm good, I say, collapsing against the doorframe. I'm really, really great, thanks. Okay, well, I have to get to work, so I suppose we'll see you tonight? I nod, and then conclude with the dumbest finger wave known to man. Caroline probably thinks I'm a few Fruit Loops short of a box. It's highly likely she assumes that Jack Darcy only spends time with me because I'm a charity case. Or maybe it's because I'm a weird medical mystery and he wants to research me with that big, fat, super smart brain of his. I'm sure I'm an anomaly. I make my way out of the hospital, one hand shielding my eyes to avoid any future run-ins with blood. I make it through the front doors after bumping into no less than 7 door frames along the way, but I haven't fainted, which makes this journey a stunning success. When I reach the outdoors, however, my success is short-lived. I glance around, searching for my car. I have my phone and keys in my purse, but the car that matches the keys has vanished. Just saw them tow something that might have belonged to you, an old, creaky-looking guard says from behind me. Black Nissan? No! Seriously? I mean, yes, that's mine. I clutch my keys and furiously press the alarm button in hopes my horn will go berserk. I don't have time to have my car impounded. I parked in a 30-minute parking spot. You parked in a 15-minute slot, and it had been there for nearly an hour. He sizes me up. Did you lose track of time? I guess you could say that. I glance at my phone, unfortunately confirming the accusations. Well, shit. I pause, thinking for a moment, and scroll through my contacts. I instantly think of calling Jack, but that won't do a whole lot, seeing as he's working here and his motorcycle is at home. I thumb through my phone book to the next best option, hit dial, and wait for the one person to answer who I know will not let me down. Dad? I say once he picks up. Say, a weird thing happened today. What'd you do this time? What'd I do? I wish you had more faith in me, I say, cringing because I know what's coming next. I'm just calling to say hello. Hello, and... I let out a sigh of frustration. I'm sorry. I'll call more often. What do you need, honey? I got towed at the hospital. Long story. Good. You can tell us about it over tea. Tea? I shake my head, then realize my dad can't see that. You're not bribing me. Forget it. I'll walk home. I'm on my way, Pumpkin. Don't you dare move. Dad! I'm not sitting through high tea alone, honey. Are you taking me hostage? I'll pay the impound fees on your vehicle and give you a ride. I bite my lip. The offer is a good one, and he knows it. Fine, you have a deal. But I can't stay long because I have a game tonight. What kind of game, bingo? Dad, come on, I know sports. What's your favorite sport? I hesitate. One with the ball. See you soon, Pumpkin. By the way, it's the Darcys today. I'm reneging on our deal. Too late. Chapter 7. Allie. It's so good to see you. Mrs. William Darcy forces a smile. It's been too long, Allie. It has, I agree out loud, but inside I'm vehemently disagreeing. It hasn't been long enough. How are you? She studies my appearance, her beady eyes drinking in my disheveled clothing and wild-looking hair. After all, I basically swept the hospital floor with my ponytail when I fainted, and I haven't had time to shower since this morning, thanks to my father holding me hostage for my mother's tea date this afternoon. Oh, you know, she says eventually, dismissing me with a flick of her fingers. I'm ever so busy. Just last week I flew to Paris for a conference, and no sooner did I return than the Russians wanted an in-person update from the research team. So, she sighs heavily. I jetted off to Moscow for 24 hours. Needless to say, my work here has been left in shambles. Now, dear, don't exaggerate. William Darcy smiles at his wife, preening as his eyes skim over her svelte form. The sharp white suit she's wearing probably costs more than a month's worth of my salary. Her work is a ravishing success. In fact, she's receiving one of the most prestigious awards in the industry in a few weeks. Congratulations, my dad murmurs, as my mother raises her eyebrows and gives her own fake smile back. That's incredible, William. You're a very lucky man. William Darcy leans back in his chair and barks a laugh while his wife pretends not to hear. Meanwhile, I struggle not to roll my eyes. All of this, the afternoon high tea, the awards, the travel dossier, it makes no sense to me. But the posturing is as much a part of their lives as breathing. It's as if they can't turn it off, this parading around of accomplishments. My father is the only exception at this table. He's the only non-doctor aside from me. My mother is a neurology specialist, while both of Jack's parents are researchers at the top of their respective medical fields. How is your work, Franklin? William asks. Keeping the kids in shape these days? My dad goes by Frank. The only people to ever call him Franklin are Mr. and Mrs. Darcy. Somehow, the pair seem to think that my dad's choice in career as a law professor at one of the state's most esteemed universities is subpar, as if he's an underachiever of some sort, which is laughable. I can only imagine what they think of my choice in career. It's fine, he says, going very well. Thanks for asking. What are you working on? Mrs. Darcy presses. Are you part of the new legislation about equality in the workforce for women? My dad frowns. No, I'm focused on teaching. A mighty job, Mr. Darcy roars, looking pleased as he slings his arm around his wife's chair. Somebody's got to teach the next wave of ambulance chasers. Isn't that right, Franklin? Kathleen Darcy exhales sharply, as if my father's answer is a personal attack on her. It's very important, Franklin. Women in the workforce. I know it's important, Kathy. My dad interrupts. I have a daughter in the workforce, after all. I want nothing more than equal rights for her. Yes, but... Kathleen glances over at me once more, her eyes flicking to a strand of hair that's come loose beside my face. Then, in a whisper that's loud enough for everyone to hear, she murmurs to my parents, Can we really call Allie's job a career? She wipes children's noses for a living. Actually, that's not what I do. I start, before deciding the breath isn't worth the argument. I've explained what a kindergarten teacher does too many times to count, and it just doesn't sink into the Darcys' minds. Maybe their IQs are too high. You're right, I say, heavy on the sarcasm. Teaching the youth of our nation is not important. Oh, Allie, of course that's not what my wife meant, Mr. Darcy says. She's just saying that as a career, there's not much room for advancement. That's also not true, I murmur, and then stop, reminding myself to spare the air. My mother has a look of murder on her face, so I shut up for good. I decide that reaching for a macaron and shoving it in my mouth is a much better way to spend my next few minutes on this earth. I don't care what the Darcys think of me, but my mother sure does. Allie's got a lot going for her. She's relatively young, quite attractive, Kathleen begins, William, can you think of any men in the club who are looking for an engagement? I hold up my half-eaten macaron. Excuse me? The club is an excellent place to find a husband, William says with a beaming smile. You'll make some man very happy, and he'll be able to provide for you. We have lots of families with excellent breeding at the club. What are they, dogs? I blurt out. My mother doesn't look pleased at this, but I don't much care. I hold my tongue around the Darcy duo plenty for her. There's a reason why Jack and I stay as far away from our parents as possible. I'm not interested in breeding or engaging in anything. Kathleen winks at my mother. I thought the same thing too at her age. And then I met William. My mother diverts the conversation with a story about how she met my father. Meanwhile, I focus on mashing a finger sandwich to bits on my plate. My father watches in amusement, and it's only when my mother shakes her head at me that I toss a napkin over it. This is the reason that Jack and I bonded. Our mutual dislike of this lifestyle. Spending time with our parental units is always the same. The Darcys want to show off their highfalutin careers, while my mother is desperate to keep up with the Darcys. My dad is like me. He's a little better at keeping his mouth shut than I am, but only because he's had years more practice. He and I tend to look at these events much like we'd watch a circus. Enter Jack Darcy. He's 5 years older than me, so I can say I've known him since the day I was born. We grew up together and mutually decided we wanted to be polar opposites of our parents. It became our quest, our mission to have normal lives and fulfilling careers. It's only the bonds of family that keep us tied to these social obligations. By the time my mother has wrapped up her story, I've worked myself into a bit of a grumpy mood. I'm feeling disgruntled about everything. Not only does everyone think I have a dud of a career, but they think I need a husband to fix things. The kicker is that while I love my career, I wouldn't mind a relationship. And I'm failing at that, too. You know, getting married isn't everything, I say as my mother finishes her story. I'm happy with my career. I'm happy being single. Nobody said you weren't happy, William soothes, ever the peacemaker. We just want what's best for you, Allie. We've known you since the day you were born. We're like family. We'd do the same for our own son, Kathleen says with a nod. We want what's best for the both of you. After all, the two of you are like siblings. I wrinkle my nose, thinking it feels odd to hear Jack's mom talk about us being as close as brother and sister. At least, it's odd after the thoughts I was having about Jack and his very dazzling abdomen this morning. Sorry. We can ask around at the club. William looks over my head to my father, as if he's arranging a business deal. What do you say, Franklin? I think Allie is capable of finding someone for herself, my father says with a sardonic smile. If she so chooses. If she chooses? My mother glares pointedly at me. Of course she'll choose someone. She can't live the rest of her life on a teacher's salary. Dad's a teacher, I say, balling my napkin into my hands. I mean, a really ritzy sort of teacher, but still. I do just fine for myself. I like my life. Honey, you live in a one-bedroom apartment with yellow walls. So what, Mom? I'm happy there. If Allie's happy, I vote we let her live her life and stay happy. Isn't that what parents want for their children? My father asks with a wink in my direction. How is Jack doing, by the way? Just as handsome as always? Yep, I respond automatically in my mind. Just as handsome as always. Not that anyone in this room cares about my opinion. I opt to sit back and get my fill of finger sandwiches. The Darcy family is paying, and it's my small way of rebelling. Jack is doing well, Mrs. Darcy says. I have a feeling doors will be opening for him in the research field soon. Research? I blurt out. But he likes the hospital work. I tried to stay out of this, but defending Jack comes naturally to me. We've always had each other's backs. He got into medicine to save lives, not work in a lab. At my mother's horrified look, I quickly add, his words, not mine. That's our boy, William says with a good-natured grimace. Stubborn, just like his old man, I suppose. No matter. He'll find a wife soon and she'll whip him into shape, just like Kathleen did for me. As a matter of fact, we have the perfect date selected for him. What are you talking about? I mumble around a mouthful of sandwich. A date for what? Well, as I mentioned, my wife is receiving an award, and we expect Jack to come to the gala in support of her. Of course, he'll need an appropriate companion for such an evening. Naturally, I drawl, and my father bows his head to hide a smile. Underneath the table, I see my mother's foot snake out and stomp on my father's toe. All may look perfect on the outside at Casa Jenkins, but underneath the surface, we're a mess. If the Darcys only knew the truth, they might not invite us to their precious club any longer. And who is this woman? I follow up once I've swallowed my food. Does Jack know about her? He will, Mr. Darcy says. In fact, I think both of you know her. Sandra Swank. You're setting Jack up with Sandra? I gawk at the pair of them. Sandra Swank was a fancy-pants witch who'd asked Jack to prom. Why? It didn't work last time you did that. Sandra spent the whole night making out with Billy Friedman. They were children last time and didn't know any better, Kathleen says. Sandra made a mistake. This isn't prom. This is part of an adult engagement. You are throwing engagement around a hell of a lot, I say, and earn a dagger-filled glare from my mother. Have you really not considered letting us live our own lives? I look around, mystified. Jack is a doctor, for crying out loud. He's got his shit figured out. He doesn't need you setting up his life. It's more like we're helping along the courting process, Kathleen says, her voice quiet and sharp. The tone it takes on when she's getting her way no matter what anyone says next. He's old enough to find a wife. I know. I'm helping him. Excuse me? I'm helping him, I say. I thought of setting him up with a woman at the hospital, so I've been coaching him on how to have a great date. Nobody at the table looks amused, including my father. What? I spread my arms. It's good for him. And the woman's name is Caroline, and she's a nurse. A nurse? Kathleen scrunches up her face. But our Jack needs someone who challenges him mentally. My stomach is roiling at their response, and I don't even know Caroline. All I know is that she seems incredibly sweet and intelligent. I also know that if this is their opinion of nurses, their opinion of me must be even lower. He'll go with Sandra, William says, putting an end to the matter. She comes from excellent parents and is on track to complete her residency this fall. They can marry next spring and then have children the year after. I've got to leave, I say. I have a thing. A thing, my mother says, watching as I kick my chair back. What sort of thing? A kickball thing. Since when have you taken up sports? William asks. I've always seen you as the bookworm type. Didn't have an athletic bone in your body when you were younger. Gee whiz, thank you, I say, taking 2 sandwiches for the road. Their opinion of me can't get any lower anyway, so I might as well take the free food. After all, I am on a teacher's salary, as they've so kindly pointed out. I'll let Jack know you say hello. Good luck with your, engagement talk. Oh dear, 1 second. Kathleen holds a finger up. You mentioned dogs earlier, and I had a favor to ask you. A sense of dread creeps in as I say, yes? Our sitter is out of town the week after the gala. Would you mind substituting for our poodle nanny? Dog sitting? It's not the idea of dog sitting that's offensive to me. I happen to love dogs quite a bit, even the Darcy poodles. It's the fact that they think of me in the same breath as their dogs, but not their son. Charming. The poodles, well, they know you. Of course we'll pay. Let us know how much you need to make ends meet. I'm making ends meet already, I say. But I'll do it. Just email me the details or whatever. Great. I'll contact you to set up time for an orientation beforehand. Orientation? I wince. What sort of orientation? The poodles require impeccable care, Kathleen says with a tilt of her nose. Our groomer is in Paris, our trainer in Germany, and our normal poodle nanny is British. They are the highest quality of dogs. Of course they are, I mutter. I don't know if I can... I'll leave a check for $5,000 on the counter, William says. Will that suffice for a week? Well, in that case, I'll be there. Trying to sound chipper, I pop a pink macaron into my mouth and flounce away from the table. My car's still impounded, but the club is close enough to my parents' house to walk. As I stroll outside, the beautiful summer day warming my bare shoulders, I turn over the tea time conversation in my mind. There's not much of it that makes me happy, and I wonder if I shouldn't have sold out for $5,000 to be a poodle nanny. Then I remember I have an impounded car, a one-bedroom apartment with a broken couch, and student debt that needs paying. Also, when that impounded car comes back, I should get the battery, brakes, and transmission replaced. Basically, I need the money. There's not a whole lot I wouldn't do for $5,000 besides break the law or sell my body. In the end, I decide that watching a pair of finicky poodles is the least of my problems. Also among my problems is now the worry about Sandra Swank. I should probably tell Jack that his parents are planning on parading him around the club like a show poodle. I only wish the thought didn't squish my heart so much that it hurt. When the day comes, it'll be hard to give my time with Jack up to anyone else. But it would be hardest of all to see him married to a woman he didn't love. With renewed vigor, I decide to ramp Romance Academy up to the next level. Jack needs to fall in love before the gala. I might not want to see him married, but he can't marry Sandra Swank. Chapter 8. Allie. Kickball rule number 2. Don't play if you can't aim. He has, a lot of aggression to get out. Caroline crosses her arms over a bright red shirt with the words Kickballers scrolled across it. Should I be concerned? He's always been good at sports, I say with a shake of my head. Unfairly so. We watch as Jack warms up with someone he calls Shane. The two men are pelting the ball at each other and catching it. To me, it looks more like a war zone than a fun activity. That's why I've chosen to stay far away on the sidelines and utilize my time to get to know Caroline. How long have you worked at the hospital? A few months, she says. It feels like longer. Jack's looking good out there, isn't he? I wink at her. He's a really nice guy. Mm-hmm. Are you single? I am, Caroline says slowly. And I'm also not looking. Is it because he's a little awkward to get to know? We're working on that. No, I'm just not looking in general. That's the best time to fall in love, or so they say. I give a crusty laugh. Not that I'd know. Yeah, but not with a coworker, she says, swishing her long blonde hair behind her back. I'm focused on the new job. Anyway, how long have you known Dr. Darcy? My parents say since the day I was born, I tell her. But I think that's a lie. I can't imagine they would have brought Jack to the hospital. So maybe since I was a week old? She smirks. You grew up together? Oh yeah, we did everything together. I know him well. Anything you need to know, just ask. That's cute. What? The way you say we. Caroline wiggles her eyebrows at me. I thought you two were married. Me and Jack? I shake my head and roll my eyes all at once, which is a bad idea. By the time I manage to stare straight forward again, I'm dizzy. Nah, that's not going to happen. Why? I'm interrupted by the high-pitched whistle that means Jack's trying to get my attention. What does he want now? Jack waves for me to join him, so grudgingly, I bid goodbye to Caroline and stand up. This conversation isn't over, I tell her with a smile. I'll let Jack know you say hi. No, that's okay. Caroline waves me off. But at the last second, she stops. Whatever, sure. With this, I march over to Jack and the rest of the blue team. The captain is trying to give us the starting lineup for the game, but I figure they'll tell me when it's my turn, so I don't pay much attention, and instead choose to whisper to Jack. Caroline's looking mighty pretty today, don't you think? I lean against Jack and nudge him with my elbow. She says hello. Why should she say hello? He frowns as he glances in her direction. We drove here together. I just talked to her. I exhale. She's flirting. You back there, new girl. The team captain points to me. You're going to be up after Darcy, okay? Nah, put me last, please, I squeak out, sinking into the background. I don't actually want to play. I'm just a warm body to pad your lineup. We alternate guys and girls. You're up after Jack. I hope they know I'm horrible, I whisper to Jack. Did you warn them? I warned you not to come here. You hate sports. You're not making me feel very welcome. I pull Jack away from the group. I'm here because I'm your coach. You asked me to help you fall in love, so I have to monitor your behaviors and give you pointers. And this? I wave my finger around in front of his body. This is a bad attitude, Mr. Darcy. Dr. Darcy, he corrects. Work function. Well, Dr. Darcy, maybe you wouldn't be so snippy with me if you knew the full picture. What picture? Jack's hand snakes out and wraps around my wrist. What aren't you telling me, Allie? I'm too busy staring at his hand on mine to answer right away. He's got this grip that's powerful, possessive, and I sort of like that he's using it on me, even if he's just trying to get at my secrets. Allie, he murmurs, his voice dropping into that low register, a secretive rumble that sends a flutter through my stomach. What news? This whole romance academy thing, I hesitate. It's more urgent than ever that you find someone. Why? Because your mom has this awards ceremony, and she and your father are preparing to set you up with an awful date. How do you know it's awful? Sandra Swank. Jack's lips purse, and there's a flash of something dark that fills his eyes before he pushes it away and, as usual, remains emotionless on the surface. I'm not going anywhere with Sandra Swank. The way your parents are talking, it doesn't sound like you have a choice. Look, I think it's messed up. They were talking about falling in love like, I don't know, breeding dogs or something. It was weird. Why were you talking to them about... He clears his throat. My love life. I got roped into a tea party with them at the club. I gestured to my car behind us in the parking lot. My dad said he'd pay the impound fee if I sat through it with him. I sat through it, and he got my car back. You got towed from the hospital? Jack's eyes, formerly dark, lightened. Because you ran after me to deliver my phone? And then proceeded to make a fool of myself and sweep the floor with my hair? Yes, I remember what happened. You know, except for the part where I blacked out. I would have paid your fee, Allie. You didn't have to. I'm fine. I'm glad I sat through the stupid afternoon tea with them. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have heard them talking about pairing you up, and I wouldn't have been able to warn you. You didn't have to. I shake my head, a sardonic grin on my face. You always have my back. I have yours. Consider us even. I mean it. You didn't have to. I might not even be in town for my mother's award. When is it? A few weeks out, but hold on. Where will you be?
I meant to tell you, but I haven't had the opportunity yet, and... You're up, Doc Darcy!
The man who'd been playing ball with Jack before the game hollered across the kickball field.
We've got 2 outs. Don't fuck it up.
Hold on a second. That man is really annoying, I say, turning back to Jack after yelling to the captain. He needs a chill pill, and you need to tell me what's going on.
Shane's the best neurosurgeon on the West Coast,
Jack says, an amused smile playing at his lips.
He's allowed to be an ass.
I don't care about him. I care about what you were going to say.
It's just that something came up. Darcy, get your ass over here. If they pitch and you're not at the plate, it's an automatic out. 1 second.
Jack squeezes my arm in sympathy before releasing it.
I'll be right back.
He marches to his place as kicker, looking like a college football star. Several ladies out for a stroll turn to stare as he rubs his hands together and eyes Caroline, the pitcher, with intense concentration. Feeling sullen, I drag myself back to the blue team's bench and watch as Caroline throws the first roll.
What is that piece of shit?
Shane yells at Caroline while the ball bounces on an erratic trajectory toward the plate.
Keep the damn ball on the ground.
Caroline cringes, waves an apology to Jack and Shane.
It was an accident,
I murmur underneath my breath as the Shane strolls by.
Take a chill pill. Do you even work here?
The hotshot neurosurgeon stops in front of me.
If I recall, you're the chick coasting in with Darcy. What is it you do?
School nurse. I'm a kindergarten teacher.
Exactly.
He snorts, then stomps off to the side.
Nail this one, Darcy. Don't be a pussy.
That's rude. I stand up, storming in front of him. Do this whole team a favor and pull the stick out of your ass, please.
Jack, get your girlfriend under control, will you?
I'm not his girlfriend. The captain twirls to face Jack, and I catch the name on the back of his shirt. Diamond. He turns back around, smirking at me.
Well, if you know what's best for you, sweetheart, you might try harder to make him your boyfriend.
What is that supposed to mean?
I'm telling you that...
Dr. Diamond is cut off mid-sentence by a collective gasp from the crowd. I freeze, halfway into telling Dr. Diamond what I think of his lousy attitude, when the wail begins. As I turn, I catch Jack muttering a particularly vulgar stream of expletives. He seems stuck in place at home plate, though the ball is nowhere to be seen.
Run, Darcy! Dr. Diamond yells. That's a fair ball!
My stomach sinks as I finally catch sight of the scene that has everyone stopped cold. Oh, shit! Caroline! Jack turns to look at me, a horrified expression on his face. For being a quick-thinking doctor, he's not always the fastest to react under normal circumstances. Go to her! I yell, ignoring Dr. Diamond's calls for a home run. Until I can't ignore Doc Diamond anymore because he's screaming in my ear. Finally, I turn to face him. Don't be an asshole! There's an injured woman out there! Then I leave his side and jog over to check on Caroline and slap some sense into Jack.
Did you just call Dr. Diamond an asshole?
Jack mutters as we reach Caroline at the same time.
Do you know who he is? He's the leading...
I don't care what he does for a living. He's a jerk, I say, kneeling down. Caroline, are you okay? Her eyes blink open and she forces a smile. Her hands cover her face, and tears, probably a reaction from the pain, as she attempts to sit up, but fails and retreats back to the ground. I'm fine. It hurts, but I'll be okay. Really. Jack, what did you do? I turn to face Jack, who's staring at Caroline as if she's a broken doll, and he has no clue if she can be fixed. What happened?
I kicked the ball,
he begins, and then trails off.
It happened so fast.
You hit Caroline in the face with a kickball? I smack his arm. Seriously, Jack, you could have aimed anywhere in the world except at Caroline's face. Let's see, honey. Can you move your hands so Jack can look at the damage? Caroline gives a slight shake of her head. It's bleeding, and if you're worried about earlier, I'm fine, I tell her. You're surrounded by doctors here. Let someone take a look. Okay, she says, with a fleeting look of dismay at me. But Jack gently reaches for her hands, and that's when I catch sight of it. It wasn't obvious before because Caroline's shirt was bright red, and I had only focused on her face. A crowd has formed around us now, however, and someone points out the stain on her clothing. As Caroline lowers her hands, everything happens at once. Her eyes have already started blackening above the nose, and underneath there's blood everywhere. It's dripping from her nose, down her shirt, pooling in a small puddle to the side of her cheek.
Let's sit you up, Jack says. We need to get you... Shit! Allie?
The black stars dance in mean little circles around my skull, and I sway against Jack, against the crowd, against the asphalt beneath my feet. I clutch for something, someone, but it's too late. That damn blood is knocking me out once again, and I can't do anything about it. Jack, I whisper, and then crumble forward onto Caroline.
Chapter 9. Jack Darcy. Well, I've done it. I've set the record for the world's most awful man. Because of me, one of my coworkers now has a broken nose. Other than some slight pain, Caroline has insisted she's fine. She's accepted my profuse apologies with a wave of her hand and demanded I not feel bad about the accident. Allie, on the other hand, is struggling. Then again, she did have a tough day. She fainted not once, but twice, sat through a torturous afternoon of tea with our parents, and had her car impounded. But the cherry on top of this disastrous Sunday? She's made an enemy of the region's most prestigious neurosurgeon. This day, right here, is why I keep business and pleasure separate. Allie and Caroline are now resting next to each other on matching hospital beds. The kickball park was only a few miles away, and it was easiest for me to pop back to the hospital while Allie was revived and someone saw to Caroline's nose. I'm going to take off, Caroline says, straightening up in bed, then climbing down and joining my side. It looks like Allie is getting more coherent, and maybe you can drive her back tonight? Of course. I'm so sorry again. If there's anything I can do... I follow Caroline as she moves to the edge of the room. Her eyes are black, there's a massive bandage over her nose, and I feel like a monster. I didn't aim for you, I swear. The ball came off my foot, and it's a sport. People get injured. Caroline gives me the thumbs up. I look pretty cool, don't you think? Badass, I agree, though it doesn't make me feel any better. If you want a few days off, I'm sure we can arrange something. I don't work again until Thursday. I'll be fine by then. Stop worrying, Dr. Darcy. Jack. Dr. Darcy, she says with a wink. Tell Allie I hope she feels better. As if on cue, Allie rolls over. What the hell happened to her? Well, I approach her bed, torn in half by the cute twinkle of blue in her eyes. She's got the most innocent expression in the world when she wakes. It never lasts more than a few minutes, but those are some of the minutes I cherish most. And me? She adds. What am I doing here? Again? Which part should I start with? The part where I accidentally nailed Caroline in the face with a kickball? Or the part where you collapsed on her afterward? Yeah. Gee, we're quite the team. Allie pushes herself into a sitting position. Her face is quite miserable looking. I'm an idiot. No, I'm the idiot. Yeah, Allie says, brushing a piece of hair out of her eyes. I guess you are. Rule number 5. No smoking pretty girls in the face with kickballs. I think that should go without saying.
One would think,
she says with a shy smile.
Just tell me you didn't aim for her face.
Hell no. I would never.
I know. That brings me to rule number 6. Don't play kickball with pretty girls if you can't aim for shit.
I will make a note of that. I tap the pen tucked into the clipboard I'm still holding. I don't know why I'm holding it. To give my hand something to do, I suppose, while Allie was out cold. How do you feel?
Embarrassed.
I meant...
I'm fine. How's Caroline?
She just walked out of here. I thumb over my shoulder at the door. Believe it or not, she looks better than you.
That's not saying much. She looks like a raccoon, poor thing. You really nailed her hard.
Phrasing.
You really kicked the ball hard, she corrects with a light laugh. Will she recover 100%?
Absolutely. Doctor said it was a slight break, but nothing to worry about. She'll be good as new in no time.
Well, I suppose that could make for a cute first date story.
Allie?
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
She hesitates, running a hand across her forehead as she sways slightly in bed.
I just want to see you happy. You asked me for help, and I want to make good on my promise.
I sit on the bed next to her and rest a hand on her knee. I asked you for help learning how to date properly. The rest, happiness, love, whatever goes along with it, is up to me. She thinks on this for a moment, her lips turning into a sweet little pout. Eventually, she nods and covers my hand with hers.
That's pretty deep, Dr. Darcy.
Speaking of deep, she continues, completely unaware that the way she's resting her hand on mine is sending my pulse skyrocketing.
I hope I didn't get you into too much trouble with Dr. Douchebag.
Dr. Diamond? I hide a smile, wondering if she'd read my mind. No, it's fine.
That's all you've got? That it's fine?
Why do you sound so surprised?
I just thought...
She hesitates, her fingers squeezing on top of mine.
I thought I'd get a lecture. You know,
this is why I keep business and pleasure separate, she says, dropping her voice to a low register and imitating me.
I am really sorry I flew off the handle at him. He was just such a
jerk, I know, I say. What comes next surprises both Allie and me. Thank you. Her eyes peek out from under those pretty lashes.
What did you just say?
I said thank you. Again, this is alarming to both of us, and her eyebrow crooks upward as I continue. I appreciate you watching my back. I had it on the tip of my tongue to give her the very speech she'd anticipated. So this change in action has me wondering what's come over me. A combination of things, I suppose. Mostly the realization that Allie might be the only friend I have in this world who'd go to bat for me against Dr. Diamond. I thought it was sweet, I tell her, squeezing her hand back. And I know everybody else is thinking he deserved it too.
It's nothing you wouldn't have done for me.
Maybe not, but still, I appreciate it. I also appreciate you warning me about the date for my mother's award.
Jack!
She sits up straighter, her eyes fixing on me.
Don't tell me you thought I forgot.
Forgot what?
What were you going to tell me during the game? About you not being in town for it to matter.
Oh, it's nothing, Allie. We can talk about it later. I shake my head, suddenly reluctant to tell her about the phone call I'd received today over my lunch break. Let's talk about it next week over Sunday dinner. It's really not important, and...
Jack William Darcy.
Whenever she uses my full name, it means she's pulling out all the stops to get my attention.
Don't you dare keep secrets from me.
She begins to withdraw her hand from mine, so I flip mine upside down and hold her palm tight. Her eyes follow the movement, her lips parting slightly as she catches sight of our locked fingers. She's not the only one who's caught off guard by my movement. But it just feels right, especially with the news that's about to follow. I accepted a job interview today.
That's great! Where? When?
Allie shakes her head, looking dazed. When do you start? What will you be doing? I didn't know you were looking. Are you keeping secrets from me? Don't start keeping secrets from me. That's how friendships start to fail. Before you know it, we'll only be talking once per day, then once per week, and then once per month, and then I'll sink into a deep depression. This is why we're friends. For all of my logical, straightforward thinking, Allie is a bundle of feelings and emotions and heart. Where I would look at this information like a critical piece of news to process and digest, she reacts with gusto. Her fingers squeeze mine so hard, I have to disentangle them before she puts me out of work for good. I said job interview. Yeah, but that's a formality. She gives the biggest eye roll of all time. I mean, you're a doctor, Jack Darcy. Who wouldn't hire you? Since when are you aware of my credentials? Come on, you're the hottest doctor on the market. I raise one eyebrow. Come on, look at you. Allie scowls. I didn't mean hot. I mean, forget it. That's not even remotely close to true, but everyone loves working with you, and how could you even know that? I try not to sound quizzical, but I'm genuinely curious as to how Allie formulated her assessment. You've never seen me work. I see how much people look up to you. I mean, even at the kickball game. Didn't you notice that even though Dr. Diamond claimed the captain spot for himself, everyone looked to you for the starting lineup? No. Come on, Jack. Dr. Douchebag might think he's the captain, but it's you who everyone respects. It's you who everyone wants on their team. She blinks, shakes her head, and gives a soft smile. Any person, any hospital, any... What the hell did you apply for anyway? I didn't apply, they called me. Exactly. She nods as if this proves her point. They want you because you're the full package, and obviously word is spread throughout the state about you. My chest constricts at this, at Allie's unfounded yet unceasing belief in me. Surely she just said it to be nice and encouraging. Yet the fact that she seems to mean it is the part that matters. I find it surprisingly difficult to breathe as I drop the other shoe. They were calling to offer me a position as the head of a new research department. A promotion, technically, I tell her. The hospital is in Florida. Florida? She looks mystified, as if the very thought of Florida is a confusing one. Florida? The 27th state? The peninsula at the bottom of our country? Home to Disney World? Florida. The thought still seems to boggle her mind. Are you seriously thinking of moving to Florida? Allie, it's just... They say it's crazy down there. There are alligators and bugs, big bugs, and snowbirds, whatever the hell those are, and there are... I frown. People who spend winters in... Florida, she gasps. And this time, it's a statement. When do you start? Why didn't you warn me? This is all so sudden. Who will eat Sunday night Chinese food with me? I'm going to die of starvation. Jack, you can't do this to me. She pauses, swallows, holding up a finger for me to stay quiet. But I'm very happy for you. It's just a phone interview. Hold on a second. Why didn't you just say that? I did, but... I trail off, thinking I probably shouldn't have told Allie all of this, just after she'd woken up from her second bout of unconsciousness in one day. She's looking a little peaked, and I'm worried she'll slip away into another dead faint if I don't do something to assuage her fears. Jack, that's... She clears her throat, struggling to put on a smile. That's really great. I mean it. Look, I wasn't out job hunting. I would have told you if I had been. You know that. I tell you everything. Just about everything, I correct in my head. I can't tell her everything because if I did, she'd know that the feel of her hand in mine is so right. Too right. It has me aching for more. Well, I suppose that makes me feel better. She glances up, And now that the news has had a few moments to sink in, the smile on her face is genuine.
Tell me more. I'm really excited for you, Jack. How do you feel?
How do I feel?
Has it seriously not occurred to you to think about how this makes you feel?
I give a subtle shake of my head. It's work, business. It doesn't matter how I feel. It does matter that it's a great opportunity. I'll be doing important research, and
I thought you didn't want to do research. I thought you got into medicine to help people.
Research is helping people. It's critically important to the advancement of medicine.
I know, I understand that. I just thought you liked being hands-on with patients.
I do, but this is a great opportunity.
You really haven't thought about your feelings,
she says with a half smirk on her face.
Do you even want this job, Jack?
I accepted the job interview.
But is it what you want?
It's the natural next step in my career, and I think...
That's not what I asked. Your parents would want you to take it.
She squeezes my forearm as her fingers pull gently, sweetly over my skin.
Is it what you want?
It's a damn phone interview. I stand up, shocking Allie with my outburst. I am just telling you the facts. That's it. I don't know how I feel.
I'm sorry, she says. I was just...
It's a good opportunity, I say emphatically. I accepted the phone interview. That's it. It doesn't mean I even got the job.
Okay, Dr. Psycho. I was just looking out for you.
She raises her hands in surrender.
It's probably time for me to get going.
Allie, wait. She struggles to stand, her legs wobbling like a baby fawn searching for its first step. I stop my pacing and reach for her, sliding my arms around her waist as hers come up and around my neck. I slide my other arm under her legs, scooping her into an embrace across my chest before she can take another spill and crack her head against the ground for a third time today. The only problem is that her head rests against my chest, and her fingers inch tighter around my neck. I lean over the bed to drop her back on it, but she doesn't let go of me, and short of my peeling her hands from behind my head, she's stuck to me. Are you okay? I ask gently. I already feel like I've taken over the role of Dr. Douchebag. I'm sorry, Allie. It's been a long day, and I have a lot to think about. I didn't mean to snap. The soft sound of a sniffle rises to my ears, and this stuns me. Allie is not a crier. I can count the number of times she's cried in front of me on one hand. The first time was when her dog died, when she was 7 years old. The last time was when a student in her class had been diagnosed with cancer 2 years back. Needless to say, it takes a lot to make Allie cry. I sit on the bed, my heart breaking in half as I cradle her against me. Another sniff follows the first, and then the hot wetness of tears against my shirt signals that I've officially taken over the title of Dr. Douchebag. I've made Allie cry. I don't think I've ever disliked myself more, and I have been in many painfully awkward and uncomfortable situations, particularly with women. Yet this one takes the cake. I am so sorry, Allie. I didn't mean to make you cry. Please stop crying. I don't know what to do. A big sniffle interrupts me as she clings to my chest. Just let me hang out here for a minute, she says in a warbly voice. I'm emotionally sensitive today. Is it? Don't you dare ask me if I'm on my period, Jack Darcy, she snaps. I just learned that my best friend, my oldest friend, my Chinese food eating partner in crime, might be moving to the penis of America. I am allowed a few tears. I don't know where to start, or what to say about that. I personally have no problems with the state of Florida, and I'm pretty sure that Allie doesn't either, save for the fact that she sees it as the place on earth that's stealing me away from her. So I let her cling to me, and I let her tears fall against my chest. Thankfully, it's not one of those shoulder-heaving, wear her eye sockets out sort of cry. It's more of an angry sniffle. And this gives me hope that I'll be able to pull her out of it. I swear it's just a phone interview, Allie. I think you might be overreacting. I haven't even been offered a job yet, let alone accepted it.
So you might not go?
I probably won't go. There are a lot of logistics to be worked out before that's even an option.
Like what?
Like a series of interviews that's likely to take months. It's a new position they're looking to create, not one they're rushing to backfill. I wouldn't even start until October, and that's if everyone likes me, and if I'm qualified.
Of course people will like you. Of course you're qualified, she retorts. You're Jack Darcy.
All I meant when I said I wouldn't be around for my mother's awards ceremony is that I may have interviews that week or be out of town.
Looking for places to live in your new stupid state.
Allie.
Sorry,
she says, finally calming her breathing and wiggling from my arms. Once she's sitting on the bed, she wipes her eyes and forces her gaze to meet mine.
I'm just surprised you're looking.
I told you I wasn't.
You wouldn't have accepted the interview if you weren't interested,
she says with a sardonic smile.
Over the last 27 years, if I've learned one thing, it's that Jack Darcy doesn't do anything he doesn't want to do.
I tilt my head to the side, the pressure on my chest lifting slightly at the sight of the smile on her face. It's a good business decision to go through with the interview. It's a fantastic opportunity.
Why?
She shakes her head, her eyes sparkling from leftover tears.
What makes you want to leave all of this?
Her arms spread wide, and I survey the hospital around me. I know she doesn't mean this room, this facility, this salary and career. She means this life, everything I've built up for the last 32 years. It's not that I want to leave this, I say, leaning on the last word heavily. Or you. But I've been here for all of my career so far. I'm good at my job. If I want to advance,
you could advance right here if you wanted to, she says. I know it's a great opportunity, but what else is there for you?
I don't know, Allie, I tell her, struggling to keep my voice even. It rises slightly, and I'm well aware she's pushing my buttons. New opportunities, new experiences, a new place to live. I've always been here, in our little bubble.
Is our little bubble not good enough?
Her voice is a quiet search, her eyes watching mine for an answer. I can't give her one. Not an honest, satisfactory answer. Anything I tell her will be a lie. The truth is, I've come to suspect my dating issues stem partly from my relationship with Allie. Not because she's doing anything to sabotage them, but because she's too freaking incredible. She's smart, and she's hilarious, and she's the kindest soul this world has ever seen. Not only does she care about me and her students and her family, but she exists in this world like every day might be her last. She laughs louder than anyone I've ever known, and though she doesn't cry often, when she does, it's as if the world is coming to an end. Unlike me, she feels things, even the smallest of things, straight to her heart. How the hell can I find someone out there who will impress me more than she already has? The truth is, I begin, but then I pause. If I were being honest, I'd tell her the truth is that I'm already in love with someone, and it's her. She's told me multiple times that she's not interested in me, and I'm beginning to realize that since I can't have her, I might need some breathing room, some space away from Allie to think, to regroup, to get my life back in order to the way things were before she flipped everything upside down. A new opportunity, new surroundings, new friends, might be the answer.
The truth is,
Allie prompts, I'm in a rut here, and I think this opportunity came at the right time. There's a long silence following my statement. Her expressions flash through a rainbow of emotions. Pain, frustration, anger. I know how all of these look in her eyes. And eventually, she forces herself to land on a shadow of indifference.
Fine,
She says, ending the conversation.
can I give you a ride home?
Chapter 10. Allie. My fingers bang furiously against the keyboard. Stupid Florida, I think, as a page of Google results pops up with a list of the most common ways people die in Florida. I scan the list, copy and paste the top 10 items from it into an email, and hit send. I've been sending Jack every possible article I can find over the course of the last week that details how dangerous and scary of a place Florida can be. Never mind the articles raving of clear blue ocean water and deliciously fresh fruit. Banana trees grow in Florida, which is very cool. But I've ignored this fact and instead pummeled Jack with a list of deaths by alligators and snakes for the last 100 years there. He's politely ignored all of my emails. It's Sunday afternoon again already, and I'm preparing to face Jack for dinner. If he decides to show up, of course. Now that he's all about new experiences and new things, I can't help but wonder if our Sunday night dinners will become a rut for him. While I might be overreacting slightly, Jack is too. If he wants new experiences, he could look at a new local hospital, or take up marathon running, or compete in hot dog eating competitions. This sudden interest in a job across the country feels a lot more like Jack's running away from something, rather than toward it. He's always told me research was not his career plan. He likes being with patients too much for that. He's also never before expressed a desire to move out of state. Which is why I have a plan, and I've put together my thoughts into a spiffy little PowerPoint presentation to set Jack straight. I've decided that Jack's problem has to do with what started Romance Academy in the first place, his love life. I plan to give him the presentation over dinner tonight. I've even included charts and graphs, and I have a laser clicker. Jack might feel like his life is in a rut, but the one thing sure to change that is love. Falling in love has the tendency to upset everything in one's universe. At least I imagine so, based on the books I read. I've never been in love myself, so I've learned pretty much everything I need to know about love from books. But if the books are to be trusted, getting Jack to fall in love in California will keep him grounded here, and this is the entire basis for my slideshow. I've put together 10 different examples from 10 different novels and created the most beautiful PowerPoint on the face of this earth. I even have movie clips to back up my arguments in addition to the graphs. When Jack arrives tonight, he's in for a treat. And it's all based in logic, something that Jack can appreciate. If nothing else, he's methodical in his decision-making. My entire hypothesis is that once Jack falls in love, he'll be satisfied in all areas of his life: career, love, passion. At the moment, he has his career and his passions in order, but because that love piece is missing, he's feeling all unsettled and doesn't know where to set the unrest. Mostly because Jack doesn't deal in feelings. He deals in actionable steps, which is why I've accelerated the curriculum for Romance Academy. 3 months is plenty of time for me to work with him. He wouldn't start his new job until October, which is perfect because I need him to fall in love before his mother's awards ceremony in a few weeks anyway. He won't accept the job if he's found something, or someone, to keep him here. So, Romance Academy it is. Another practice date, and then we're moving on to the real deal. The first practice date will be with someone he's been talking to online for a few weeks. Her name is Cindy, and Jack seems to think she's promising. A 28-year-old graphic designer who seems normal based on all my cyber stalking. I pull up her website for the 83rd time this week and scroll through the art there. Not only is she talented, but it turns out that she's created some of my favorite book covers, which automatically earns her a few points in my world. I have high hopes for Cindy. Come on, I whisper to a picture of a pretty brunette. Help me out. Operation Keep Jack, Darcy, and Callie. I flip back to the browser tab filled with reasons Florida will be the death of Jack, and I study it for a minute. When I close out of the tab, I'm left with a Word document. It's sort of blank. Fine, it's not really blank. It has some words on it. Words that I've put there. Words that I've come up with. Words that might make it into my first blog post. After my pep talk the other day, I've decided that if Jack can make his dreams come true, so can I. I mean, my dreams are slightly smaller than his. Write some words onto a document and post it online. But it feels equally as terrifying as journeying to Florida to start a whole new phase of life. As I erase my first blog post for the 33rd time, I sigh and rest my head against the keyboard. Nobody out there could possibly care what a woman like me has to say. What does a 27-year-old single kindergarten teacher know about love? I shake myself off, pull my head from my keyboard, and decide to focus on the logistics first. Maybe once I have the site, I'll be more inspired to add words to it. Brainstorming a list of names for the blog buys me another 30 minutes of procrastination. I settle on love and literature, and only once I start looking at the time and thinking I'd better log off and shower before Jack arrives, do I realize my plan of attack. Romance Academy. Jack can't be the only one out there struggling for love. I'll document the rules I teach him, and without using his name, of course, I'll journal his search for love. Maybe it'll help some other guy or girl out there. Who knows? Maybe I'll read it over after Jack moves to Florida, and maybe it'll help me sort out my own love life. Then again, they say that those who can't do, teach. I don't believe that's true, since I'm a teacher and all. But maybe there's something to it. Maybe if I can teach Jack how to find love, I can teach myself. So I opt for new tabs on my blog: Love and Literature and Romance Academy. I figure the two will go hand in hand, and as I jot down my thoughts and reviews on books, I'll simultaneously document Jack's journey over the next few months. Sitting back, I sigh with satisfaction. I have a blog. It doesn't have any words on it, but it's there. If I'm lucky, the words will come. If I'm luckier, Jack will fall in love and remain here as my best friend. Everything will be rosy and unicorns and rainbows. Just about, a little voice corrects in my mind. Everything might be just about perfect, but not quite. Before I can address this annoying little voice in my head, a knock on the door pulls me from my tasks. I glance at the clock. It's only 5 p.m., which means it can't be Jack. He works until after 6, then goes home and showers before he swings over here with the food on nights when I host. He usually hosts our dinners, but I insisted on having it at my place tonight. After all, I have the PowerPoint all ready to go, and I need the home field advantage. I don't even know how to work Jack's television because it's so high-tech. The only problem is that he's not supposed to be here until 8 o'clock. Who is it? I put my computer to sleep as I leap up from my desk and scurry toward the door. I'm a huge mess, having spent the day splitting time catching up on reading and researching ways Jack could die in Florida. Because of my jam-packed day, I haven't quite made it to the shower yet, and after a night out yesterday with Amy, my hair leaves something to be desired. "Allie, it's me," Jack calls through the door. "Sorry I'm running early. I meant to call, but..." "Allie?" I whip open the door, not entirely pleased by his response to me. "What?" Jack's eyes rake over me, and for once I can't tell what's happening behind those big chocolatey eyes of his. His gaze seems stuck on my hair for a moment, but then it drops to my legs and he seems to freeze there. He can't seem to come up with a response, and this makes me laugh. "What?" I repeat. "You got a problem with this?" His cheeks, to my surprise, turn a little red. "No, but I've never seen Jack Darcy speechless before, and it has me slightly baffled. I suppose it could be because I look like a drag queen, But then again, he's seen me in all states of undress, unmakeup, and unflattering before. That's nothing new. I glance down at my legs, but again, nothing new there. I have a pair of my old shorty shorts on because they were the only thing clean in my drawer, and a sports bra with cool straps on the back. I bought it because the straps make it look like I work out, and I'm only wearing it because I was too cheap to turn on the AC and didn't feel like getting my nice bras all sweaty. My feet are bare and my hair is wild. Again, nothing all too surprising there. The only surprising thing is the angle at which Jack's jaw is hanging open. Sorry, I apologize. I can take a shower if I'm smelling bad or something.
Is someone else here?
What? I seem stuck on that word, but before I continue, I realize we're standing at the door like morons. Come on inside. Of course I'm alone. You're the only person I would ever allow to see me like this.
Good,
he says, and it's this weird sort of low voice that's gruff and growly.
Keep it like that.
Sorry if I'm offending you, I say. I was going to shower before you got here, but I haven't made it there yet. He pinches his nose as if I'm missing the point entirely.
Can you put on a shirt or something?
It's hot, I whine. What's your problem anyway? You see me like this all the time. My bathing suit shows more skin than this.
Forget it,
he says in that growly voice again.
I need your help.
He doesn't make eye contact with me as he says this, and I'm finding this afternoon stranger and stranger. Yes, sir, I say, raising my hand in salute to my forehead. What can I help you with? By the way, did you get my email?
Which one?
His eyes flick toward me, wavering from my face just slightly before glancing down at my body and then returning to my face.
I have 37 emails from you. 3 are unread. I skimmed the rest of them.
Great. I move over to the kitchen to grab a soda from the fridge. Then I imagine you're well educated in all of the ways you could die should you take the Florida job. Can I get you something to drink?
No, Allie.
He moves across the room and closes the refrigerator door before I have it halfway open.
I need to talk to you about something.
I straighten, feeling just a little too close to Jack for comfort. Suddenly, my weird outfit has me feeling extra exposed. Jack's breath dances off my neckline, and somehow it makes me strangely ticklish. In a good way. A very, very good way. I step backward. Okay. Also, where's the food? I haven't eaten since lunch. Jack's eyes scan over my shoulders, and his eyebrows raise the second he spots the leftover Pop-Tart wrapper.
Don't tell me you ate that for...
Didn't you have something to talk to me about? I interrupt, sensing another lecture coming on about trans fats. Jack seems to think that being a doctor gives him the right to educate me about what I should and shouldn't be eating. I happen to disagree.
Caroline has had a complication with her nose,
Jack says, frowning as he pulls his gaze away from the Pop-Tarts.
I figured you would know what to do.
Huh. I rest a hand on my hip, sizing Jack up and trying to determine what's off about him this afternoon. Is that right? What makes you figure that? You're the doctor.
I mean the part about you knowing how to make her feel better. You're good at people things.
That is quite possibly the best compliment you've ever paid me.
I compliment you all the time,
Jack argues.
What are you talking about?
Jack steps closer to me and I retreat further. We're playing this little dancing game in the kitchen, and it has my heart thumping around in weird patterns. I extend a hand and rest it against his chest, feeling a racing pulse there too. It was a joke, Jack. What's bothering you today? He freezes at my touch.
What do you mean?
You're acting strangely.
I'm just...
He pauses, shakes his head.
I guess I'm just on edge.
You think? Tell me what's bothering you.
You're not wearing a shirt for starters.
I blink. I never wear shirts when it's this hot. You know that. I'm conserving money.
I'll pay your electric bill. Just put on a shirt, please.
I roll my eyes. Is this about Caroline? He starts to say no, but then catches himself and thinks.
Maybe.
He eventually agrees.
I feel bad about last week, and now she'll be out of work for another week.
It was an accident, I say, and this time it's me closing the distance between us. I put my hands on his shoulders and squeeze, which causes his eyes to close. Accidents happen. I have an idea. Let's make her some soup and take it over.
Isn't soup what you bring when someone's sick?
It's about the gesture, I tell him. I have this recipe that's impossible to mess up, and it doesn't take long.
Why don't we just buy it from the store? It's faster.
Because it's the thought that counts, I tell him. Lesson number 7, Jack. It's not about the soup.
Chapter 11. Jack Darcy. It's not about the soup, I repeat for the 100th time. It's not about the soup. I replay this mantra in my head as we set to work making soup on a 95-degree Sunday, in a room with no air conditioning. This would normally be torture, but oddly enough, there's nowhere I'd rather be. I could pretend this development has nothing to do with the fact that my body's reacting to the sight of Allie Jenkins in nothing but lingerie. She says she's wearing sweatpants. She's wrong. All that seems to matter to my libido is the fact that I can see the curve of her butt under those tiny shorts, not to mention the softness of her skin, which brushes against me just enough to keep me alert. Then she turns on the smile, and my blood pressure soars. I can't admit to her that my heart just about stopped when she opened her apartment door earlier with massive sex hair. It might be the first time I've ever been speechless around her. Thankfully, my panic attack had been for naught.
Chop the carrots smaller, will you? Allie instructs. This is the size of my finger. Who takes bites this big?
She holds up half of a long carrot, and I can't help but smile. Sorry.
Come on, she coaxes. You still haven't told me what's wrong. Is something on your mind?
Besides your lack of shirt? I mumble, too softly for her to hear. I'm fine, really. Just preoccupied.
Okay,
she says, sounding unconvinced. I want to tell Allie how I feel about her, I truly do. But I'm afraid it'll make things weird between us, and I can't risk that happening. If we were meant to be together, surely we would have figured it out by now. I've known her for 27 years. I'd have to be a huge idiot to miss signs that she'd been interested in me along the way.
That's a little better,
she says, surveying my handiwork with a newly chopped carrot.
The size of my thumb.
How long does this take?
Sheesh, you needed more sleep last night, Mr. Grumps. Go look at the recipe, she says. I have it saved in my favorites on the computer.
Thankful for the break, I wander into Allie's bedroom where her computer sits on an antique rickety old desk that she seems to love. She picked it up from some old lady's estate sale, and I keep trying to tell her that it's unsanitary. As always, she never listens to me. Sitting at a desk that's much too small for me, I pop her laptop open and enter the password. Neither of us make huge efforts to keep our passwords secret, and after a lifetime of knowing Allie, we have few secrets between us. Her password? Orange Chicken 7777. The screen unlocks and I'm left with a view that looks like the back end of a website. I shouldn't be snooping, but it's the first thing that popped up on the computer, and naturally, I'm curious. I take one glance at the name of the site, and then immediately feel guilty for spending the extra second on her computer. Flipping to a new tab, I click the favorite button for soup, and pull up the website. Did you find it? Allie pads into her bedroom and glances over my shoulder, her finger trailing down the recipe until she reaches the needed cook time. Thank you. Wait, what's wrong? I looked at your screen. What? I looked at your screen when it unlocked. So? Her face pales as she glances over my shoulder, and she sees the tab open. Oh, well, forget it. It's nothing. I'm sorry. I should have closed it out quicker. What did you see? Just the name of something that looked like a website. It's fine, she says, feigning nonchalance. I asked you to use my computer, and I left the page up. I've nothing to hide. Are you starting a blog? No. She stomps back to the kitchen, and I follow. She's in the middle of slicing carrots when she flicks her eyes to me for a brief moment. Maybe. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Maybe not, but I don't want to talk about it. How come you never told me you were interested in blogging? Because it's stupid. I mean, not blogging, but the idea of me doing it. Nobody cares what I have to say. Of course they do. I care. She wrinkles her nose, gives a shake of her head, and throws everything into the pot that's simmering on the stove. Just forget about it, Jack. What do you want to blog about? Stuff. What sort of stuff? You know, the things I like. What things? You're annoying, you know that? She gives me the briefest of smiles. It's nothing you'd be interested in hearing about. I've been moving slowly toward her this entire time, and eventually I reach her side. I beg to differ. I'm interested in things you're interested in. That's what friendship's about. She gives a soft snort. Friendship, right. Well, forget about it, Jack. I don't want to talk. I can't help but reach out then, rest a hand on her shoulder, and spin her around. By the time I realize I have her pinned against the counter, our bodies are pressed against one another's in all sorts of ways that have my mind spinning, and it's too late to retreat. Why are you dodging my questions? I ask, and it comes out a little slower, a little huskier than I anticipate. If I don't get my act together, she's going to feel the racing pulse of my heart, the quickening of my breath. I don't think it's stupid. Whatever it is, if you're passionate about it, you should give it a proper go. Romance, okay? A romance and book blog. I told you that you wouldn't be interested. I'm not interested in writing one myself, but I am interested in you, and therefore I'm interested in your ideas. I think you should do it. See, you just said... She hesitates, leaning forward, pressing into me as she studies my face. Do you mean that? Her lips hover right beneath mine, and it'd be a simple matter for me to lean forward and press mine to hers, to get a taste, a sample of what that'd be like. It'd probably earn me a slap to the face and some awkward moments between friends, but for a second, I think it might be worth it. I've already forgotten the question. My gaze is fixed on her pouty lips, the curve of excitement in her smile. You're not even listening. Those lips turn into a deeper pout, and suddenly, the smile disappears too. Forget it. She shakes her head and tries to step away from me, but I'm faster. Gentle, so gentle, it's as if we're barely touching. My fingers come to rest on her lower back, and it's enough to hold her in place. We are balanced here, on the edge of a precipice, and it's this single point of contact that holds us in place. I mean it, I say, thanking my brain for finally catching up. I believe in you. It's just a blog. I shake my head and move just centimeters closer, bringing our bodies to brush skin to skin against one another. She doesn't move away. If anything, she relaxes against me. I mean it, I tell her. I don't give a damn if you blog or not. I don't care if you take up marathon running or cookie baking. But I would support you in it. Why should this be any different? She bites her lip, and it's tantalizing in its subtlety. For a moment I wonder what it'd be like for me to nibble on her there, to drag kisses down her neck, past her collarbone, to the sweet skin beneath her ear. She'd be ticklish, I know it. She squirms if I so much as brush against her the wrong way. It takes several moments to feel her stare on me, a subtle, inviting gleam in her eye as her hand wraps around mine and her fingers interlink there. We're holding hands. I'm holding the hand belonging to Allie Jenkins, and it's the next best thing to sex that I've ever experienced. Possibly a sad statement, but a true one. Unfortunately, we both realize this at the same time, and we separate like oil and water. Backing to the center of the room, I clear my throat first and wrinkle my nose. Is something burning? Oh, shit! Allie turns around, smacking at the stove with a dish towel. That's not good. A napkin too close to the stove has gone up in flames, and it takes several good whacks for it to disintegrate into the sink. I flick the water on as Allie sends the charred remains down the drain, and only once the threat of a full apartment meltdown has passed do we both grin. Close call, huh? She asks, and I'm not sure if she's referencing the fire or the hand-holding. I nod since it applies to either one. For what it's worth, I meant what I said. Thanks. She sounds clipped, as if there's another shoe that's waiting to fall. Eventually, she raises her eyes to meet mine. I was thinking of adding our training to the blog too, with your permission. Training? You know, like... She shrugs. Romance Academy stuff. Example. Rule number 9. Don't snoop on a potential girlfriend's computer. We're on rule number 8. Oh. Her face colors as she reviews what she said internally. Also, I'm not a potential girlfriend, but you know what I mean. I understood what she meant. Would you mind? Mind doing what? Mind if I include some of it on the blog? Yes. The answer escapes before I have any control over it, and Allie looks slightly disheartened. I expected you to say that. No problem, really. No, that's not what I meant. It is what I meant, but I hate seeing the look of disappointment in her gaze. I just meant I'd like my name and identifying information kept from being public. Well, duh. You really wouldn't mind? Allie flings herself into my arms and squeezes tight for a hug. Rule number 9. You're the best. As my arms squeeze her back, and the sweet scent of her shampoo wafts between us, I can't help but think she's utterly and completely off base with rule number 9. If I were the best, maybe Allie Jenkins would fall in love with me. I rest my chin against her head, the hug lingering for an extra second, my fingers teasing through her hair. She sighs against my chest, and I tuck her closer to me, noting the subtle fact that we are a complete and utter perfect fit. Maybe if I hadn't let things get so far into friendship territory. Maybe if I'd been more assertive. Maybe if I'd read a single novel instead of medical non-fiction for the last 12 years. Maybe then I could have been winning over Allie, instead of learning how to win over some mystery woman I haven't yet met, and don't yet love. My body goes entirely rigid at the thought. Love. The elusive word that is so difficult to find and so fragile to keep. And with it, the $50 million question. Have I fallen in love with my best friend?
Chapter 12. Allie. Strictly speaking, the night should have been a complete and utter failure. Not only did we not manage to cook anything edible, but we set off my smoke alarms, burnt my pan to a crisp, and fell asleep watching reruns of Saturday morning cartoons. It's a rare thing for Jack Darcy to spend the night at my place. I mean, it makes sense. The rich and gorgeous Jack Darcy owns a condo in one of the most sought-after complexes in the city, Meanwhile, I pay rent under the table to a sketchy landlord and pray my electricity stays on. I love my cozy little nest, here in the outskirts of an almost safe neighborhood, in an almost cool area of town. I'm a block on the wrong side of the highway, which puts me strictly in undesired territory, hence the reason Jack's been trying to get me to move for a year. What he doesn't understand, however, is that a teacher in Los Angeles is already at a disadvantage. The cost of living here is suited for a doctor. The cost of my living needs to come at a steep discount, or I won't be living anywhere in the vicinity for all that much longer. When I finally wake, the sounds of cartoons still buzz along in the background. It wouldn't normally bother me, but we'd shared a bottle of wine after the soup experiment ran bad and my head is aching. I stretch leisurely before realizing that what feels like a very nice pillow under my head is in fact Jack Darcy. I blink open my eyes to find him sitting upright on the couch, head tilted back and mouth parted open. The view is surprisingly sweet. It's not every day I catch Jack exposed without his guard up. He shields himself so thoroughly from the rest of us, a trait I'm sure he picked up during his youth to keep his parents from getting too close. At times, I wish he'd let go, live a little. On impulse, I raise a hand to his cheek to wake him gently. There's a hint of 5 o'clock shadow there, and it's rough against my skin. I let my palm rest on his cheek and slide downward, feeling the gentle curve of his face as soft breaths pulse against my hand. The gentle moment has snuck up on me without warning. My chest constricts as I hold still, wishing he'd put his arms around me and squeeze, hold me close, tell me that he believes in me just once more. The moment crashes to a halt when all of a sudden Jack's eyes fly open. My hand is stuck on his cheek, and the look of utter shock on his face has me so startled that I try to stand up, lose my footing, and crumple to the floor.
Allie, are you okay?
Jack leaps to his feet, his hands landing on my body and dragging me to a standing position before I can breathe.
What happened? Were you touching my face?
I fight back a flush. Why would I be rubbing your face?
Because your hand was on my cheek?
I was trying to wake you up without startling you. I groan, rubbing the spot where my elbow had cracked against the floor. It backfired.
I'm sorry.
I should probably tell him the truth, but when push comes to shove, I don't have a great reason for why I was stroking his face in the first place. Because his lips looked inviting? Because I've always wondered what it'd be like to kiss Jack Darcy? Because the moment was there for the taking, and I took it?
What time is it anyway?
He asks, stretching his arms in a way that gives me a delightful glimpse of his abs.
I can't believe we slept like that the whole night.
I pause, my nose wrinkling as a whiff of something horrible reaches my nose. What is that?
We burned the soup last night,
Jack reminds me.
Those smells linger.
I plug my nose.
Whoops. I'm sorry,
Jack says.
I shouldn't have asked for your help.
Not your fault. Poor Caroline.
Shit.
Jack looks at his watch.
I have to get to the hospital today, and I still haven't apologized to her. I wonder if I can...
Go. I'll take care of it.
But...
I'll pick up some soup and drop it off this afternoon if you give me her address. I'll include a note from you.
A note from me?
Come on, I learned how to forge your signature in 2nd grade. I'll make sure it's very nice.
Not romantic.
Not romantic, I clarify, and my heart flutters a bit. Just very nice and apologetic.
Thank you, Allie. I really appreciate it.
With that, Jack Darcy leans in, takes the back of my head in his big, strong hand, and pulls me close. He smells great, despite the horrible odor in my apartment, and I soak it in as his lips brush against my forehead in a simple kiss. As he pulls away and straightens his clothing, My heart thumps a little harder in my chest. By the time he leaves the building, I already miss him. Wandering over to the window, I watch as he climbs onto his bike, straps his helmet on, and motors away. Meanwhile, I'm left with a pot of burned soup and a longing for my best friend that has no right to be there. Chapter 13. Allie. I managed to make it mostly through the day without thinking about Jack Darcy more than 17 times an hour. Not a personal best, but probably not my worst either. When late afternoon rolled around, I swung over to our favorite Chinese place and picked up a giant bowl of soup to go. Except instead of the normal styrofoam takeout containers, I had brought my own Tupperware and asked they package it in there. It's improv homemade. I made it to Caroline's house without spilling, burning, or otherwise destroying the soup, and took extra care clutching the bag to my chest as I climbed a neat little staircase to a duplex in a medium-nice neighborhood. Not as nice as Jack's, not as crappy as mine. Caroline answers the door after a single knock, and her surprise follows seconds later. "Allie? What are you doing here?" "I brought soup." She takes the proffered bag with a questioning glance in my direction. "Soup? You know, so you'll feel better." "I'm not sick," she says, her free hand reaching for her face and pressing tenderly against her cheek. "I just have a broken nose and a pair of black eyes." I know, and Jack is genuinely sorry about that. I wince at the sight of her bruises, the dark purple now faded to a shade of tornado sky green. "How are you doing?" "You know," she says with a laugh, "as good as I can be with a face like this." Well, you'll have to forgive Jack about the soup idea. He's not very experienced with breaking women's noses and having to apologize, so he went with the best he had. She laughs again. "I suppose that's understandable. Do you want to come inside?" "Oh, I should be going." "Actually..." I pause, turned halfway around. "I should explain. Jack wanted to be here in person, but the thing is..." "You said this soup is homemade?" She takes a whiff, smiling sardonically as she peers into the bag. "Does that mean you don't need your receipt?" Right. I briefly flirt with the idea of making up a very convoluted fib about how I ordered the same soup a week ago, which isn't actually a fib, but I decide Caroline would see right through it. "I have a story about that, actually." "I like stories. How about you explain over a bite of soup?" "I don't want to be a bother. I just came over here to drop this off for Jack. I haven't gone to work in a week and I'm dying for company. Come on in." With a nod of agreement, I follow Caroline through the door and into her home. As expected, it's small and square footage, but neat as a button. It's almost as if she had been expecting company. She has no mail of any sort lying on her counter, nor does she have unwashed coffee mugs in the sink. Her throw pillows are adorably arranged on a chic, gray couch, and a candle is burning sweetly in the kitchen. The whole house smells nicely of fresh linen, and the soft glow of the television hops in the background. "You sure you weren't expecting company?" I ask, glancing around. "The only time my counter is free of junk is when I'm having a party. Even then, it's a 50-50 chance I'll decide to actually clean." She gives a sheepish smile. "I'm not normally this organized, but I've been bored out of my mind. You are welcome, company. Let me grab you a bowl. Take a seat in the living room." As she nukes the soup for a quick minute in the microwave, I ease onto the couch. I fold my hands awkwardly in front of my body, wondering why in the world I accepted this invitation. I have nothing in common with Caroline except my acquaintance with Jack Darcy and a love of Chinese soup. "Has school started yet?" Caroline asks, sounding like she's genuinely curious. "Did Jack say you teach at Kentwood Prep?" I nod, then realize she can't see me from the kitchen, and make my way to her. We make small talk about school and my preparations for the year ahead, the hospital, tips and tricks for keeping the counter free of junk, and by the time we're halfway through our bowls of soup, I've decided I quite like Caroline. Almost a whole meal has passed, and not a moment of silence has shrouded our chat. She's a great conversationalist and an even better listener. I find myself telling her all about Amy, about the new math teacher, and our awkward incident with the rollaway wine bottle. "Stay for a minute longer?" Caroline asks, popping open the fridge. "I have this cookie dough, and if I eat it all myself, it will not be pretty." "I can help you with that." As the cookies bake and layer the house with delicious scents, we move to the couch and talk more about the hospital. Eventually, one of Caroline's stories ends with the mention of Jack, and both of us finally stall out in conversation. "Did you say you had a story about the soup?" Caroline asks. I figured the note wasn't from him either. "Really? I thought I was good at forging his signature." "The signature is fine," she says with a wink. "It was the part where he wrote, 'Love Jack,' that I figured it out." "Oh, yeah, I suppose." I frown at this massive oversight on my part. "Jack meant well. He came over last night asking for help on how to apologize to you. He wanted to make soup." "It was his idea?" "Come on," I say with an eye roll. I tried to convince him otherwise. "I mean, it's original. I kind of liked it." "Me too." "We did make an honest effort to cook it from scratch, but..." I bob my head from side to side. "Let's just say I'm down one pot and a bag of veggies." She nods, watching me for a long moment. "How often do you and Dr. Darcy hang out?" "Oh, I don't know. Not a whole lot." I shift in my seat, suddenly realizing that just about every story I've told her, except the ones from school, involve Jack. Sunday nights we have dinner, but it's nothing much. Just a habit from growing up together. "You know I'm not interested in him, right? I think it's pretty clear. So if we can move on, that'd be great." I freeze as the timer beeps. Caroline stands with a flourish, heading to the kitchen without a backward glance. The sound of her removing the cookies from the oven shatter the silence, followed by a fresh breath of air that's bursting with gooey chocolate chips and barely crisped cookie edges. Caroline returns a moment later with a plate full of dessert and a stern look clouding her face. "Don't make this awkward, Allie. You're trying to set me up and I have no idea why." "What?" "You and I both know that I'm not interested in Dr. Darcy." Caroline gives a polite smile and shakes her head. "He's not my type." "But he's not my type." I pause for a moment and give a shake of my head. "Sorry, but what is your type then? Jack is pretty much everything. He's smart, he's handsome, he's financially secure, he's a genuine nice person, and he's a man." "Yes, exactly. He really is a man. He'd make for an excellent husband someday, I'm sure of it. We're basically siblings." "You don't understand," Caroline says with a half smile. "He's a man, therefore he's not my type." Oh, Caroline, I'm sorry. I didn't realize." She waves a hand and laughs. "I don't make a habit of announcing it at the hospital. I don't hide it either if anyone asks." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have pushed Jack on you so much if I'd known." "It's fine." Caroline laughs again and pushes the plate toward me. "Not the first time it's happened. You should meet my mom. She's still hoping I'll change my mind or whatever shit she reads. She loves me. She just doesn't get it." I wince. "That's not what I meant at all. I'm really..." "Girlfriend, you need to chill." Caroline points to the tray on the table before me. "What I'm more concerned about is the fact that you think Dr. Darcy is like a brother to you." "He is," I tell her. "We grew up together. He looks at me like I'm his little sister or something." "Yeah, right." "What's that supposed to mean?" I'm feeling nervous about her implications, so I grab a cookie and take a huge, boiling hot bite. The chocolate chips have apparently turned to molten lava, and my eyes water as my taste buds die a slow and painful death. "Ow." "Milk." Caroline pushes a glass toward me.
I bob my head in a thank you, still in too much pain to speak.
Well, while you're putting the fire out in your mouth, let me explain something.
Caroline breaks a cookie in half daintily and then takes a smaller, more sensible bite.
Neither you nor Dr. Darcy look at one another like a sibling.
I think you're wrong. I swallow, with all due respect.
I suppose that's fair, but with even more due respect, you're fucking wrong.
Caroline grins as I gulp down the rest of my milk.
Exhibit A. Men do not talk about their sisters around the clock. I have 3 brothers. I'll bet you my yearly income that nobody at their workplace even knows I exist. Maybe if they listed me as an emergency contact on some form. But just believe me on that one. Dr. Darcy? Not so much. Everything is Allie this and Allie that. You're all he talks about.
She gives me a meaningful stare.
He thinks you're the funniest person to ever have lived. I'm not saying I disagree, but most men don't rave about their sister for hours each day. If you're interested in him, you should give him a sign.
I have. She raises an eyebrow.
Really? Because I'm almost certain he'd be jumping all over that invitation if you laid it on the table.
I have in the past. Not recently, because he made his feelings clear.
How clear?
I asked him out on a date.
When?
I don't know, a few years ago, I say. Very clearly. I told him I loved him, and thought that maybe we should be a couple.
And?
And he said no.
Just like that?
Caroline's face is masked with disbelief.
He didn't give you any explanation?
I give a slight shake of my head. Nothing that made any sense. I roll my eyes. I know you think I probably am not making a lot of sense right now, but you have to trust me. You haven't known Jack as long as I have.
Maybe not, but...
She stands, leaving her sentence hanging.
I spotted Dr. Darcy carrying around a book on break the other day. I don't mean to draw assumptions, but he's never seemed to be the Pride and Prejudice type before this week.
He actually brought the book? I gape at her. A real paperback book with pages between covers?
Come with me.
Curiosity gets the better of me, and I leave the warm cookies behind as I follow Caroline out of the living room, past the kitchen, and into a little nook that might be used as a dining room. Instead of the typical dining room table and chairs, however, this space has been filled with overflowing bookshelves stacked floor to ceiling. A happy little antique desk sits nudged against a corner, with a worn chair pushed against it. A small collection of teapots and teacups sits on the only shelf not lined with paperbacks, hardcovers, or limited edition copies I've mostly seen online. Wow, I murmur, and the approval is clear as my fingers itch to run along the spines. I had no idea you were one of us.
One of us, she says with a laugh. Yeah, I guess you could say that. So tell me, did you have anything to do with Dr. Darcy's change in reading material? When I first started at the hospital, he read nothing but textbooks. For fun.
I could tell you, but then he might kill you.
How'd you do it?
What? Oh, the books? I lose track of the conversation as I find an old favorite on the shelf and lovingly remove it to read the back cover for the 100th time. I offered to teach Jack a few lessons.
What sort of lessons?
A romance academy of sorts. I wrinkle my nose and re-shelf the book as I realize how dumb it sounds. Let's just say Jack needs some practice being around women. You know, in a non-professional, romantic sort of way. Caroline reaches for her nose, flinching as her fingers land along the bruises.
You don't say.
Exhibit A, black and blue, I say, nodding at her face. I don't know what it is with him. He's too honest for some people, or too forward, I guess. It doesn't bother me, but the man has ruined more shirts than I can afford in a year.
Where's he meeting them?
Mostly online. which is why I tried to get him interested in you, I say with a sheepish smile. You're pretty and nice and smart, and I thought he might have more luck with someone he already knew. She clucks. You've almost made me feel bad for telling you I'm not straight. Better you ruin my plans sooner rather than later, I tease back. This way I can set my sights on someone else. Someone else? To pair him up with someone else. There's this gala thing he's going to for his mother's award, and she's determined to have him set up with Sandra Swank by then. Don't worry, she doesn't have babies penciled in until next year. That's ridiculous. What year is it? Tell me about it. Why not you? You could go with him, even as a friend. I shake my head. I'm not Jack Darcy dating material. His mother is looking for someone with great breeding. Her words, not mine. That's very weird. Yes, I know. Plus, I'm a teacher. Jack deserves to be with a genius or something. I don't know. I think Jack deserves to choose who he's with. Fair enough. But I'm just giving him the tools to be successful when he finds a woman he wants badly enough to chase after. I want in. What? I want in, Caroline says again with a smile. I want to help. Romance Academy and all that. Jack would kill me if he knew I'd told you about this. He likes to keep his professional life separate from his private life. Behind the scenes help, then, she says. I'm picking the next book he reads. I grin at her. I respect that. You should write this stuff down for him. I was thinking about that. I hesitate, still uncertain whether I'm ready to bear all with Caroline. A lot, actually. I like that idea. Well, you should. I haven't had a date in too long. I could probably use a refresher course, too. Really? You'd be interested? I can hardly keep the skepticism out of my voice. I had this idea, actually. It's stupid. If it's so stupid, why are you telling me? Caroline's so blunt in her response that I'm forced to stop and think. I'm not sure, but I guess now I have to tell you. What's the idea? A blog. It feels good once I've said it. I know it sounds silly, and I'm sure that nobody out there would want to read about. I would. I haven't even told you what it's about yet. We have the same taste in books, judging by the way you're eyeing my collection. I don't really care what you talk about. I'll probably like it. Well, this is what made me think of it. I was thinking of taking Jack's name out, but including bits about Romance Academy. You know, the books we read, the silly rules. You know, rule number 9. I'm sold. You should do it. But what if... Caroline waits for a long moment, but I never finish my sentence. And eventually she prompts me to continue. What if what? It fails. She shrugs. Then nobody reads it, and nobody's the wiser. Just do it anonymously at first if you're so worried, or leave off your last name. Huh. What have you got to lose? She selects a book from the shelf and hands it over to me. Rule number whatever the hell you're on. Romance isn't complete without a little fairy tale.
Chapter 14. Jack Darcy. Jack. What is this? Allie. A book. Allie. A romantic book. Allie. A fairy tale. Jack. What's the lesson here? Allie. Just read. I set my phone down, my face frozen halfway into a smile. Last night, after dropping the soup off at Caroline's, Allie had sent me an urgent memo that she had the next lesson for Romance Academy prepared. She said I could find it outside my condo, waiting for me in a brown paper bag. When I got home, I found the brown paper bag. I now understand why she's been avoiding my calls all day. Yesterday evening, I started reading the book left on my doorstep. There are details in here that make me blush, and I'm a doctor. I've seen it all, Allie tells me that Rule 10 is, all romance needs a little fairy tale. I just didn't expect this fairy tale to be so erotic. I have to wonder why Allie gave me this particular book. I mean, there's not a whole lot of romancing going on here except for the sex and dirty talking. I scratch my chin as I read another page, and it dawns on me that maybe that's the entire point of this lesson. Maybe, I realize with horror, Allie thinks I'm shit at sex. I pick up my phone and fire off a text. Jack, I've gotten to the good bits. What am I supposed to take away from this? Allie, just keep reading. Jack, stop avoiding the questions. Come over here and book club with me. Allie, you hate book clubs. You tell me they're nothing more than undercover wine clubs. Jack, I changed my mind. Allie, have you finished the book? Jack, working on it, but it's hard. I didn't mean to write that last part, but now it's out there in the SMS battlefield. When I picked up this variation of Beauty and the Beast, the last thing I'd expected was for it to turn into a kinky little love fest, and I'm still not sure what Allie meant when she gave this one to me. Jack, so why did you think I needed to read erotica? Allie, it's good to read broadly. Jack, I asked for help with romance, not sex. I don't have issues there. Allie, of course you'd say that. You're a man. Jack, Lesson 11. Sex and romance are separate. I can have sex without romantic feelings. Allie, sex is better with romance. Jack, sometimes it's not. No strings attached is easier. Allie, I thought you were looking for a relationship. Jack, I am. You gave me an erotic romp through historic England. I'm having trouble seeing how this relates to my situation. Allie, it's giving you ideas. Jack, I have plenty of ideas now, thank you very much. Allie, then it's working. You're welcome. I frown, shifting in discomfort as I adjust my position on the couch. Jack, define what you mean by worked. Allie, if you're turned on, it did the job. Jack, what good is getting turned on if I'm over here alone and single? Allie, I'm not going to comment on that. Jack, I thought you offered to help. The hesitation on her end is too long, and I'm filled with an alarming brutal sensation of achievement when I see the 3 dots on her end to signify she's writing to me. Then the dots stop, then resume, then stop, then resume. This continues for about 10 minutes. Jack, I can see you writing and deleting your responses. Allie, how do you turn that feature off? Jack, come on by, and I can show you. Lesson for lesson. Allie, that sounds filthy. Jack, I'm talking about book club. Allie, it's important to read widely across genres. Jack, did you read this book? Allie, maybe. Probably. Yes, a few times. Jack, and what did you think? Jack, I can see you typing again. Jack, you're still typing and deleting. Jack, I can see the 3 dots. Still. Allie, shut up! I'm thinking. Allie, it's a good story. Jack, which part? Allie, the whole thing? Jack, I'm up to the part where they have sex in her kitchen, and I have to wonder if that's sanitary. They're eating like 5 minutes later. Allie, Jack, it's fiction. Jack, I'm just being realistic. Allie, rule number 12. Sometimes in romance, you just want to be carried away and forget about realism. Jack, what does that mean for real life? Allie, I guess when you find the right person, your life feels better than fiction. Jack, Do you know what that's like? Allie. Not yet. Jack. Why am I taking dating advice from a person who's never been in love? Allie. I didn't say I'd never been in love. Allie. Love isn't always a two-way street. If only she knew, I think, setting my phone next to me. I rub my forehead, wondering what the hell I've gotten myself into. I'm sitting at home alone, reading erotica and textbook clubbing with a friend who thinks I'm as good as a brother. And yet, I can't seem to look away. I return to the book, flipping through another 3 chapters before I realize nearly an hour has passed. I'm all hot and turned on again by this damn book, and I can't seem to make it go away. A sure sign it's been too long since I've had sex. At the same time, I'm not interested in a fling. I might have been in the past. It's easy, mutually beneficial, and on a good day, a clean break once all is said and done. But lately, I've outgrown the part of that which is considered fun. Now it just sounds exhausting. Which means I'm stuck with nothing. Nothing except erotic fairy tales. Another few pages and I'm thinking I might just have to take a cold shower. I should really stop reading, but I can't seem to make myself, and I'm about to text Allie when my phone rings. I groan at my mother's name flashing on the screen. She's picked just about the worst time to phone. My skin crawls just thinking of what she'd say if she could see me now. So I wipe the thought from my mind and ignore the call. I'll return it later, when I'm more sound of mind. My mother is not one I'm ready to battle with when most of the blood has gone to the wrong part of my body. My mother, however, has other plans. The phone rings again before I even have the chance to set it down. Her number is bright on the screen, obnoxious, and I know if she is calling twice, she won't give up until she finds me. What my mother wants, she gets. Closing the book, I set it next to me, taking a few deep breaths, and hit answer. Hello, Kathleen. Are you busy? A little. Do you need something? Of course I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you twice, Jack. Sorry. Are you alone? Yes, why? No reason, she says loftily, but I know better. If nothing else, my mother is logical. So I wait for her to carry on and get to the point. It's nice to hear from you too, Jack, she says with a snip. Did your friend tell you she came to tea the other day? You know Allie's name. Use it. She's a family friend, not some girl I met a few weeks back. Well, she gave me some interesting news. I lean back on my couch and scan the view of Los Angeles from my window. Once upon a time, I thought I'd had it all. The job, the view, the cash. Now the view is smoggy, the cash is cold, and the job? Well, the job's good, but that's about it. What sort of news? Well, it's a funny story, actually. She seems to think she's capable of helping you find a companion. What's funny about it? A sharp intake of breath answers for her. Are you saying it's true? I'm not denying it. What does that mean, Jack? Why did you go to her for help? She knows me better than anyone. I'm your own mother. And Allie knows me better than anyone. We grew up together. We're friends. She's... My mother lets the phrase drip there, and I let her search for words. It pains her to be mean outright. She pretends that she's not judgmental, and when she says horrible things out loud, it only proves her wrong. So I do nothing to help her out of the hole. You know, she finishes, it's Allie. The way she says Allie raises my hackles. Exactly, it's Allie. What's your problem with her anyway? She comes from good parents. Isn't that what matters to you? I have no problem with Allie. I have a problem with you and her as friends. You always have. and I've never understood why. She's smart, she's driven, she's intelligent, she's a school teacher for babies. Jack, you're a Darcy. You're a renowned surgeon, and she— My mother pauses, once again on the precipice of judgment. You need someone who challenges you. She does challenge me. She's smarter than me, funnier too, better looking. Shall I continue? Why are you so adamant about defending her? I'm not saying you shouldn't remain pleasant acquaintances, but aren't you at the point in your life where you are looking for more? Someone who can cook you dinner instead of buying salt-laden horrific Chinese food. I close my eyes, my fingers pressing against the bridge of my nose as I struggle not to explode. I have lashed out at her before, and it does no good. My mother doesn't react with her emotions. She hardly reacts to logic. She has one set of beliefs, her own, and never wavers from them. My choices are to cut her off completely from my life, or to agree to disagree and accept her as is. For now, I've chosen to disagree quietly in hopes she'll come around. I've yet to be surprised by her, which is unfortunate. Forget about it, Mother. My love life doesn't concern you. As a matter of fact, it does. What are you talking about? I've arranged something I imagine you'll be quite pleased about. I can't imagine that's true. I've included Allie. My heart bumps just a bit stronger against my chest. What have you done? I've arranged a double date for the pair of you, Saturday evening at West Regency. No. You haven't heard me out. I don't need to. I'm not interested. You're not pairing me off with someone from the club. If not for me, then do it for Allie. What are you talking about? After Allie stormed out of high tea the other day, I got to talking with her parents. Imagine that, since you went to lunch together. Tea. As it turns out, Franklin has a colleague with a son around your age. They'd chatted about setting up a meeting between Allie and this son. But you know Allie. She'd never go for it. Exactly. That's why I'm turning you down, too. She'd never go for it. I expected you to be less selfish where she's concerned. Less selfish? I'm watching out for her. She'd hate going on a blind date. Then how do you think she's going to find someone? Plenty of ways. How does anyone find someone? I imagine you don't know, or else you'd have done it yourself. My mother snaps. Why don't you take the advice from someone who will be married 36 years next week? Your father and I have a successful marriage. I think I know what I'm talking about. Not everyone is like you. For some people, life's not about finding a mate and settling down. You honestly don't think Allie would like to find a nice man and settle down? She clearly loves children. Otherwise, she would have picked a different job. Career, I correct automatically. My mother waits for me to explain further, but when I don't, she presses onward. Think about it, Jack. You owe it to your friend, if that's what she is, to be supportive. I am being supportive. I'm supporting her right to choose. She can choose to turn down a second date, but it sounds like you're choosing to prevent her from getting the first. In the background, my mother clicks around, probably preparing her evening cup of chamomile tea. To an outsider, it almost sounds as if you're trying to sabotage her happiness. How could I possibly be sabotaging that? You're a smart man, Jack. Ask yourself, do you want to see your Allie happily married with a family? Or are you afraid she'll leave you behind when she meets someone? I pick up the book from the couch next to me and slam it against the cushions. I thought it'd be softer. The thump is loud and obvious, however, and with a plunk of a sugar cube into hot water, I can almost hear my mother smiling in triumph through the phone line. Think about it, Jack. Your father's arranged for a very nice young woman to go along with you, too. A double date. It might be fun. I hang up the phone in a pissy mood. My mother doesn't care about fun. I'm not sure she's ever truly had fun. At least, Not the sort of fun that Allie and I have together. I lean back, close my eyes, and a picture of Allie laughing and smiling and spinning around at last year's outdoor concert series spirals into view. It's followed by the picture of her cheeky grin as she swipes samples from the local farmer's market once a week. When Allie has fun, she has fun. No holds barred, out of control, wild sorts of fun. I don't know that I am the best person to make her laugh. I've been told I'm too serious, too quiet, too studious. But I do know one thing for a fact. Allie Jenkins will not have fun on this sort of date. Allie, where'd you go? Dare I ask if you're still reading? Jack, my mother called. Allie, I'm sorry? Jack, that's about right. She's trying to set us up on a blind date. Allie, you and me? Jack, double date. They've apparently got a nice girl picked out for me, and a handsome stud they think you'll love. Allie, gag. Jack, exactly. Allie, I think we should go. I start to type out a text, more like a series of expletives, and it's after I've deleted the third message when I realize this just isn't happening over a message. I delete my latest attempt to spell things out and hit the #1 speed dial on my phone. When she picks up, my heart begins to race. Allie?
Chapter 15. Allie. What's the problem? Allie asks. Afraid of a little date? I don't understand why you'd agree. Normally, you'd rather poke your eyes out with a spoon than go on a blind date. Normally, yes, but it sounds interesting. Our parents have picked our dates. Well then, let me decide for myself if I like them. Since when are you interested in dating? I'm not. I hedge, though I'm not sure this is entirely true. I'm more interested in using this as a teaching experience. You don't have to do this for me. Come on. During your dinner with Catwoman, I had to sit by myself at a table and listen creepily. This time I'll be front and center and better able to give you advice and help. Fine. I don't want to go. We're going. The truth is, my dad called me this afternoon and asked if I'd be up for a double date. Both as a favor to him and to Jack. Because I owed my dad one from the other day, I couldn't turn him down. Apparently, Kathleen Darcy thought she'd found a woman who could truly be the one for her son. It makes me both equally curious and nervous to think about what sort of person this woman will be, and selfishly, I'm too curious to say no to a proposition like this. In return, my father picked out a nice kid that I vaguely know from my parents' Christmas cocktail parties. I have as much attraction to him as a popsicle stick. But again, this one's not about me. For the sake of science, I need to get Jack to go. I want to go. I'm excited to go, Jack, I tell him, and there's a tiny kernel of truth to it. Let's just see what happens. Tell your mom I'm up for it. Unless, of course, you're backing down. I already said no. Your mom doesn't take no for an answer. Next time she calls, tell her we'll be there. When is it? Saturday evening. This is going to be a disaster. No, it won't. I promise, I say, a little gentler. One of two things will happen. Either the woman your mom has picked out for you will be gorgeous and smart and you'll hit it off, or she'll be boring and horrible and you'll get good practice for when you meet the one. The second part of my statement falls flat, because we both know that his mother would not pick a boring and ugly woman to be her future daughter-in-law. If Kathleen Darcy chose a woman for her son, she would certainly choose a brilliant, beautiful woman, sure to charm the pants right off Jack. I tell him this, in those exact terms. No one's charming the pants off me, Jack says, less than enthused. I don't sleep with women on the first date. Since when? Anymore. Since when? Since Mandy. Mandy was 9 months ago, and you slept with her on the first date. If I remember correctly, there was no second date. I haven't seen you dating anyone since Ben. Saturday night, I say through gritted teeth. You can keep your pants on, Jack Darcy, but let the charming begin. Chapter 16. Allie. It's going to be a disaster. Sure is with that attitude. I point toward an open meter on Ocean Drive. Park here. Why don't I just valet at the restaurant? Stop arguing and park. Jack pulls over and parks his new, sleek black Audi in the spot. It's expensive and understated and completely Jack. He picked it up this week because, as he said, he might need it. That's the sort of money that Jack has. I hop out and put my credit card into the meter. I'll pay, Jack says, coming around. Too late, I tell him. Plus, you can pay for dinner. But if this were the start to a date, you can't let the girl pay for the meter. I didn't want you to pay for the meter, Jack growls. I said I was going to pay. You're touchy today. I size him up and he looks positively menacing. What's eating you, Gilbert Grape? He merely scowls at me, which is annoying because he looks like a movie star in the process. Only Jack Darcy can look equally angry and terrifying while still making a few select body parts tingle on any woman in the vicinity. As we stride toward the restaurant, Jack inches a few paces ahead of me and I'm left behind to observe several heads turning our way, most of them women, most of them staring unabashedly at Jack. A few of them are probably wondering why I'm practically jogging to keep up. On a good day, I can't keep pace with Jack. And I wouldn't call this a good day. I've got on heels that lift me almost to Jack's chin and a sleek black dress with spaghetti straps that extends to mid-thigh. It's about the best I'm ever gonna look with my height and figure, and I'm pretty proud about it. But Jack seems to think I dressed like a stripper and is acting all huffy about it. Jack, wait, I tell him. Is the stick up your ass really about my dress? I've worn far less clothing than this and never heard a word of complaint from you. What changed your mind this time? Allie, he says, a warning note to his voice. You're not my dad last time I checked, so what do you care? Jack doesn't often lose his temper, but when he does, it comes swift and sudden. I know I've pushed him too far the second his hand snakes around my wrist and yanks me off the sidewalk. He catches me with both hands on my shoulders and guides me until my back is pressed against the brick wall of the nearest building. His hands are gentle, but his eyes are on fire as his gaze meets mine. I've never complained before because you were only wearing those ridiculous outfits around me, he hisses, not parading around in front of some stranger. I'm hardly parading around in front of some stranger. My date is a man my dad knows. We've met before. You've met him before? I've seen him at a party. It doesn't matter. This date isn't about me, it's about you. I didn't want to go in the first place. You're the reason I'm here. Jack leans in, those eyes glittering, and stares straight through the back of my head. His gaze is so piercing I flinch underneath it, and finally he steps back. My chest is heaving from the closeness of him, the intensity of Jack Darcy that I so rarely get to see. When he's around me, he's usually as relaxed as he can be. I see him during those hours he deliberately kicks back, hides the stresses of the office, and focuses on enjoying the other parts of life. The ferocity with which he's breathing signals I'm not the only one affected by our all-too-close proximity. Ironically, neither of us find ourselves with much to say, based upon the ensuing silence. After several moments of huffing and puffing, I glance down at my dress and tug it into place self-consciously. Do I really look so horrible? I ask him, my voice soft. If I look that much like a hooker, I'll go change. I never said you looked like a hooker. You told me my dress is too short, the top is too low, and the straps are too thin. It doesn't mean— What's your problem, Jack? I reach out and rest a hand on his shoulder. You've been pissed at me all night. What did I ever do to you? If you want me to leave, I'll leave.
No.
Well? He runs a hand across his forehead and gives a slight shake to his head.
I'm sorry.
That's it? I'm not looking for an apology. I'm looking for an answer. What did I do to get under your skin this time?
You look beautiful,
He explodes, those brilliant eyes cutting my way.
You look incredible, and I'm pissed you wasted it on me.
I blink and take stock for a moment. Sorry, but what?
You asked what you did, and I'm telling you it was nothing.
No, I understand that part. I do a little twirl underneath his gaze. You think I'm beautiful?
Yes, Allie. Of course I do.
Thank you very much. I end my twirl with an awkward pirouette thing that has me tripping onto Jack. I land with one hand on his suit, the other on his shirt, and my fingers are stuck there. I feel a bit like Spider-Woman trying to climb Jack Darcy. Sorry about that. Jack stares up into the sky, the blinking stars shrouded by a layer of black and a wisp of cloud. Meanwhile, my hands remain firmly pressed to his chest, and I hate to admit it, but I'm enjoying the feel of them there. His chest is sturdy, and his shirt is soft, and the combination has me wondering what it might feel like if my hands slipped underneath his button-up and landed on skin. I must end up biting my lip, but I don't realize it until a few seconds of Jack staring unabashedly at my mouth. Once I realize my face is pulled into a contorted grimace, I immediately blink away the stars in my eyes and force a somewhat normal smile onto my face. So this outfit is okay? I ask, smoothing my dress. Because you look great, perfect, super hot. I mean, for the girl, the woman, your mom definitely picked out a woman and she'll appreciate you. She should.
You think I'm...
Jack pauses with a terribly smug smirk on his face.
Super hot?
You think I'm beautiful, I retort back, yanking my hands from his body. Come on, asshole, let's go eat. You're buying my dinner.
Your date's supposed to do that.
Whatever. I stomp ahead toward the restaurant and give the host my name. Of course, it's not on the list because Jack's mother made the reservation for us, and of course, she used Jack's name. Rule number 13, I snap. Make your own damn reservations. Don't let your mom do it for you. Jack shakes his head, murmurs politely to the host, and slips him a tip right off the bat. For this, we're upgraded to primo seating and a complimentary glass of wine that's delivered the second we sit down. Rule number 14, I say. Make sure your date's here before you start drinking. Doesn't look good when your date shows up and you're already 3 sheets to the wind. Jack raises his glass of red wine.
I haven't been 3 sheets to the wind since your mom got that bottle of Grey Goose for a Christmas present when we were too young to be buying alcohol.
A little of my sass calms as the bright and bubbly memory floats before me. Christmas Eve. Jack, Darcy, and me under the mistletoe taking our first foray into the boozy world of vodka. All had been going swimmingly until yours truly decided 3 shots in a row was the best idea ever invented. Jack had leaned in under the mistletoe, those gorgeous eyes just as bright and as sweet as they are now, and went for the kiss. I'd proceeded to duck out of the way and vomit profusely on his shoes. That's the last time he'd tried to kiss me. That's also the night I'd drunkenly told him I loved him and asked him to marry me. That might be what I'd referenced when Caroline asked if I'd ever given him a sign. Maybe that's your problem, I tell him, sitting back in my chair and waving a finger at him. When's the last time you did something a little reckless?
Allie.
Note. I cut him off with another sharp wave of my finger. I did not say stupidly dangerous. I just said a little reckless. You know, Something on the edge?
I've grown out of that.
Correction. You never grew into that.
I've been reckless.
No, Jack. You've always done what everyone expects you to do. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, because it's not. It's amazing. You're an incredible doctor, a great friend, a good son, I say with a teasing wink. A pretty good son, usually. But what about doing something for you? For sheer fun?
It's not me,
he says, leaning forward on his elbows.
I'm not the reckless type.
Rule number 14. You
already said 14.
I did? With a frown of confusion, I glance at my wine glass to find it moderately empty. I nodded it. When did that happen? Jack looks at his watch.
Since we've been waiting half an hour.
Apparently, we've been talking and swapping stories for 30 minutes, and I hadn't bothered to notice that my date hadn't arrived yet. Neither had Jack's, so at least we were even on that front. Though I'm not sure what it says about my observation skills, or what it says about the fact that I'm having more fun than I ever thought I'd have tonight.
Number 15,
Jack prompts. It takes me a minute to remember what he's talking about. Eventually, it hits me, and I give a decisive nod. Rule 15. When falling in love, one must be just a little bit reckless.
Oh, I disagree,
Jack begins, but he's interrupted by a blonde woman who pulls up a seat next to him and lays a hand on his. I completely agree, the newcomer says, her eyelashes sparkling with silver glitter as she flashes them my way. You're Dr. Jack Darcy, right? And that would make you Allie? She purses her lips and nods to each of us in turn. I'm more struck by the confidence with which she walked over here and joined the conversation than anything else. It's only after I've nodded and shaken her hand that I'm able to take in the rest of the package. And what a package it is. Her hair is so blonde it's nearly silver, and it's pulled tightly back from her face in a sweeping updo. Her dress is slinky and maroon, and even though it flows all the way to her stilettos, she's got more skin spilling out of her dress than I do by a long shot. It's just that all the skin showing on her is up top. I sort of ogle her chest and wonder how a woman so thin can have breasts of that size. I halfway want to ask if they are real, but in my head I'm already stating Rule 16. Don't ask a woman if her boobs are fake on a first date. When I rejoin the conversation, our new friend Delilah has already introduced herself to Jack. And by introduced herself, I mean she's made herself completely cozy in his lap. She's somehow wiggled under his arm and forced it onto the chair behind her, and she's got a hand resting on his thigh. I raise my eyebrows and look away, tempted to ask if they need some privacy. The only thing that holds me back is the murderous look on Jack's face. Leaving the two to cuddle, or whatever it is they're whispering about, I take to coloring rule number -1 on my napkin. Quietly, I slide it to Jack. He takes one look at the page and ever so slightly one eyebrow inches up. He raises his gaze to meet mine, and there's a fire behind those blue sapphires that send fissures of current through my veins. I shrug and pull the napkin back. No sex on a first date, it screams. At this rate, it's going to be harder for Jack than he expected. His date is about ready to start foreplay here at the dinner table.
I agree,
a voice says from behind me.
But why do you have negative rules?
I freeze, 100% mortified. Probably 150% mortified. So mortified, I order another bottle of wine from a passing waiter before turning around to find my date, Theodore Anton Hamilton, standing behind me. How about we don't mention this to my dad? I tell him, standing and giving Theo an awkward hug. I'd hate for this to pop up in conversation at our next Christmas party. Hate for what to pop up? Delilah asks, purring as she looks across the table at Theo. What rules? Theo reaches across the table and sends the note to Delilah. Rule number -1. Oh, she says with a pout. I don't see anything wrong with sex on a first date. At this, Theo plops into the seat next to me and orders yet a third bottle of wine for the table, looking mighty interested in the woman across from him. The two guests have been here all of 7 minutes, and already Jack is right. Things are a disaster. Luckily, Theo brings a pleasant distraction to dinner. The distraction is himself. Apparently, his father works in entertainment law in the thick of Hollywood, and Theo is considering a jump to the career himself, which he explains in detail by name-dropping every client his father has ever seen. Pretty sure my dad was a lawyer on Michael Jackson's estate, Theo says, leaning back half an hour later. I don't remember the details. Oh my God, Delilah says as if it's all one word. She's said this no more than 100 times tonight. Tell me more. Please don't, Jack says. I kick him under the table even though I can't agree more. The question I've been puzzling over the past hour or so is how on earth my dad thought this Theo could ever potentially be a good fit for me. Unless this really was all just a setup to help Jack. That had to be it. I'm still puzzling out how Delilah fits into Kathleen Darcy's mold for what a wife to her son should look like. And the only thing I can think of is that the two women have never met. There's no way in hell the esteemed Kathleen Darcy would choose Delilah for her son. Delilah might be nice and all, but she's not hitting the medical school track anytime soon. It's mid-daydream when I finally realize that Delilah is excusing herself to use the restroom. With a tittering laugh, she evacuates her seat and sends a finger wave back to Jack. I glance next to me and find the chair empty. Where'd Hollywood go? I ask, noting Theo is also gone. How did I miss my date leaving? And I'm supposed to be learning from you? Jack asks. He's been gone for 5 minutes. I don't know where. Restroom, I suppose. This isn't a real date for me. It is for you. It's practice for me. It's not real. I lean across the table. What were our parents thinking? Jack gives a shake of his head. Let me remind you, I'm the one who said this would be a disaster. Yeah, well, I didn't disagree with you. I can't even get a word in edgewise, he says with a shift in his seat. How am I supposed to practice? Ask Delilah some things about herself. See if you can get her to open up about something, anything, aside from her desire to listen to Theo's tales over here. It doesn't matter. I'm not interested in her. I understand, but you can work on getting to know her. What if there's more than meets the eye? Jack doesn't look convinced. He raises a wine glass to his lips, then pauses and extends it to me. 2 horrible dates. I raise my glass to find it empty. Yikes, I say, before pouring 1 glass more. It's been a while since I've been on a date that requires 3 glasses to get through it. 4. 3. How much have you had? I'm babysitting half a serving, Jack says, swirling a microscopic amount of red liquid around in his glass. I'm on call tonight. And not that I'm counting, but this is your 4th, he adds with a sly smile. Not that I'm complaining. Your cheeks look cute when they get all pink. Cute? I slap at my face, wobbling the wine around as I pull out my phone. Maybe that's why Theo's talking to Delilah more than me. I wasn't going for cute, I was going for sexy. Can't you be both? I don't know. I hesitate as Jack's eyes ever so slightly stray to my cleavage area in a very un-Jack-like way. I don't know what's gotten into him, so I wave my hand in front of his face. Hello, Jack. You're on a date with Delilah? Don't look at my boobs. His eyes snap to my face and he's got a sheepish expression as he finally takes a sip and passes me the glass. Have mine. I wasn't planning on drinking it anyway. Theo and Delilah rejoin us at the table just as our entrees arrive. Our table is divided with our choices. I've got the steak and fries, as does Jack. Delilah went for the chicken salad, as did Theo. I'm vegetarian, Delilah says, taking a huge bite of salad with a grin. But that steak smells incredible. Jack begins, but I issue him another kick from underneath the table before he can finish his thought. I know exactly where he was going with it. He'd been just about to point out there were huge hunks of bacon on top of the chicken salad, and Delilah had eaten at least 3 of them with her first bite. They are impossible to miss. The salad description is called the bacon blue cheese chicken salad. I'm simply trying to train Jack to comment less on a woman's choice of food. Rule 17, I think. Never comment on a woman's eating habits. There is no good outcome. Mention she eats a lot and she could get a complex. Say she eats too little and that's annoying. I jot this down for Jack and pass him the note. Theo and Delilah don't notice, as they've returned to chatter about the Hollywood scene. I lean forward and whisper to Jack, "Remember what we talked about?" I add a huge head nod toward Delilah. Get to know her. So, Delilah, Jack says during the first break in conversation, what is it you do? Do? She stares blankly at him. Do? For work. Career or school or... Jack is drowning here, and he looks to me for help. I don't give him any, not yet. On a real date, he'll have to get himself out of these holes, and I won't be around to clean up his messes. For work, Delilah repeats, as if the very question itself is puzzling to her. Oh, you know, I help run my parents' company. And what do they do? She stares at Jack. They own the club. The club. The words sink in like a stone, and my gaze links with Jack's for just a moment. Everything is suddenly clear. Delilah might not be a brainiac surgeon, but she comes from royal blood in the scheme of the Darcy's circles. It would be an arranged marriage for the books. The brilliant doctor and the beautiful socialite. As owners of the club, her family must know everyone who's anyone. It also probably helps that they're likely loaded. Kathleen Darcy has surely considered this. That's great, Jack says. What sorts of things do you do for them? Do? She parrots. For who? Your parents. I can sense Jack beginning to lose his temper with this conversation, which earns him another swift kick to the knee. Jack simply cannot afford to blow this date like he normally would. It's different this time. Word will get back to his mother and she'll be a lot worse to deal with than a wine stain on his shirt. Do you handle the finances? Jack asks, forcing the politeness into his voice. Or the event planning? Delilah rolls her eyes. Ugh, never. I hate numbers. And details. And planning. Jack stares at his plate, seemingly at a loss for words. I'm the resident shopper, Delilah says with a smirk. I handle the credit card. You shop for the club? Jack latches onto the tidbit she's given him. You mean decorations, themes, supplies? Stilettos, maybe, Delilah says and extends her leg to the side of the table and above so we can all see the red-bottomed heel. I'll get an inheritance from my parents. I'm not an idiot. Why would I work if I don't have to? Jack makes a strangled sound in his throat, and I move to kick him again in the knee. I'm doing this for him. I really am. I don't personally care if he goes home tonight with Delilah or if he sends her running away in tears, but his mother sure will, and she'll make things miserable for both of us. Best to end things on a polite note, or better yet, have Delilah end things. But my plans are foiled. From underneath the table, Jack's hand snakes out and grabs me by the ankle as I'm mid-kick. He catches me there and holds tight, leaving my leg bent in an awkward position as a satisfied smirk curls over his face. I see, Jack says to Delilah, still holding my ankle captive. With a flick of his thumb, my high heel falls to the floor. "That's nice." "It is," Delilah says with a purr. "Then again, I'm one of the Monroe ladies. Monroe women never work. It's not in our blood." "Of course not," Jack says, a sure sign that he's not listening to a word she says. "Makes sense." I wiggle a bit and try to yank my leg back, but it's stuck pretty good in his hand. "What about you?" Delilah turns her gaze my way and chooses this very moment to speak to me for the first time all night. "What do you do?" "I'm, A grunt sounds as I try to yank my leg back, but I'm unsuccessful. I smile at Delilah while simultaneously punching my foot forward toward Jack's crotch. "I'm a kindergarten teacher." Jack's too quick for me and deflects the kick so it bounces off his thigh. His nicely defined, very muscular thigh. My toes approve. "Ew, kids," Delilah says. "Not for me." "You don't want kids?" Jack turns to Delilah, dragging my foot with him as his body shifts. "I want 6 kids." I know Jack's lying. We've talked about this, and we both agree that 3 is the perfect number. Not that it matters whether we agree on such details. It's not like we've ever discussed having children together. 6. Delilah wrinkles her nose and turns to Theo. "What about you?" "I'm not interested in children at the moment," Theo says with a huge grin. "I'm focused on my career." "Is that right?" Delilah murmurs, leaning across the table. "Tell me more about what you do." While Theo launches into another story, I slide my chair back as far as possible, but Jack's hand cinches tighter, now easing up my calf. He pulls so tight that eventually I have to inch my chair back toward the table so I don't tip everything over. Then, Jack's hands start to move. At first, I'm too stunned to say anything, so I sit and wait for whatever's coming next. His fingers dig gently into my calf, and it's one of the most incredible sensations. A leg rub. Why have I never gotten a leg rub before? I lean back, arms crossed, surveying Jack. I'm not sure what he's playing at, so I'm hesitant to show him how nice this feels. It's no use, however, because his hand inches higher and squeezes in a way that makes me gasp just a bit, drawing the attention of Theo. "Wine is sour," I say, inhaling a gulp from my glass. "Carry on." Delilah stares a second longer at me than necessary, but eventually she's drawn back into Theo's stories about boy bands and their licensing rights. I fix a glare on Jack, but it's too late. He knows he's won this round, and he's not showing any signs of giving up the game yet. Sucking in a deep breath, I prepare for a counterattack when suddenly he leans forward and murmurs for my ears only. "Try," he whispers. "Kick me one more time, Allie." I lean forward too, oblivious to whatever's going on around me. His eyes are locked on mine, burning with a challenge. I bite my lip, unable to back down, and send my heel crashing into his leg. He's faster once again and drags his thumb under the sole of my foot. It's the most sensitive place on my entire body. He knows my weak zones, and he's not afraid to use them. I shriek, yelping as I fly backward. My knee bangs against the table, sending a glass of wine flying. It lands on Jack's shirt, soaking him thoroughly as Delilah leaps away from the table with a look of utter disdain on her face. "Sorry," I grimace. "I thought a spider touched my toe." Delilah gives me a look that says I'm about as awesome as pond scum, and Theo takes the opportunity to move around and make sure Delilah's okay. It seems that everyone's forgotten who's on a date with who here. All I know is that Jack has asked for it, and I'm not going to let him get away with this. "Oh, God!" Delilah moans, glancing down at her feet. I have wine on my shoe!
Come on, let me help you,
Theo says, tutting in sympathy.
We'll get you cleaned up. I'll grab some paper towels.
Sorry, I say, wincing as the two shuffle toward the restrooms. I glance toward her shoes, but I can't see a thing on them.
There wasn't wine on her shoe,
Jack says simply once we're alone.
I don't even think she stepped in it.
And you wonder why you can't keep a date. I shake my head at him. What was that?
You kicked my knee enough times to leave a bruise. Your fucking heels hurt.
I was trying to help you.
Trying to cripple me, maybe.
You might at least get a sympathy card then, I snap, retrieving my fallen heel from under the table and sliding it back onto my foot. You can't use my weaknesses to your advantage.
Weakness?
Don't play dumb. You know the only spot I'm ticklish is on the bottom of my foot. I can't handle it.
That's not the only place I can think of.
My face burns at the memory to which he's referring. That damn mistletoe. Jack Darcy had leaned in to kiss me so many years ago, and his hand had reached for my waist. His thumb, that glorious thumb of his, had stroked the bare swatch of skin just above my jeans. That single stroke of the thumb had turned me on in so many ways. It was the first time I'd ever felt such urges. I can still remember the thrill to this day, so intense I shivered just thinking about it. I'd shivered then too, and Jack had felt it. We both had. Until I vomited. Well, good luck ever touching me there again, I say, and realize that statement has come out just a bit too loud. At least two nearby tables are staring unabashedly at us, and it's all I can do not to blush, tickle me pink, and die of embarrassment. You're right. This was a horrible disaster.
You should have listened to me.
You were right, I spew at him. I'm sorry I had more faith in you than you do yourself. Jack stills. Whatever he was about to say cut off by my statement. Biting his lip, he gives a slight shake of his head and looks almost disappointed.
I'm sorry,
he says finally. He glances down at his shirt and offers a weak shrug.
This is why I worried about involving you. Whenever I pull a woman into a romantic situation, it turns sour. Apparently, you're not immune.
Forget it, I say, waving a hand. My heart is beating faster at the mere thought that I had hurt Jack's feelings. He's the toughest man I know, and he doesn't crumble to much of anything. The despair on his face is too much for me to handle. Another shirt bites the dust. Come on, laugh about it.
It's not.
Look what I packed. I bend to retrieve my purse and drag out the extra shirt I'd brought as a joke. Feel like changing?
I thought you had faith in me,
he says, a whisper of a smile playing at his lips. I did. I do. This is left over from last time. With a sideways tilt of his head, he surveys me for a long moment. I feel him scoping me out. My hair, my face, down to my lips, then back to my eyes.
Thank you. I'll go once they get back.
I nod in agreement. We proceed to wait over 15 minutes while I twiddle my thumbs and sip the last of my wine. Jack picks at what's left of his steak, and we mostly ignore the very extended absence of our two guests.
Can I pay the check?
Jack finally asks when the waiter offers a dessert menu.
I'll take it for all four of us.
You don't have to. One look from him shuts me up. Jack pays the check and I peer around, making sure Delilah hasn't left a purse at the table. Neither her nor Theo's personal belongings are here, so I stand and gesture for Jack to follow me on an evacuation attempt. Should we find them? I ask. I feel like it's rude to just leave.
I have to use the restroom,
Jack says, gesturing to his beautiful white shirt now stained and useless.
Maybe we'll run into them. If not, I think they might have disappeared.
I follow him to the restrooms, figuring I might as well use the ladies' room while we're here. Those 4 glasses of wine have to go somewhere after all, since they didn't end up on my shirt. Jack turns the corner into a hallway and stops so abruptly that I run smack dab into his back. What the? I freeze, first spotting the signs for men and women on the restroom doors, and then spotting the couple before them. Theo and Delilah are wrapped in an embrace far too indecent for a Michelin-starred restaurant. His hand is on her thigh, her dress is tucked into her underwear, and their tongues are wrapped around one another while a series of moans and grunts tell me things are much further along than I expected. "Oh no," I whisper. "This is a horrible date."
"Not for them,"
Jack murmurs.
"Come on, Allie."
Resting a hand on my back, Jack steers me through the front of the restaurant and past the crowd of prying eyes. Not only is Jack's shirt a mess, but we've clearly left without half of our party, and our party attracted a significant amount of attention. "I can't believe it," I tell him. "Were they about to have—"
"Looked like it,"
he says, a bit grim.
"I'm sorry my luck with dating rubbed off on you."
"I don't even like Theo," I say with a hint of surprise. "So why is it annoying that he's dry-humping another woman while he's supposed to be on a date with me?" Jack's heading toward the car but appears to change his mind. He shifts direction, his hand cinching lower on my back until his arm is wrapped around my waist. My head leans against his chest as we wait at a red light. "Where are we going?" I finally ask. "The car's that way."
"I thought we could walk along the beach a bit,"
he says.
"I could use a breath of fresh air, clear my head."
"How much wine did you drink?" I ask.
"Can you even drive?" "All of 1 sip. I can drive, but you can't."
"And Delilah," I continue. "How on earth could she have picked Theo over you?" Jack propels me forward as the light turns green.
"That's what you're supposed to be helping me figure out."
"Probably because you told her you wanted 6 kids.
Come on, Allie, give me a break. I don't know what my mother was thinking.
"Your mother thinks you're going to be a king," I say, and it's a bit slurry. "And Delilah's going to be your queen, like how the ancient Egyptians married each other to align families."
What does Egypt have to do with any of this?
I wave a hand at him, feeling a little more wobbly than expected. That 4th glass of wine had probably been one too many, but it had given me a nice little halo of warmth to use as a buffer between Jack's body heat and my own.
"Thanks for watching my dates,"
Jack says.
"I appreciate it."
"That sounds kinky, but you're welcome. For what it's worth, I don't think you're as horrible a dater as you think." Jack glances down at his shirt.
"Is that right?"
"You're funny, you're handsome, you're nice." I shrug. "Sometimes you just say the wrong thing, but you're getting better."
"I never thought I'd have to change for someone."
"You don't, Jack. You don't." I turn to face him, my fingers reaching unconsciously for his. "You're perfect just the way you are, and the right woman will appreciate that."
"Then why all this pomp and circumstance around first dates?"
"Because these women need to get to know the real you. You deserve someone who'll know the real you."
"Shouldn't they want to know the real me without me pretending to be someone else?"
"You're not pretending to be someone else, you're just—" I trail off. He has a very good point. "Don't change, Jack," I say softly. "Be patient."
I have been patient. I'm 32. I'm ready for the right woman to come along.
You'll find her. Plus, it's not like you haven't had some bites in the past. And you've had plenty of first dates. Jack purses his lips and shakes his head, a sure sign he's not offering conversation. "Fine," I tell him. But you know as well as I do that you can have any woman you want. You just have to find the one who deserves you. We walk in silence for a few minutes after this, the wind whisking around us as the waves play at our toes. I've long since kicked off my heels, and Jack has graciously reached over and eased them from my hands, carrying them by his side.
What if I suck at kissing?
What? I stop walking, toes sinking into the cool sand. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, Dr. Darcy.
You said it, he argues. I've taken women home after a first date before, but there's never any follow-up. It's not the first date that's the problem. It's the next and the next.
Oh, Jack, I say with a weird, gurgling sort of laugh. You're not bad at kissing.
Sex?
I'm sure you're excellent at sex.
How do you know?
Because I can tell. Jack's eyes settle on me.
How can you be certain?
Because, I tell him, and I lean into him. You have nice lips.
Teach me.
What?
You're my instructor. Teach me how to kiss.
I'm not teaching you how to kiss.
It's sort of your job.
Jack glances over at me, a twinkle in his eye.
And you owe me a kiss.
Have you ever considered the fact that there's no follow-up because you never call these ladies after you kiss them? Jack frowns, but he doesn't have a response. Don't play stupid, Jack. You know as well as I do that if any of these women had caught your attention, you would have pursued them. If there haven't been any second dates, it's because you didn't want them.
That's...
Jack trails off mid-response. While he's thinking, my mind replays something he said that I glossed right over. What do you mean I owe you a kiss?
New Year's Eve,
he says.
The first night we tried alcohol.
Yeah, you don't want that kiss back. Jack smiles.
How about a new one?
I shake my head. No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Why not?
I puzzle on this as we walk. He grasps my hand in his, and it feels nice enough that I don't let go. It's comforting walking side by side, only the moon and the stars and the lapping waves to hear our conversation. The guise of darkness covers our inhibitions, helped along by the wine, enhanced by the tingle of electricity from Jack's skin on mine. It feels almost romantic, almost special, almost magical. As if this could be real. But it's not, and I remind myself of this as I face Jack with an apologetic smile. First, a kiss requires an element of surprise, spontaneity. You know, something to sweep a girl off her feet and... Without warning, Jack drops my heels onto the sand and pulls me into an embrace. One of his arms grasps tight around my back, the other cradling beneath my knees as he sweeps me off my feet and against his chest.
Like this?
Yeah, I guess, but Jack! My voice raises in alarm. My shoes!
Shoes?
He frowns as if he'd forgotten all about the heels he'd been holding in his hands.
Oh, shit.
I wouldn't normally care so much about a pair of shoes, but a teacher's salary means I'm not rolling in dough, and I'd saved for 3 months to buy these beauties, which means I'll do a lot to save them, including the ditching of another kiss from the illustrious Jack Darcy. Grab them! I sound like an excitable mouse. Don't let the shoes drown! Jack kicks off his own dress shoes and begins to roll up his pants. He tosses his phone and wallet to safety before wading further in. I, too, try to hold up the edges of my dress, but eventually I wade in the ocean up to my waist and forget all about the dress. I got the dress on sale. I paid full price for the shoes. If I'm saving one, it's going to be the shoes. I thought Cinderella left her shoes behind, Jack grumbled, stomping into the water behind me. She didn't go back for them. Yeah, well, Cinderella's shoes appeared magically, and they were supposed to disappear at midnight, I tell him, as I lunge for the first shoe bobbing just beyond my reach. My shoes aren't going anywhere except the bottom of the ocean if you don't get moving. And I had to eat rice and beans for a month to afford these beauties. I'll buy you a new pair of shoes. That's not the point. I lunge again and miss entirely. I splash around futilely in the crashing waves as I face Jack, a sopping mess. Not to mention, since when do you know anything about fairy tales, you romance noob? I know Cinder-fucking-Ella. He curses as a wave catches him by surprise and bowls him over. I hate Cinderella. Don't hate on Cinderella, I manage to gurgle, before the wave hits me a second later. I'm down for the count then, too. The water swirls over me, all salty and frigid, and it's in that moment that a spiky object connects head-on with my back. Limbs flail, I struggle for the surface and catch a glimpse of Jack's arms waving a few feet away as he lumbers toward me. My shoe! Get it! I thumb behind my body as Jack resurfaces, coughing up a lung and a half while he dives for me. He misses the shoe and hits me instead. He's much bigger than I am, even when I'm wearing my beautiful heels, and his force brings me underwater. It's a full-on football tackle, and I tell him this as I'm lifted to the surface in his arms. I didn't tackle you, he says, and even if I did. He gives a cheeky little grin, all cute and boyish, and holds up one shoe in his hand. Success. What about the other one? He looks annoyed. The other one? I can't walk around on one shoe, Jack. I'd look like an idiot. I look like an idiot, he says, glancing down at himself. I'll buy you a new pair of shoes. I can't respond to his comment because I'm too busy properly taking in the view of a sopping wet Jack Darcy. He looks like anything but an idiot. He looks like one of those romance cover models, all sopping wet and brooding. Except instead of brooding, he's pissed, and he directs his anger toward diving into the water just to my right and disappearing. Jack! I yell. But he's already gone. I mutter my own string of curses as I dive in after him, realizing that probably I could have let the shoes drown. Better the shoes drown than my best friend. There's no sign of Jack resurfacing yet, and I'm doggy paddling out past my comfort zone. The night is dark save for the stars, and there's not a single person on shore. Probably because it's close to midnight, and it's technically illegal to be on this beach. Or probably because only idiots go swimming in waters dangerous enough to swallow a pair of Louboutin stilettos. And I'm the idiot who chased in after them instead of forgetting the shoes and sinking into Jack's arms and savoring his sure-to-be orgasmic kiss. Jack! Don't die, please! I yell to the white tops of the waves. The shoes aren't worth it! Jack's head bobs above the surface just as I'm wishing for him to pop up. No shit, he says. Then he's gone again, and I'm doggy paddling after him like a lunatic with only the beam of moonlight to lead the way. The water pelts toward me, salt water burning down my throat as I cough and splutter and generally struggle toward the place where Jack disappeared. When he still doesn't surface after too long, I shout again, waving my arms and legs in hopes I'll get a touch of him. The night is black, the ocean is blacker, and my worry is growing exponentially by the millisecond. Jack! My screech is cut off midway as he breaks through the cresting waves so close to me our chests are practically touching. Jack, I whisper, my heart thumping against my chest. I'm sorry. You can let the shoes go. Jack winks. Or you could thank me. I gape as he holds up my soggy but perfectly intact other shoe. Oh, thank you, Jack. I throw my arms around him, and because the water is too deep for me here, I use him for a buoy. He's standing in a way that's so sturdy it makes me think he can touch the bottom, so I go ahead and wrap my legs around his waist for balance. I let my head fall onto his shoulder as my breaths come in ragged gulps. I hiccup once and then giggle. "I'm so sorry I made you." "Like this?" he asks, ever so softly. "Like what?" My question drifts off into the sound of pummeling waves as Jack's free hand reaches for me. He grasps my chin between his thumb and middle finger and tilts it gentle as a breeze until I'm facing him. Our lips hover just millimeters apart, and the closeness between us is so intense I shiver. "Are you cold?" His breath whispers across my lips, smelling of fresh gum and a hint of wine. "You're shivering." "No." "Then you're shivering because—" Jack eases my shoes into my hands so his are free. He cups me around the waist with both of his hands. "Of this?" My dress has wrapped oddly around my waist thanks to the thrashing water, and Jack eases his hands underneath. His thumb brushes across that erogenous zone below my belly button, just above my panties. My eyes close of their own accord, my lips trembling with a low moan. Jack groans, his thumb skimming across the thin strap of my lace underthings until his fingers curl into my bottom and pull me close. "Allie." He leans in, his lips a breath from mine. "You said you didn't want me to touch you here again." Jack runs his thumb along the same sensitive spot, sending flutters through my stomach. "Did you mean it?" I don't pull away. I gasp as the spray of water sprinkles onto my shoulders, but I'm still not cold. My body is burning up, soaking in the heat from Jack, despite the goosebumps covering my chest. My hands reach for his shirt, tearing open the top buttons so my fingers can play across his chest. He watches, tense, as I inch my hands to the back of his neck, clasping there, the shoes dangling from my fingertips. "I asked you a question," Jack says, and this time the words are gritted out. "Did you mean it?" "No." It's no more than a breath, but it sends a message. His hand snakes behind my head and tugs out the binder holding my bun in place. My hair falls free, salty and mussed, as his fingers rope through my locks and press me to him. I don't know if it's the fuzzy wine blanket I'm wearing or the fact that Jack Darcy just went all Rambo hero to save my shoes. Maybe it's the fact that his body feels like magic under my fingers, all muscular and strong and gorgeous. It could be the fact that he's holding me, possessive, as if I'm the only thing he'll never let go of in this world. Whatever it is, when my lips meet his, it's a slow burn, a cautious tale that turns into a fury the second his tongue slips past my lips. He explores with a newfound determination, his hands gripping and grasping as he tastes. I can feel his arousal pressed against me, and in that moment, I'm convinced that Jack Darcy is the bomb at sex. I've never been more turned on in my life, and I'm in the middle of the frigid ocean at midnight, sopping wet and almost fully dressed. Jack moans, and my insides alight with desire. The cold outside hisses against the burning lava in my veins, and I sink into the kiss as a wave splashes across our shoulders. The water pummels us, battles us back, and still Jack holds me tighter. I move against him in return. My nails dig into his back, but I can't find a gentler way to hold him. It's as if this passion has been simmering, boiling, bubbling over and erupting now in this kiss.
"You taste amazing,"
Jack murmurs.
"I love kissing you."
For the record, I say, sucking in a deep breath, you don't suck at kissing.
"Thank God."
But hell, you need more practice.
"I think so too,"
He says,
"Can I?"
just shut up, Jack, and kiss me again. He does as I instruct. Suddenly, I can't tell where my breathing ends and his begins. I dive back into his lips and soak it up. This is probably the last chance I'll have to kiss Jack Darcy, and I want to remember every taste of him. When he lowers me onto him, his erection pressing at my entrance, only a thin layer of lace between us aside from his pants, I groan and fall into him. His hand loops through my hair and pulls it back. My neck is exposed, and he leans in, tastes it, dripping kisses down to my collarbone as I lean back and press deeper into him. I have half a mind to tell him I'm on birth control. We could get this out of our systems right now, judging by how much we want one another. But just as I'm about to say this, a wave rips over us and drags us underwater. Jack's mouth leaves mine, and the absence is sheer pain. I need more of him, so I clutch at him, his shirt ripping as the undertow flips us around. Never once, even for a second, do his hands leave me. Then we press through the surface again, and Jack's got a shit-eating grin on his face.
"This is a freaking disaster."
I guess I love disaster.
"Me too,"
he murmurs, leaning in for another kiss. It's in this moment, however, that a follow-up crash of water swipes my shoes from my hands. I cry out and immediately regret it. I did pay full price for the shoes, but at this point, I'd rather have Jack. He, however, does the noble thing and dives after my shoes. By the time he resurfaces, I've waded my way to the shore, feeling like a sopping, sheepish puppy as I wring my dress out. My hair is probably straggly around my face, and the cold has finally set in.
"Your shoes, Cinderella,"
Jack says, extending a hand with both heels dangling from his fingers.
"Sorry about that."
You didn't have to,
"Worth every second,"
he says. He leans in as if to kiss me once more, but instead he kneels and eases first one shoe into place and then the other.
"Can I take you home, princess?"
He extends an arm, and despite the pit in my stomach, I loop mine through his. I wish our moment together had never ended. I would have turned into a popsicle rather than be dragged apart from Jack Darcy. But alas, reality has returned. Of course, I tell him. Thank you, Prince Charming.
Chapter 17. Jack Darcy. Hang on. This is the route to your home, Allie says, squinting as I exit the highway a few miles from my condo. Not mine. And you asked if you could bring me home. You're not bringing me home. You're bringing me to your home. Does it matter? I thought that was implied. Yeah, it matters, seeing how I'm not all that sure I ever agreed to come back to your place. What did I agree to anyway? I'm not sure, which is why I choose silence as an answer. Back on the beach, when I'd asked Allie to come home with me, I'd been filled with the most intense need for her. Something so strong I'd never imagined it could exist in this lifetime. I'd do just about anything to have her, to make her mine, including an ocean floor rescue for a pair of shoes that I could have just bought the next day for her. However, Allie doesn't ask me for much, so when she asked for the shoes back, a part of me had liked it. Liked that she leaned on me, asked me for help. And yes, The look in her eyes when I'd succeeded at the mission hadn't hurt either. In fact, it's one look I need to see again. "You always stay over at my place," I tell her, shifting in the driver's seat. "Your car is parked at my condo, and you're not driving home tonight." She frowns, the logic not lost on her, and I'm proud of my brain for coming up with that one on a moment's notice. I don't give a rat's ass where the car is. I could have dropped her at home and figured that out later. But the truth is that I'm not ready to let Allie swing away from me. I want her body back in my arms, my hands on her waist, and my lips taking hers. Nothing less will satiate me. As for the disaster date, I've already forgotten about it. Only the lightly stained, now soggy shirt is a remnant from the evening. Normally, I'd have ruminated over the whole thing, dissected every second to understand what I'd done wrong. I couldn't have, wouldn't have, moved on. Not like this. That is the power of Allie Jenkins. That's why she's my best friend. There's only one person in the world who can make me forget the stresses of my career, the life and death choices that weigh on my mind at all waking hours. "This wasn't a date," Allie clarifies, while I'm still muddling around in my thoughts. "And if I'm staying at your place, I insist on taking the couch." "You always insist on taking the couch." "Yeah, well, I mean it this time." "You meant it last time, too." I give her a smile, taking an extended moment to watch her out of the corner of my eye. Take the bed. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, hands down. Her cheeks are flushed pink from the aftershocks of wine, and her hair is curled and springy from the ocean. She smells a bit like salt, and I have the desire to run my lips along her pale neck, tasting her like a margarita, or something more romantic. I realize a few seconds later that Allie's still talking. She's come up with some long-winded argument about why she should sleep on the couch, and I should take the bed, and I don't bother to pay much attention. Sure. I eventually agree, though it doesn't matter all that much to me. She'll fall asleep first on the couch, and I'll move her to the bed. Whatever you say. "Did you just agree with me?" "Sure," I say again. "You take the bed, I'll take the couch." She frowns, contemplates my offer. "Jack!" "I'm kidding. Whatever makes you comfortable. You're not driving home tonight, and your car is at my place. That's why I invited you back. Nothing more." I glance over to see if there is even the slightest whiff of disappointment at this confession. It's not the truth. The truth is that I invited her back on the impulse that maybe we could be more. That maybe there was chemistry between us that neither of us have felt before. Her brow furrows slightly, but then she blinks, and that's it. It's gone. Any worry or doubt that might have been there. The piece of me that wishes for more has been put back in its place once again. "So," I say, "how would you rate that kiss?" Her face colors red out of the corner of my eye, but she does a fine job of fighting away the embarrassed flush and gritting out a smile. "I'd say you're better than average, Darcy." Better than average? I don't settle for better than average. I don't stop until I'm the best. She crosses her arms and sits back in her seat. She doesn't appear to have a comeback this time. "If you feel like practicing, Jack." There's a warning glint to her tone. "I'm kidding," I say, though it hurts me some to admit. "Don't make things awkward, Allie." "You already made things awkward." "I was just rescuing your sandals. I think it was you who was so overcome with relief and gratitude at their safe return, you had to attack the rescuer." "I didn't attack you, and more importantly, they're not sandals." I bite back a smile. "Then what would you call it if not attacking?" "You're the one who... I don't know what you did to me." "What I did to you?" When she glares at me, I shrug and offer a polite smile. "You told me I'm supposed to learn from these dates. If I don't get feedback, I won't improve." What did you like about the beach? She's taken to staring down each and every passing car with such a violent expression, the other drivers look a bit frightened when they pass us. Forget it, Jack. Allie, forget it. I go silent and pull into the parking spot designated for Jack Darcy underneath my condo. I had to add it on when I got the car this week, since my motorcycle sits in a spot next to the other bikes. I figured it wasn't very manly to go out with a woman and have to borrow her car, so I took care of it. I slide out of the car and move to open Allie's door, but she hurriedly scrambles out first and slams it shut. She storms to the elevator and pounds her finger on the call button. When it arrives, she stomps inside and hits the button for the top floor without waiting for me to step through. I'm sorry if I said something wrong, I say. Can we forget about it? I didn't mean to upset you. You didn't upset me, Jack. When she finally speaks, it's soft, a little subdued, completely like the Allie I know and love. It's not your fault. Let's forget it. With that, we wait in silence for the elevator to reach my place. Out of the corner of my eye, I survey her wispy hair, her clingy dress, each and every generous curve on display. It's not that I haven't appreciated her figure before, but in this small space, after finally having her in my arms and feeling her move against me, I can't help it. I lose my breath. Jack, are you okay? You are so gorgeous, I breathe. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that, but Theo is an idiot. Her eyebrows crease, and I debate another apology. If she doesn't head home after this, I'll be surprised. Luckily, she surprises me. Instead of pushing her away, my admission seems to have softened her. We are already so close, the elevator constricting despite the now open door. We can't seem to move, to breathe, to break the line of sight that connects us. Then Allie's hand reaches for the back of my head and pulls me close, her lips connecting fiercely with mine as she inhales me. This time when she kisses me, it's as if I'm the air she breathes, as if this moment is all she needs, this connection, a craving that isn't yet satisfied. I'm perfectly fine with satisfying her craving. Better yet, I'd prefer if she'd never be satiated of me, and I could hold her forever, make her mine, have her for eternity. I'm desperate for her, cherishing every moment and relishing every touch. I have no idea how long this us will last, so I brand every moment into my memory for some later date. My hands find her bottom again, and I lose control of my mental capacity. I grip her hard, lifting her as she wraps her legs around my waist. Her arms hold my neck so tightly, I couldn't pull away even if I wanted to, and we crash against the back wall of the elevator. You're not, she gasps against my lips, a bad kisser, Jack Darcy. Little hitches in her breathing send me into overdrive. I'm more needy for her than I've been for anyone in my entire life. In theory, it'd be a horrible idea to sleep together. Allie had wine. She's sort of my instructor for all things romance, and above all, we're friends. None of that helps. You're a good teacher, I say, nuzzling her neck as I press her hard against the wall, and you feel incredible. At this, Allie arches toward me, her hips rocking against mine with such vigor that I lose my balance and take a step backward. I manage to spin and catch the pair of us before we crash against another wall. The door begins to close, and I somehow thumb for the door open button before propelling us both through it. Once in the hallway, I stumble toward the door with Allie still wrapped around me, her eyes closed as she drags lips of fire across my neck. I fumble through the lock on the door, eventually succeeding in kicking the door shut behind me. It slams loud enough to wake the entire building, but neither of us care. The couch, Allie gasps. Closer than... She pauses, her fingers grasping my tie as she yanks my head toward her. The bed. I'm too afraid of speaking, too afraid of agreeing aloud in case it somehow ruins the mood, jolting us both back to reality. This is my fantasy come to life, and I do not want to wake from this dream. Cradling her against me, I ease us both onto the couch and pull her onto my lap. Somehow, in the mix of the moment, Allie adjusts, wiggles me underneath her, and climbs on top, so she's straddling me. My mind is blown. After months of no sex, having the woman of my dreams perching over me is a near miracle, and I'd say that my feelings of desire are an understatement. I'm coming apart at the seams with need for her. Allie, I feel the need to warn her, to let her know that once things go further, it will be increasingly difficult to go back. I don't ever want to go back, but if she doesn't want this, I will stop. As painful as it might be, I will walk away to save her as a friend. I will not throw away a lifetime for one night. Her lips, however, cut me off mid-sentence. And let's face it, I'm an adult male. There's no way I have the self-control to stop her from taking the lead and dragging me right along with her. There's a fire in her eyes, a wildness fueled not by wine, not by desperation, but with the same emotions running rampant in my own veins. A frenzy, a build-up of a lifetime of teasing and trust, a hint of love, the sort of love that exists between friends, bringing us deeper together, pulls us under the surface of this ocean and drags us through the swirling waters of whatever tonight means. Tonight, it seems, is about the need to connect, to let go of the rules, to let nature take its course. Then she pulls away ever so slowly. Allie raises her hips, watching me with unbridled passion as we separate. She's perched over me, our gaze unbroken, her hands digging into my shoulders so deeply I can feel each and every one of her nails. The moment is suspended between us, frozen in time. This tipping point that will be nearly impossible to return from if she chooses to move us forward. I'm ready, and I wait for her signal to continue. It comes in the form of a small smile, the slightest tilt of her head. With that simple movement, she bites her lip and propels us into the throes of what we both seem to need. Her body eases back onto mine, and my fingers find her hips, locking there so tightly I fear she'll bruise. But she presses me to hold her tighter, resting her hands over mine and showing me what she likes. Once I have her in my arms so tight I'll never let go, she returns her arms to my shoulders and her lips to mine, and she moves against me. She grinds against me despite the barrier of our clothing. She's pushed me closer to climaxing than I'd like to admit. I still have my pants on, and I'm about ready to combust. This has never happened before. I need you, Allie, I grit out. It's an animal-like growl, and I'm not proud that I sound like a bear coming out of hibernation. But it's all the motor skills I have at this point. I need to touch you. In a soundless answer, she throws her head back and raises her hips to me. She whispers a please, and it about sends me over the top. Her words, her movement, the way she needs this as much as I do, is the sexiest thing of all. I run my finger along the edges of her panties, stroke the barely there lace fabric, and tease a cry from her lips that has me ready to take her now. But she's too lost in the touch, begging for more with every movement, and I strive for patience. I move slowly, gentle, enjoying the intimate warmth of her. I can feel her getting close, tensing against me, and I want nothing more than to taste her. The scent of Allie Jenkins is everything I imagined and more. Holding her is no longer enough, and I adjust slightly, an arm coming around her back as I guide her onto the couch. She's malleable in my arms, almost liquid, as I lay her down, spreading her beneath me. Her hair dances in a circle from her face, like a sunflower with brilliant blonde leaves extending in every direction. I brush one stray strand from her face before I inch toward her, slowing us down, pressing individual kisses to her forehead, her nose, her cheeks, and eventually those lips I've come to love. She pulls me close until I'm heavy on top of her, and I worry it's too much. But she doesn't let up. When that's still not enough, I reach under Allie's still damp dress, my fingers dragging over her gorgeous legs. Her skin is soft, so soft, I linger longer than I intend, cupping her thigh until my fingers inch so high I can nearly touch her belly. My thumb plays over her tender zone, the one that makes her shiver, and I watch as she trembles under my touch. I'm a greedy bastard, and I do it again and again, until she shudders against me, her fingers gripping my shoulders as her torso arches, her hips driving into me. "Stop," Allie grits out as goosebumps freckle her skin. "Teasing." "Fine." I hook one finger around the lip of her lace panties and yank them down. I don't mean to snap them, but apparently in my heightened state of lust, I break the gentle fabric, and her panties come off in one piece in my hands. "Guess I don't need those back," Allie murmurs with a grin, as I stare at the lace, confused. "Drop them, Darcy." I drop the panties like a hot potato and focus instead on Allie's body, which she's intent on wiggling even closer to me. This time when I kiss her, it's on her stomach. She shivers as my fingers run down her thighs. She's warm, soft in my hands, and I'm so thoroughly wild for her, I'll never recover from tonight. As I lean down to kiss her, to finally taste the woman of my every dream, I pause, inhale. I press my hand to Allie's stomach, firm, and she rests her hand over mine, grasping onto it for dear life. She bucks upward for me, her fingers clawing at the couch as I hover just out of reach, driving her into a frenzy of anticipation. And then, my phone rings. "Don't you dare," Allie says. "Touch me, Jack." Under any other circumstance, I'd break the damn thing and throw it out the window. I'm so close, I'm so near the woman I desire most, that I debate throwing the phone out the window anyway. Except, it's my super secret work number. The emergency one that means I need to drop whatever it is I'm doing and get my ass to the hospital. Even so, I let it ring. I debate calling them back in 5 minutes, but that'd be unfair to Allie. I have no good solution to this. I can either ignore work and get my ass handed to me, or I can stop things where they are. I won't continue with Allie if it means I'm unable to take my time. I've spent too long waiting to have her, to rush this. Allie. "Shit," she pleads. "That's your super secret work number, isn't it?" She groans, runs a hand through her wild mane. "You have to answer it." "But it's the hospital." Allie moves to sit, easing out from under me as the passion fades into reality. "You need to go." I shake my head as my gaze lands on Allie. I'm hungrier for her than ever, and it's painful to see the lust fading from her eyes. "Don't worry," she says, forcing a grin. "I understand. And Jack?" I let out a groan that rumbles through my entire body as I click answer on my phone. "Yes?" She waits until I listen and respond, then hang up. "You're not bad at sex," she says, sounding almost pissed. "How can you think that?" "We didn't have sex." "Basically," she says, her face turning several shades of pink. "I mean, what's left? You sort of just stick it in and voila." "What?" "Don't you have to go?" she says, now flustered. "Get to work." "Allie, I wouldn't go if—" "I know. I'm not upset. It's your career, your life. And you don't have to explain." Allie pauses, takes a deep breath.
I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm flustered.
Stay here, will you? Don't leave. This isn't finished.
I don't know, Jack. I think maybe it's best if we leave things finished. They never work out between us. Maybe it's a sign.
No. I stand, however, and adjust my pants. This isn't a sign. This is just a call from work. No signs, nothing.
I know. I'm not upset. I wanted this as much as you did, but...
But what? I reach for her panties in an effort to return them, but I realize once again that I've ripped them to shreds. Ellie eyes them, wrinkles her nose, and nods toward the garbage. I toss them on my way to grab my keys. This is not over, I tell her, storming toward the front door. And when I come back, I want to hear you explain. Don't you dare think about leaving.
Okay.
And Allie? I pause, waiting as she crosses the room. When she joins me at the door, I press her against the frame, lining my body against hers, to let her know my desire is still going strong. When she sucks in a sharp breath, I know she's listening. I disagree.
With what?
That's not how sex works. And if you think so, you're doing it wrong. Her eyes are hooded, watching me carefully. I'm stuck under her gaze, waiting for a reaction, for more. Then my phone buzzes a second time, and I have no choice but to step back, ease through the doorway, and lock the door behind me. I love my job, I mutter to myself. I love my work. I love my work. I love my work.
Chapter 18. Allie. I cower under the covers. I'm laying spread eagle in Jack Darcy's bed, the rush of embarrassment creeping over my neck. One moment I'm sighing from the intense pleasure of the night, and the next I'm cringing with each passing memory. I should have stayed on the couch after Jack left, but I didn't. I'm not quite sure why, but here I am, tucked under his covers, daydreaming about what it'd be like if he slid between the sheets and joined me when he returned. The wine has long since worn off, so I have no shields left between me and the impending arrival of Jack Darcy. When I finally peek my head out from underneath the covers, I see the clock blinking 3:34 in the morning. Jack left 2 hours ago, and I've been awake ever since. I'm too shaky to sleep. The most I've done is hold my eyes closed for a few seconds. Any longer than that, and memories of Jack come swirling behind my eyelids and threaten to make me burn up from the inside out. I'm running so warm, however, I'm worried about a fever. I get up to open the window, and a cool breeze filters over my skin before I climb back in bed. The breeze isn't enough, but at least it's something. I've debated handling this a lot of ways. I thought about heading home. Amy would surely pick me up if I needed company. I even debated sending Caroline a message to see if she's at the hospital, and could she please snoop on Jack Darcy for me. I wonder if Jack is feeling the same confusion that I am. Of course not, I think. The man can control his emotions in a way that puts robots to shame. Yet when I try to control my emotions, it's as effective as holding back a sneeze. Even if I'm successful in the short term, the sneeze is coming out sooner or later, and the longer I hold it in, the worse the eventual explosion. To deal with some of the emotional pressure, I dial my best friend and sometimes uncertified therapist, Amy. She's probably out at a gig, as evidenced by the loud music pummeling through the phone the second she picks up. "Hey, Allie, what's going on?" The beep thumps through the line. "One sec, let me sneak into the alley." Don't pretty girls get killed in alleys at this hour of the night? She laughs. "The entrance is in the alley. We've got Mark and Claude on the door. I'm fine." Her voice eases quieter along with the background noise. "But what about you? Aren't you usually sleeping this time of night?" "I'm not a complete recluse. Sometimes I have Saturday night plans." I can practically feel her eyebrow raising on the other side of the phone. You don't fool me, you hate staying up past your bedtime. What is it, 3 in the morning? Almost 4, I say proudly. Anyway, how's your gig? No changing the subject. We have to go back on stage in a bit, so although I don't want to rush you, I'm rushing you. What happened? I made out with Jack Darcy. I wince, surprised at how easily that popped out. We kissed, and it was freaking amazing. And now I'm alone in his bed and confused and you thought he loved you like a sister. He does. He did. I don't know. Amy squeals. This has been years in the making. Or should I say making out? What else happened? Why did things stop there? Stop there? That's already too far. You're not a virgin. You're a grown woman. So is Jack. Or he's a grown man, I guess. Definitely a man. So, I'm surprised you were both able to stop. The tension between the two of you is insane. He got a call from work, I admit. But it's a good thing, really. I meant to stop at making out anyway. I don't know if I'd have been able to hold back if he hadn't had to leave. Admit it. This was the best night of your life. I don't know. There was a lot of wine, and we were on this double date, and... Hold the phone. You went on a double date with Jack Darcy and you didn't tell me? Nope. Another flinch. I wasn't on the date with Jack. Scandalous. What was wrong with your date? For starters, we found him making out with Jack's date, Delilah. So he's an idiot. We didn't mesh, I say. I can hardly blame him. Delilah's about as right for Jack as putting ice cream on a hamburger. Then, after dinner, Jack and I walked along the beach, and he rescued my shoes from the waves. The Louboutins? Yes! Marry him now. I force a laugh. Yeah. Anyway, things got a little hot and steamy in the water, and then I thought that was just a moment, one that got away from us. But then it happened again. On his couch. Were you wearing clothes when the hospital called? More or less. Allie! Hold on. Let me do the math. She's quiet as she calculates. The wine had to be out of your system by the time you got home, so if you're trying to blame this on the alcohol, I'm not buying it, sister. You wanted Jack. End of story. Better if you stop fighting the facts. Maybe, I add miserably. But I felt drunk. Drunk on Darcy, she murmurs. I'm glad you had a good time. I figured it'd be great when this finally happened. I mean, the chemistry is there, and the tension has been building up for years. What do you mean, you figured it would be? Well, eventually it would happen. You both want one another, so all you needed were the right circumstances. Don't argue with me on this one. My point has already been proven. Now I'm here hiding under the covers in his bed. Was that part of the inevitable too? What's your plan? I don't know. That's why I called you. Get naked and throw a sheet over you. Leave a note and tell him to join you. Amy, I'm serious. What should I'm serious too? She says. Look, I have to get going. They're calling us back on stage. Tell me what to do. You're an adult. If you called to ask my permission to sleep with Jack, well, you don't need it. I think you two are perfect together, and this has been far too long in the making. Should I say the love-making? What if it ruins things between us? Then don't take that risk. Put on your clothes and sleep on the couch, or head home, whatever. Sleep, drive home in a few hours, whatever you want. You're not being helpful. You got yourself into this. I'm just giving you my opinions. What do you mean by that? All of your lessons with Jack. I guess your romance academy is working out too well. You've got him falling for you. He's not falling for me. Then what would you call this? I don't know.
chemistry, maybe? We know each other really well, and I suppose we like one another, or we wouldn't still be friends after this long.
Bingo.
Plus, you've been teaching him all about romance, so maybe some of it is bleeding over. That's the problem, Amy. I'm teaching him. If he's falling for me, it's all fake. This is about him finding a girlfriend. One who's not me.
Why not you?
You're single and pretty and smart and all of that great stuff. I think Jack would be blind if he hadn't taken a look at you. Why'd he ask me for help to find a date with someone else then?
Look, I've really got to get going. You already know what you want to do, she says, the sounds of a club growing louder in the background. So think about it for a second longer and go with your gut. You have reasons for doing both, and I don't think either option is stupid.
Really?
Really. That, and I won't be able to change your mind. You want to try things with Jack? Make it obvious. You want to keep things PG-13? Make it obvious. The only thing I'd recommend is making things clear to Jack. When he walks in that door after work, he should know exactly where you want him.
If music doesn't work out, you'd make a good psychologist.
I know. Good night, sweetie. Have fun. Or don't.
We hang up and I finally ease out from under the covers. It's about time I decide something, since I've been here alone for several hours. I sit up in bed and stare at the doorway, thinking about everything Amy said. The pros and cons that would mean testing the waters with Jack. If we slept together, what would that mean? For us? Would we have this magical roll in the sack and then just move on? I'd definitely have to cancel Romance Academy lessons because I'm fairly certain teachers sleeping with their students is against the rules. What about Sunday night dinners? We'd have to cancel those too if, or rather when, Jack found a new girlfriend. Surely his new partner wouldn't like Jack spending time with a woman he'd slept with, friend or not. It's probably safer to just slip into Jack's oversized sweatshirt and head home. It would save us both a lot of heartache down the road when things inevitably didn't work out. There's just one last thought niggling to get out. It's hiding in the dusty attic of my brain somewhere, struggling to escape. But no amount of staring at the doorway and wondering which decision is the right one will help. Instead, I decide to busy my fingers. I pull Jack's laptop onto the bed, open it, and sign in. I have my own username and password on his computer. This time, however, I don't want my search history saved under his login. Navigating to my bookmarks, I pull up my newly created blog admin page. I fiddle around with the settings for a while, and then I click into the article's bar to write my headline. My fingers tap against the keyboard as I debate how to start this mess. Where to start? My fingers don't feel like they work, and my brain can't comprehend who would ever read a blog by me or why. Eventually, those thoughts melt away, and with a flurry of determination I begin to type, deciding that nobody will ever see this. My most urgent task is to figure out whether or not sleeping with Jack Darcy is a good idea. A pro and con list should help with that, so I title my page Sex and get to work. It's not the greatest title, but it's self-explanatory, and I can't think of anything better. The next step is a pros and cons list outlining why I should either get naked for Dr. Daring, as I call him, or put on a parka and a chastity belt. It takes me a solid half an hour to get 10 items in each column. That's when I realize my problem. I have exactly 10 items in each column. Pros. He's smart. He's a doctor, duh. Attractive. Based on factual information, i.e., tall, dark, and stud-muffinly. Friends. Since forever. Smells good. Really, really good. He obviously knows what to do with his hands. Example, make out on the couch. Best kisser to ever exist. Example, beach. Knows me better than anyone else. Good and...
embarrassing. Enjoys Chinese food and doesn't mind when I eat most of it. Lets me sleep in his bed. Has fantastic motorcycle hair. Cons. He's so smart it can be annoying. He smells so good it can be annoying. He's so attractive it's annoying. He looks so good after riding his motorcycle, it's annoying. He never lets me sleep on the couch and always moves me to his bed. He knows every one of my secrets. If he keeps kissing me, I might go crazy with lust. He eats half the Chinese food. He is my pupil. Sort of. He's trying to date someone else. At the last moment, I add one more item to the con list. He's my best friend, and I don't want to lose him. My finger hovers over the delete key, but before I can delete the list, I'm startled, flinching as a text message vibrates my phone. I hit save without looking and slam the computer shut, just in case Jack is somehow already here. My hands shake as I lift the phone to peek. I've already made my decision. I have 11 cons and 10 pros, which means the chastity belt has won. I breathe a little easier once I see the message. Amy. So, what'd you decide? I can't make myself answer her, and as I close my eyes and tell myself not to fall asleep, I can't help adding one more item to the pro column. This one, to my little romantic heart, is worth all of the cons in the world. I want my happily ever after. Sitting up in bed, I'm struck with a realization. It's now or never. Jack and I are adults. If we choose to sleep together, certainly we can still be friends after, right? It's this logic that pushes my hand to write the note. It's simple. 2 words and a smiley face. I set it on the pillow next to me, and as I close my eyes, I can feel the weight of the words there. Join me?
Chapter 19. Jack Darcy. I'm bone tired. Every muscle in my body aches by the time I arrive home. Well, with the exception of one. I have exactly one bone in my body that thinks with a mind of its own, and is raring to go. I've barely parked and hit the button for the elevator before my mind sends signals down below that have me worried about what Allie will think if she's still awake. It's been a long night. I was busy from the second I arrived to the second I left the hospital. Under normal circumstances, I'd barely be able to stand long enough to shower before collapsing into bed. Tonight, there's a complication with my plan. She goes by the name of Allie Jenkins. For starters, I'm not sure if she'll still be at my condo. She might have headed home already. Despite her 4 glasses of wine with dinner, she'll be completely sober by now, and it's likely she rose early and drove herself home, probably to avoid dealing with me, the idiot that left during the most incredible moment of his life. Despite the logic with that, it's the off chance, the Hail Mary, the wild card, that maybe she's still at my apartment. It's this thought that stops my breath as the elevator reaches the top floor. I step foot into the hallway leading to my condo, wondering if she's still here. Will she be on the couch, the bed? Will she be expecting me to pretend that nothing has happened, or will she want to pick up where we left off? I slide the key into the door and push it open as quietly as possible. There's a squeak about 2/3 of the way through, and I pause, halfway into my entryway, and still. Nothing. There's not so much as a sound, let alone her sweet figure resting on the couch, as I'd hoped. The blanket is folded neatly in the corner, and as my fears are confirmed, a pit grows in my stomach. As I haul myself in the direction of the shower, I wonder what's going through her mind. I certainly don't regret what happened between us, but does she? My biggest fear is that I've gone too far. I don't need much in this world, but I do need Allie Jenkins in my life. That is non-negotiable. If she prefers to pretend this never happened for the sake of our friendship, I can handle that. It'll be painful, but I'll do it. For us. I already have my shirt off, and I'm halfway to the shower before I notice the lump in my bed. The beautiful lump with the frizzy hair that has the pit in my stomach evaporating like morning dew. Dropping my shirt in the laundry bin, I turn to investigate. Allie Jenkins in my bed? Check. A soft little smile on her face? Check. The covers pulled up to her chin, covering every inch of her body? Check, check, and check. My hand reaches toward her rosy cheeks, and I can't help but push some of her wavy hair back from her face. She must have showered before she climbed in bed, because she smells fresh and clean, with hints of my shampoo. Me on her. At my touch, she curls closer, mumbling something too soft to hear. I lean in, but it's clear the words are nonsense. Dream talk. I lean closer still, but a cool, almost chilly breeze brushes over me, and I look up in surprise to find the bedroom window open. With a few quick strides, I slam it shut hard enough that a draft sails through the room, and Allie twitches in her sleep. If she'd slept all night with the window open and damp hair, she'd be sick by morning. With a smile, I head into the bathroom. She might not have left me an open invitation to join her in bed, but I'm perfectly happy with this outcome. With any luck, we'll be able to set the record straight in the morning, and I can explain how I feel about her. I can finally tell her that I don't regret a minute of what happened tonight, and I can ask her out on a proper date. As I climb into the shower, a sense of right settles on my shoulders. If there's one thing the lonely drive home tonight proved to me, it's that Romance Academy worked. It might not have worked out as expected, but it did make one thing startlingly clear. I'm in love. I'm in love with my best friend.
Chapter 20. Allie. My eyes fly open. For some reason, I can already feel the warmth in my cheeks and a tingle that feels like embarrassment radiating down my spine. I'm not sure why, yet. I'm not even sure where I am. As I roll around in a small swatch of heaven on earth, things begin to sink into place. Super comfy bed, awesome smelling pillow, the sizzle of eggs and bacon. Check, check, and check. With a rush, the evening comes back to me and hits me like a ton of bricks. It's easiest to just let the waves wash over me, bringing the memories back with a vengeance. Jack Cinderellaing my shoes, kissing me in the ocean, kissing me on his couch, leaving me to sleep alone all evening, despite a very forward invitation. Strangely enough, as the memories from last night wrap up and bring me through this morning, I'm left with a sweet sort of satiated feeling. A hint of bittersweet creeps in, too, like eating the cherry on top of a hot fudge sundae. It happened, and it was delicious, but now it's over. The thing is, I don't want Jack Darcy to be my dessert. I want him to be my breakfast, lunch, and supper. Dessert happens too seldom for my taste. I don't want Jack to be my once-in-a-while treat. I want him as my daily staple. As I inch the covers higher onto my chin, I make a mental note that love analysis by food group could make an excellent blog post. The thought of a blog post has me wondering where on earth the note for Jack ended up. Seeing as Jack's not here next to me, he either saw the note and ignored it, or he didn't see the note at all. I pray desperately for the latter, and I continue my search for the post-it in a frenzy. As I sit up, I frown at the pillow next to me. The note isn't there, nor is it on top of the covers. I shake the sheets a bit, and even slide to the side of the bed and peek on the floor. Nothing. The note is gone, and the only person who could have moved it is Jack Darcy himself. With a gasp of horror, I scurry back underneath the covers and throw the blanket over my face. The embarrassment has returned to pelt me in all its glory. Pinpricks of discomfort itching at my back. Even my scalp stings with the mortification of what Jack must think of me. I have to imagine he thought I was still under the influence of wine when I wrote that note. He probably crumpled it up and tossed the evidence of my desire for him in the garbage. It could spare us both an awkward discussion over breakfast. Filled with a sudden panic, the desperate need to get out of here is overwhelming. What will Jack, my best friend of 20-odd years, say now that he knows for certain I want him? Absolutely, positively desire him. My note left nothing to the imagination. Maybe I can climb down the side of Jack's building. I can avoid him for a while until this blows over, and we both forget it ever happened. Inching out of bed, I saunter over to the window and realize it's shut. I'm certain I opened it last night. The cool breeze is what lulled me to sleep eventually after a night of tossing and turning, despite the ice-cold shower I'd taken to calm my nerves. This can mean only one thing. Jack came into the room, shut the window, and saw the note. My fingers rest on the windowsill and I peek down. Maybe I can jump. It's only about a zillion feet off the ground. I tug at the window. It doesn't move, so I tug harder and harder until I have to imagine that the window is stuck. Eventually, I give up and sneak back to bed, my palms slick with sweat as I debate my next course of action. I consider calling Amy and unlock my phone. I'm distracted before I can hit dial by a message from Caroline. Caroline? I pause, wondering briefly if I'd called her last night and forgotten about it. I mean, I like Caroline, but we haven't exactly been chatting over text message. Caroline. Great blog post. I loved it. Assume you're talking about Doc Darcy? Me. What blog post? Caroline. The one from today. Were you really up that late? It was posted at like 4 this morning. Me. I didn't write a blog post. Caroline's next text contains a link that stops my heart. A link to my very own blog. The one that's not meant to be live yet. The one I'm too scared to start using. The blog post that I'd created for shits and giggles, and the blog post that is now live, having been viewed 2,439 times. I freeze and quickly flip open Jack's computer. My phone isn't right. It must be lying to me. Unfortunately, however, by the time I've pulled up the stats on the big screen, the number has increased to 2,579. Shit! I stifle a cry. Shit, freaking shit! I slam Jack's computer shut, catching myself at the last second and making the landing just a bit softer. A soft slam. Then I grab my phone, which has since pinged 3 more times, probably all Caroline, or who knows, maybe it's Us Weekly, and scurry back to the window. I start yanking on it with all my might, determined not to give up until I feel fresh air on my face. I even raise my leg and brace it against the window, recruiting my full body for the effort. Screw climbing down, I think. Maybe jumping would be a better solution. The past 24 hours have gone from a delightful fantasy to an utter nightmare. I pull and yank and grunt and wonder how long it'll take Jack to notice I'm gone. Just when I'm beginning to break a sweat, the door creaks open behind me and I freeze. I'm frozen solid with one leg on Jack's window, a t-shirt that is twisted out of place and no longer covers my ass, and both hands on the window. Add that to the con list from today's circus. Are you trying to... Jack trails off, gives a shake of his head that tells me he can't quite put this puzzle together. Open the window? Yeah, I gasp. I suppose you could say that. A deathly quiet silence settles over us. Jack watches me for a long beat, his gaze straying to my ass only once, and then back to my eyes. At the same moment, I remove my leg from the windowsill and pat down his t-shirt as he strides across the room, gives a single dainty flick of a button, and pulls the window wide open. Better? He turns, raising an eyebrow. I locked it last night. Yeah, that's better, I say, moving next to him. Excuse me now, I must go. I elbow him out of the way and rest both hands on the windowsill. Immediately, my head swims with dizziness as I look at the ground below. Crap. I forgot how high you live.
What's going on, Allie?
What's going on? I get a little screechy and debate laying everything on him. His rejection of my offer last night, the ensuing embarrassment, now the horror of my blog post going live. I must have hit save and publish instead of save as draft, or whatever the heck it said on there. I didn't take the time to read it, hence the problem. At the last minute, however, I catch myself. Under no circumstances will I hint to Jack about the blog post's existence. At least not before I take down the article. If Jack finds out I published something, he'll want to read it. He's supportive like that. The problem is that there's no way he won't realize the article is about him, the one and only Dr. Daring. He's both the figment of my fantasies and the bane of my existence. Instead, I put on my peppiest face and try my best to ignore everything. Nothing is going on. How are you? How was work?
Fine,
He says, cautious.
How did you sleep?
Just dandy. Do I smell eggs?
Allie, about last night.
Stop! I hold up a hand and force the brightest smile I can muster. I feel like a nightlight. Things ended exactly as they should. We don't have to talk about it. How about we both pretend it never happened?
I want to explain.
You don't have to explain a word. I clap my hands in front of me and rub them together. I get the picture loud and clear. I'm starved. Can we eat? His forehead creases in confusion.
What do you mean you get the picture?
I try not to hyperventilate as I watch his eyes fall on me, bright and curious and searching, one of his hands roaming subconsciously over his 5 o'clock shadow. I'm not interested in pursuing this either, I babble. I mean, I really like you, as a friend, a brother, whatever. Last night we got a little carried away. We kissed. So what?
So what?
Jack freezes. When he speaks, it's a murmur.
So what? It was incredible.
I glance up, looking into his eyes for as long as I can manage until it's too much. There's a softness there, a curiosity. I can sense he's trying to let me down easy, so I help him cut the cord. It was a great kiss. You're an amazing kisser, and I'm sure your next date will end much better than this one did. I think,
What if I don't want another date? What if I thought this one ended just fine?
Jack. I shake my head, lingering on his name as I struggle for what comes next. Just leave it alone, please. We kissed. We're both single, consenting adults, and it was a fun time. But the only reason you kissed me is because we've been focusing on this stupid romance academy. You've been so focused on learning how to fall in love, and I've been so intent on helping you that things got confused. Let's just forget about it,
Allie.
We'll do one more practice date together, and then I think we should just forget about my helping you. It's messy and... I trail off, shrugging one shoulder. And confusing. You don't need me anymore, Jack. You never did need me.
I've always needed you.
I don't mean like a friend. I mean, I had everything wrong here. I tried to change you, and I'm sorry for that. I glance down at my feet, swallowing past a lump in my throat. The right girl's going to come along and love you for you, Jack. Just the way you are. My hand reaches out of its own accord and touches his cheek. My fingertips feel the roughness of his stubble before tracing over his sexy jawline. My thumb brushes over his bottom lip, and the sensation sends a shiver across my skin. His eyes land on my mouth as his hand reaches up and clasps my fingers in his. Then he drags his eyes upward to meet my gaze. I'm going to get going. I change the subject before he can say something that weakens my resolve. Can I use your computer quickly?
What?
He blinks at the abrupt change of subject.
My computer?
I nod.
Sure, go ahead. Breakfast is ready, too.
I'm not hungry, I tell him, flipping open the laptop and quickly closing out the windows.
Okay.
I wouldn't be in such a rush to get out of here, except I have to get home and figure out how to work this stupid blog. I need to delete this pro and con list that's apparently viral material before Jack gets wind of it. After I change, I think, looking down at Jack's t-shirt. I move to the closet and search through the various items I've stashed here over the years. As I dress, his eyes follow my every movement. Thanks, though, I tell him, sensing a quiet hurt radiating from him. It smells amazing. He watches as I gather my things, close out of the browser on his laptop, and stand. When I make my way tentatively across the room, his eyes follow me. I spin around at the door, inspired to wipe the concerned look from his face. For what it's worth, I pause to offer a wink. I stand by my professional analysis.
Professional analysis?
You do not suck at kissing. Chapter 21. Allie.
You've gotta be kidding me.
Nope. I gesture to the article pulled up on the screen of Amy's phone. It's real, and I was on my way to remove it from the face of the earth when you called.
I'm glad I called when I did,
Amy says, holding the phone closer.
Did you see that 103 people have left comments on your post? It's hard for big-time bloggers to get that response.
I roll my eyes as we stroll at a snail's pace around the school track. Amy had called during my drive home from Jack's house to see how things had ended up last night, and I'd confessed everything to her. The rejection, the blog post, the awkward morning, and my attempt to scale the side of Jack Darcy's building.
Seriously,
Amy said,
I don't think you should take it down. It doesn't say Jack's name or give away any of your personal information. Your audience is just interested in reading something that's funny and honest.
Too honest, and I hadn't meant it to be funny. I hang my head, sullen. I'd meant it seriously.
What's gotten into you?
There's nothing here saying it's you. You're some anonymous blogger on the internet. It could be anyone. The Allie I know would shake this off. What else is bothering you? Nothing, I snap, and then immediately apologize. After a breath, I continue. I guess it's just everything else. The whole business with Jack. We left things okay this morning, but it was still weird.
Probably because you chose a suicidal mission down the side of Jack's building instead of joining him for breakfast like a normal person.
I wince. Yeah, I see that now. Also, there's someone besides you who knows this blog post came from me. Amy's eyes flash up at mine.
You didn't tell me?
Who did you tell about the blog before you told me, your most trusted friend? Long story. Remember the girl named Caroline I was telling you about? The one who I thought would be perfect for Jack?
The one who turned out to be a lesbian?
Yeah, her. Apparently, she saw the article last night and recognized me. We'd talked about books and blogs, so I guess she had a hint.
So?
Amy shrugs.
Do you trust her?
I suppose. But what if Jack somehow sees it?
I don't know that it'd be so terrible.
Amy frowns, glancing at the list.
There's nothing mean here. It's pretty complimentary toward him, if you ask me.
You think? Amy stares at me like my brain contains rocks.
Yeah, girlfriend. Have you read it?
Fine. I throw my hands up. But I made the list last night while I was emotional. I don't think it stands true today. Amy scans over and lets me peek at the screen over her shoulder.
Looks good to me, she says. If the worst you have on him is that his super sexy motorcycle hair is annoying, it's fine.
I get it. I cradle my face in my hands. I'm so pathetic.
Hey,
you are not pathetic. This is cute. And it wouldn't be so popular if women everywhere couldn't relate to it. The comments you're getting, they're really nice and supportive. Except the one which asks about the size of Jack's. Yeah. I wave her off. I saw that one. What are the others saying? Let's see here. I'll read them to you. She clears her throat, then speaks in a loud and clear voice. Go for it, girl. Sounds like he'll be lucky to have you. You're cute. I raise my eyebrows. An anonymous reader got that from the article? You have a unique style, Amy says. It is cute. Oh, then there's this one. Sounds like you already know what you have to do. Your answer is clear. Now go get him. And don't forget to come back and tell us all about it. I murmur. That'd go well. You know, if I did go after Jack and if I did write about it, I'm sure he'd love that. Don't identify either of you. Don't go into all the details. You can't start a story like this and not finish it. I can't go after Jack now. He ignored my note and didn't offer any explanation this morning. It's best if we just pretend it never happened. Amy shifts uncomfortably. I'll admit that part sends mixed signals. Right? I was waiting in his bed for him. He must have slept on the couch. What if he didn't see the note? He did. He came into the room presumably to check on me and walked all the way across to close the window. The post-it note was bright orange and half the size of his pillow. If he so much as glanced in my direction, he couldn't have missed it. Then this morning, it had disappeared without a trace. Fine. Amy grits her teeth. Well, how do you feel about it? I feel fine. My voice is a bit false in the cheeriness, but it's the best I can do for today. I feel fine. I got into this stupid game with him to try and teach him to date. We both got a little confused. Which is understandable, seeing as you're both super hot, super smart people with smoking chemistry. Yeah, I wasn't thinking that. It's true. Jack wants to find a woman he can marry. I'm not that woman, so there's no sense going further. It'll just end in heartbreak. Why can't you be that woman? I hesitate in my response, picturing for a moment what that might look like. Me and Jack living under the same roof, maybe a couple of kids, his condo or maybe a house somewhere way, way down the line. We both like dogs, so maybe throw in a dog. Then the truth of everything hits me. Jack's job interview in Florida, the way his mother looks at me as their dog sitter and not even as their son's friend. The way Jack asked for my help to find him a woman suitable for himself. If Jack wanted to date me, he should have just asked me. I tell Amy. He asked me to help him find other women. That's what I'm going to do. Amy must sense the determination in my voice because she doesn't argue. Pointing toward the bleachers, we leave the track and climb up the metal stands to stretch out and catch some of the last summer rays. You know, Amy says after a few minutes, I think you should go for the blog. It's something to do for you to keep your mind off this. It's like therapy, but cheaper. I tilt my head, pondering on it for a moment. Maybe. If you write a blog on romance, though, you're going to have to go on some dates. I don't want to go out on dates. Why not? For fun, for research or whatever. Maybe you'll meet someone. I don't need to meet anyone. I have you, and now I have Caroline, too. Jack, Amy adds pointedly. Don't forget Jack. My friend, I confirm. Yes, I have Jack as a friend. So, if you're not interested in Jack, let me set you up. I know just the man. Why are you so prepared to set me up? Come on, this isn't a surprise. We were talking about him the other day. Mr. Cooper? The one and only. I know you said you don't date coworkers, but a coffee date isn't committing to life together, is it? Amy, he's hot, you're hot. He's good at math, you like to read. You both love kids. Come on, it's a match made in heaven. I stand, shaking my head. Not interested. Fine. Amy stands next to me, but I think it's because you're hung up on Jack. I get that you're his best friend and all, but guess what? You're my best friend, and I don't like to see you hurt. If he's not interested, or if you're not interested, you have to move on. What are you suggesting? That I cut ties with Jack? Maybe tone down the one-on-one time with him. But look at your relationship with him. Most friends, yes, even the best of friends, don't have sleepovers once a week. Do you and I have dinner and sleepovers 4 times a month? She shrugs. It's no wonder you're feeling a little confused about your relationship. He's like a brother to me. Most siblings don't have sleepovers once a week after they're out of the house. I hesitate, unwilling to see the logic in her argument. It's there. We both know it is. Amy reaches out and offers a sympathetic squeeze to my shoulder. I'm just trying to watch out for you, she says, apology scrawled across her face. You're my friend too. With the conversation drawing to an end, we begin the walk toward our cars. Well, thanks for meeting me, I say when I reach my vehicle. It was good to clear my head. Didn't think I'd be at school a second before I had to, she says with a wide grin, leaning against the front hood. But it was worth it. And hey, before you delete that post, read some of the comments, will you? Just maybe skip over the one about the size of... Got it, I interrupt. I promise. It's a quick drive home from school, and I spend most of it in a haze, watching the world pass through my rearview mirror. I park, tuck myself inside my yellow-walled apartment that everyone at the stupid club seems to hate, and cozy up on my bed. My heart pounds as I flick on the computer and navigate to the blog post. There's over 5,000 views already, and the comments have crept to 127. A few of them are mean old trolls telling me to get a life, but the vast majority of them, as Amy pointed out, are positive. I hadn't intended the article to be funny or honest or even an article at all, but more people than I expected seem to identify with it. There are several casting their vote for the pro and con list, most of them telling me to go for the guy, but the most common thread of all is the one encouraging me to keep writing, to create another post, to tell the readers what I've decided, to post again next week. After reading every last comment, including the one requesting a detailed measurement of Jack's most private part, I can't help the little bubble of hope that's blooming in my chest. Reaching for my phone, I hit dial. Caroline, I say once she answers. I listen to a few moments of her exclaiming over the success of the blog before she lets me edge in another word. If I were thinking of writing a follow-up post, what would you like to read about?
Chapter 22. Jack Darcy. So, if you're not interested in Jack, Amy says, as I somewhat accidentally eavesdrop on her conversation with Allie, let me set you up with someone else. I know just the man. Why are you so prepared to set me up? Come on, this isn't a surprise. We were talking about him the other day. Mr. Cooper? The one and only. I know you said you don't date coworkers, but a coffee date isn't committing to life together, is it? Amy, Allie begins to argue, giving me hope. He's hot, you're hot. He's good at math, you like to read. You both love kids. Come on, it's a match made in heaven. I don't think I like Allie's friend all that much anymore. I also feel like an idiot. Not only am I eavesdropping on a conversation between two women, but I'm standing beneath the bleachers like a high school dork. Then again, that's fitting. I'm one of those kids who grew into their looks, or so my mother likes to tell me. I was not the popular kid in school, but that's probably a surprise to no one. The thing is, I left my house just minutes after Allie ran out of there. I had to set the record straight. She flounced out of my place without giving me a solid chance to explain, or to figure out why she was acting so skittish. Sure, we'd kissed, but something else must be bothering her, because she acted like a paranoid squirrel trying to climb out my window, and I have a feeling it wasn't the kiss that put her over the edge. On my drive to her house, I'd noticed Allie's car at the school and realized she must have headed to work for a few hours instead of going home. So I'd parked, then recognized her on the track with Amy and walked over to say hello. The problem was they hadn't seen me, and by the time they'd started stretching on the bleachers, it was too late to announce myself. The result was an accidentally overheard conversation. My only hope was to back away slowly and to let Allie know I had come. "Hey man, how's it going? Do you work here?" A voice interrupts my thinking, and I turn to find a well-dressed, if somewhat shaggy-looking sort of man. "Actually, no, I just came to say hi to my friend." I gesture weakly toward the pair of ladies. "I was just leaving." "Ah, nice. I'm just moving my stuff in for tomorrow. I'm the new guy around here, so I wasn't sure if we just hadn't met yet." He flashes me a quick smile, but at the last second he freezes. "Right? We haven't met." "Nope." I give the new guy a smile, wondering if this is the math teacher Amy had just referenced. "What do you teach?" "Math, actually. I know, you wouldn't guess it." He thumbs at his outfit. "So you know Ms. Jenkins and Ms. Miller?" "Just friends," I tell him, forcing my expression to stay neutral. "We grew up with one another. She's like a sister to me." The new teacher frowns. "Just friends?" "Yep." "I was thinking of asking her out for coffee. I normally don't date coworkers," he says with hesitation, "but she seems different, you know?" "I know," I say, my voice quiet and raspy. "You're sure?" He frowns deeper, and I can tell he can't quite believe me. "The last thing I want to do is step on anyone's toes." "Positive," I say. "You have my, blessing." The math teacher extends a hand. "Mr. Cooper," he says as he shakes mine. "Call me Cooper. Hopefully I'll be seeing you around." "Hopefully," I say through gritted teeth. As the handshake concludes, I give one last glance toward the bleachers, but Amy and Allie have headed inside, completely oblivious to the conversation happening behind them. Stepping through the gate, I return to my bike and notice another motorcycle parked nearby. It hadn't been there before. That's when I look back and spot the new teacher's ruffled hairstyle. Motorcycle hair. Allie always tells me she loves it. I'd hoped she meant mine, but apparently I was wrong. Damn the math teacher and his motorcycle hair. Allie should be mine. I can feel it in my bones, in my soul, in my very deepest place. We belong together. I can't find it in me to blame Mr. Cooper. It's impossible not to notice Allie Jenkins, and he's just doing what any man would do. Or what any man should do, including myself. As I think back over the last few days, however, I can find one moment that continuously points to the start of this mess, the moment when everything changed, the moment one person orchestrated an attempt to draw us apart. And I think it's time to pay her a visit. Chapter 23. Jack Darcy. What the hell were you thinking setting me up on that date? Jack, language. Do not swear at your mother. Sorry. I apologize, take a few breaths, and pull the dainty mug of coffee closer to me. It was a disaster. A disaster? My mother freezes, her hand on a matching mug. What did you say to Delilah? Though it's Sunday morning before 10 o'clock, my mother is up and dressed in an impeccable white dress and high heels, the paper folded before her. Allie would never wear heels before noon on a Sunday. Sundays are for lounging, she'd say. Delilah? I ask, my voice rising. Do you think this is about Delilah? Jack, seriously, Mother, don't lie to me. You can't possibly believe that she'd be a good fit for me. My mother's nails click in an annoying tap, tap, tap against the glass as she visibly debates telling me the truth. It's all over her face. And so is the moment when she decides it's not worth lying about. Her family runs the club. So? So! Jack, they've been around for ages. Her family has class. They run in our same circles. They have careers that matter, and they— Careers that matter? I give a half snort. Delilah's never worked a day in her life. Not all women choose to work, my mother argues. Some prefer to— She struggles, knowing this argument goes against everything she believes in. It's the exact same reason she's never considered Allie a great match for me. She doesn't consider Allie's profession a career, no matter how many times I've tried to change her mind. She's focused on the pedigree. Some prefer to spend Daddy's money. I finish her sentence and level my gaze. Just say it, Mother. You've never been a good liar. They're rich, they've got status, and you want in on it. You've got the degree, the last name, and you want me to cozy up with their family for you. Jack Darcy! Guess what? I wait long enough for her to respond, but she never does. Someday, when you're very old, when you and Dad are gone, I will be left here alone with Delilah as my only family. Is that what you want? How dare you speak to me like that? I notice you're not disagreeing, I say, my words cutting. Feel free to tell me I'm wrong. My mother uncrosses her legs, peers into her coffee mug, and then gives a shake of her head. You've always been a stubborn boy. Sorry, Mom, but I'm all grown up. Then again, you might not have noticed. I'm not sure you noticed much at all if you thought that I'd be interested in Delilah. I don't think what I did was wrong. My mother's voice increases in decibel, which in and of itself is rare. To make my mother yell means she has to care about something, and she rarely cares about anyone other than herself enough to yell. Look at the divorce rate these days. It's astronomical anyway. Love only gets you so much after all. Now Delilah comes from a good family, good careers, good standing in the community. She needs a husband, and you need a wife. Am I so far off base? It's an arranged marriage. I'm not sure that's so horrible. My mother's voice turns gravelly. Parents can see things their children can't. Long-term problems. Young people, they— She waves her hand around, searching for the words. They fall in love and become infatuated and unreasonable. Do you think I'm an unreasonable man? Of course not, Jack. I'm one of the best surgeons in the state. Do you think I can't make my own decisions? This isn't about you. Then who is this about? It's my life. It's a struggle not to yell. I don't want to raise my voice to my own mother, but I can't help but feel a tingle in my fingers as I clench and unclench them, thinking of Mr. Motorcycle Hair Cooper asking out my best friend while I sit here alone, wishing it were me. Who is this for? It's not Delilah. She has already shown her disinterest in me. Why don't you tell me what this is about? My mother stands, pushing her chair back with such a vengeance it scratches against the floor. Her hands clutch at the counter. If you didn't like Delilah, I wish you would have told me so we could have moved on. There will be others. You've been on failed dates before, goodness knows. You go through more shirts than you do scrubs. Why did you set Allie up on the same date as me? It wasn't her father asking you to do that, was it? I take a step closer to the counter. It was you, trying to pair us both off, get us both married so your worst fears don't come true. And what, son, do you think my worst fear is? That I fall in love with my best friend? To my surprise, my mother's expression is flat as she watches me through lidded eyes. She doesn't deny it, doesn't even look surprised. Finally, she purses her lips, rights the chair, and eases back into it. I'm looking out for you. It's for the best if you and Allie remain as you are, just friends. For some reason, this admission hits me like a stake through the heart. I struggle to catch my breath. How can you possibly think that? You've seen us together. You know how much I care for her. Exactly.
And therein lies the problem. The girl loves you, Jack, idolizes you. She's like this little puppy drooling over your feet. My mother makes some dismissive gesture with her hands. We can't have that in this family. Allie? I swallow, painfully choking down my immediate outbursts for a more civilized one. Allie loves me? Heaven knows it, Jack. Everyone knows it. I wouldn't be surprised if her parents are harboring a bottle of champagne, just waiting for the day their daughter catches a Darcy. The Jenkins family isn't like that. Maybe not Franklin. He's always been a bit... My mother pauses, tilts her head to the side. Off. Frank's the nicest man I know. And I'm including my father in that. Your father is the most respected man in the club. He's intelligent and charming and handsome, and his life's resume is exquisite, I say, the words dripping with sarcasm. Is that why you married him? My mother stops, completely frozen at my question. I'm shocked how hard this question seems to have hit her. I'd thought it had been rhetorical, but apparently I'd struck a chord. I'm telling you a story, my mother says, her voice a deathly quiet, and you'd do well to heed it. Fine. I lean against the counter. I'm listening. My freshman year of college, I met a man, a boy, I suppose, lab partner. We were in love. A whirlwind romance. You had a whirlwind romance? I pause in disbelief. Everything my mother does is calculated, thought out, planned. Nothing is as crazy as desperate, as madly illogical as love. With whom? Believe it or not, I grew into this personality. My mother offers the most fleeting of smiles. 3 years we were together. We were going to get engaged after he returned from studying abroad. I'm guessing that this story isn't about Dad. Your father. We met senior year, while my boyfriend was away. Nothing happened. We were merely acquaintances at the club. But when my boyfriend returned, he proposed, as was planned. And I said no, obviously. I squint in her direction. I thought you were in love. I was, madly, deeply, but it didn't make sense. She threw her arms up in the air. He wanted to be an artist. He'd been studying art in Florence for a semester and came back with dreams of painting for a living. Gallery showings and custom work. And I don't know what else. I don't understand the point to this story. I ran into him at a class reunion a few years back. Is he an artist? She shrugs. Of sorts. A self-employed graphic designer. Sounds respectable enough to me. Maybe, she says, sounding unconvinced, speaking softer. He has a house in the suburbs and 4 kids. A wife. She's quite beautiful. Again, I'm not understanding your point. There's nothing extraordinary about them. He works. His wife raises their children. They go to soccer games and take their golden retriever to the vet. It's also very average. How do you know that? How do I know what? She gives me a genuinely confused look. He never became the artist he wanted to be. He settled for a middle-class life, and he... That's not what I asked. Is he happy? Once again, I'm struck by the surprise at my mother's response. She blinks, a hitch sounding in her breath, as she visibly recoils back into her seat. I give her time, space, sipping the mug of coffee as I wait for her answer. When it doesn't come, I prompt her with a raised eyebrow. Yes, she says, her lip quivering ever so slightly. Incredibly happy. Well, maybe that's all of the extraordinary he needs, I say, setting my mug on the counter. I want extraordinary, Mother,
And if it doesn't look like your version, I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
Do you regret saying no? My mother's hands tremble as she takes a shaky sip of coffee.
Of course not. I love your father. And because we met, we have you. I couldn't regret that.
Without realizing it, my mother manages to partially dodge my question, a fact that doesn't escape me. If anything, her story has backfired and given me the incentive I need to ensure Allie Jenkins doesn't get away. With renewed resolve, I move to the sink and set my coffee mug there. I will not be the one sitting at my kitchen counter, paying an alarming monthly sum to belong to a club, with tears in my eyes, as I realize I might have passed up love. Thanks for the talk, Mom. I give her a quick kiss on the cheek as I turn to leave. I know what I need to do.
Jack,
Allie Jenkins is anything but average, and I'm in love with her. I step around my mother and stride toward the door. I have to go. I'm halfway outside when my mother's voice calls once more, stilling me in my tracks. Her heels click as she moves to stand in the entryway, her eyes livid, her hand shaking as she grips the doorknob.
If you propose to Allie Jenkins, we will have no choice but to cut you out of our will.
Sounds like you and Dad have had a plan for this scenario my whole life.
It's easy enough to see she's stealing your heart,
my mother hisses.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Jack. Allie is average. You don't deserve average. You deserve extraordinary. Your father and I agree it's for the best. It will be us, or it will be Allie. Your choice.
My lips curl as my heart pounds. I've never wanted to disrespect my mother, but this is a choice that's not hers to make. I might not have to choose, I tell her in a measured tone, so long as it's not too late.
Too late?
If I propose to Allie, and she says yes, she will become my family. My feet pull me away, stepping backward, slower, until finally I'm next to my motorcycle. If you want to be a part of my family, then I suggest you reconsider. I'm not the one who needs to change. Climbing onto the bike, I snap on my helmet and crank it into gear. My mother hates that I ride a motorcycle. I refuse to feel bad about making her uncomfortable. But today, there's an odd satisfaction knowing she hates I'm on this vehicle.
Don't drive away from me, Jack.
I look up, pop the visor open on my helmet. What don't you understand, Mother? Allie is my extraordinary. Chapter 24. Jack Darcy. Please help me.
Sure.
A bright-eyed woman smiles gently at me.
What are you looking for today?
Romance, I tell her. I need to romance a woman.
Fantastic. We have everything you can think of under the sun.
She waves her hand, and sure enough, I'm reminded of the stacks on stacks on stacks of books lining every shelf of the two-floor facility.
Do you like witches, erotica, contemporary, lawyers, garbage men?
How about normal guys? I shrug my shoulders. I'm looking for advice. She laughs.
We have normal guys. Any sort of story appealing to you? Enemies to lovers? Single dad? Friends?
Friends. Books with very specific examples. I'm talking paint by numbers here. After leaving my mother's, I cruised through town, headed straight toward the only place that could help me now, the place where this all began. If I learned one thing from fairy tales, it's that every fairy tale starts with the words, once upon a time. They end with happily ever after. I just need some help getting from A to B, and I have a feeling this magical place can point me in the right direction.
Specific examples of what?
Actually, I lean on the counter and let my idea fully form. You probably read a lot of books since you own this place, huh? Another laugh from her.
That I do.
So, if I needed some help or, I don't know, the Spark Notes version of these books, you'd be the right person to talk to? I suppose? What if I proposed a deal? Let's say I buy... I hesitate, then glance toward a table covered with brand new paperbacks. 20 of those. Which ones? The ones with, I don't know, the girl in the dress? They all have girls in pretty dresses. That's our historical section. Let me finish my proposal. I need a little help with romance, I tell her, turning back to the counter, where a line has started to form behind me. I was in here a few days ago. You probably don't remember me. No, I do. You bought the Doctor romance. Wow, your memory's good. I just thought it was great to see a man in here with his girlfriend, checking out our gay romance section. Gay romance? She blinks. There are 2 men on the front cover. What did you think you were buying? Doesn't matter, I say quickly. What matters is that the woman in here wasn't my girlfriend. She still isn't, but I want her to be. You need help winning her over? I was going to read all the books you suggested to get advice, but I will run out of time. I'm practically pleading with her. I'm desperate. I'll buy every book you give me the Spark Notes version of, if you help me out. That's not good enough. Money? I'll donate to the store. You have to read the books. What? I don't just want your money, she says with a cheeky sort of grin. I want you to read them all. It doesn't matter how long it takes you, but you have to give them a fair shot. Fine. I'll spend the next 20 years of my life catching up on them if you help me now. Deal. She extends her hand, and we shake on it, a look of mutual satisfaction passing between us. Now, I say we begin over here. 2 hours later, I've purchased exactly $193 worth of books and have a lifetime of reading cut out for me. I didn't exactly plan on how to carry them home on my motorcycle, so I ended up purchasing a $45 backpack that says, Smart Girls Read Romance. But don't worry, the ladies at the store told me, it's super cute. I do feel fabulous strapping on my super cute backpack that feels as if it's stuffed full of bricks. Several friends of the store walked me to the door, wishing me luck as I turned to say goodbye. As I puzzle through all of the advice, I'm still not 100% sure what my actual next steps need to be. I mean, I have a list of about 100 of them, but they're all so un-Jack, it's making me uneasy. Are you sure I can't just... I hesitate. I don't know. Throw rocks at her window, Romeo and Juliet style? Have you ever read Romeo and Juliet? No, I admit. Don't throw rocks at her window, one of the ladies says. Just text her and say you're coming over. It's the 21st century. But you're not going to listen to our advice, are you? I take a deep breath. Yes, I am. Thank you. For everything. She's a lucky lady, one of the women says. Don't worry so much. I offer one last smile of thanks, climbing onto my bike with my super cute backpack strapped tight. So, no rocks? No rocks! Chapter 25. Jack Darcy. All of the romantic advice I received at the bookstore assumes one thing, one very important thing, that Allie Jenkins opens her damn door. I've called Allie a few times since I arrived. I came straight to her apartment, super cute backpack and all, and she hasn't answered a single phone call. I might assume she's busy or still with Amy, except for one little problem. I can hear her phone ringing through the door. Clearly, she's avoiding me, since the door is staying shut. I try one more time, hear the familiar ring, and call out Allie's name, and still, nothing. So I head outside and revert back to my first idea, despite all advice to the contrary. Rocks. Selecting a few pebbles from near the front tire of my motorcycle, I hold them in my hand, feeling their weight burn into my palm. I glance up, finding Allie's window on the 3rd floor. I can throw a dodgeball. I should be able to hit the target, no problem. I'm wrong. The first handful scatters in every direction, missing entirely. I probably should have given up then and waited, like a normal person, for Allie to call me back. But there's a panic burning in my gut, and that panic propels me to continue picking up pebbles and tossing them, one handful after the next, as a few find her window and sprinkle across the glass. "What the hell are you doing?" The window below Allie's flies open, and an older woman with curlers in her hair and a cigarette in hand sticks her head out. "I'm going to call the cops, you pervert!" "I'm not—" Before I can explain, her window slams shut. The panic rises. I can't believe Allie's ignored me this long. We had one awkward kiss, one weird night. Is she really going to throw a whole life's worth of friendship away before I can explain? I have a few more stones in my hand, slightly larger than the pebbles, and I take my time with the aim. This is my last chance to hit Allie's window. After this, I'm giving up. I'm going home before the cops show up, and I'll try again later. Sirens wail in the distance. The cops can't be here so fast, I think. And I take another few seconds to aim. Winding up, my anxiety at an all-time high, I pull my elbow back and launch the pebbles with 10 times the amount of force necessary. This time, my target is on point. The velocity, however, is not. I've apparently hit the right pressure point on the window, the sweet spot, and the entire pane of glass shatters to 1,000 pieces. The sound drowns out the siren, the LA traffic, and the follow-up is a shrill scream, probably from the old woman with the curlers. "Oh, shit!" I breathe, as the building's alarm begins to sound. The cops arrive minutes later. Apparently they can get here that fast. The next few hours are humbling. When I cut off ties from my mother this morning, I had never anticipated reneging on my promise so soon. But Allie doesn't seem to be interested in picking up her phone when I call, so I have one more option. And I dial the number I'd planned to delete. "Hello, Mother," I say. "It's Jack. I have a favor to ask of you."
Chapter 26. Allie. My morning date with Amy has been somewhat of a success. I don't know what to do about Jack, but I do know that I'm not interested in dating anyone else. So that's something. I climb in my car and head for home after our walk. Maybe I can put all this anxiety and confusion into another blog post. It seemed to work well the first time, and it's not like I can do much of anything else. I have too many thoughts swirling in my brain to relax, and I'm too much of a grouch to be around company. Writing, alone in my bubble, sounds like the best available option. I ponder the topic of my next post on the drive home. I could do a follow-up piece about last night, since it seems as if people want to hear a resolution to my faulty pro and con list. But what would I say? What could I say? It didn't sound spectacularly fun to explain that my best friend had hardcore rejected me after I'd laid myself in his bed, literally. My palms grow a bit sweaty at the thought. Exposing my embarrassment for the world to see isn't exactly appealing. Reliving my rejection, again, is not what I'd call an excellent start to my day. On the other hand, the blog is completely anonymous. The comments I've read suggest that people like the imperfections, the rawness and honesty. If they liked my mess of a first post, maybe they'd be interested in hearing the imperfect ending. I arrive home, park, and climb upstairs to my room. Settling into bed, I pop open my computer and scan through a few more comments, finding bits of encouragement and holding them close. Wheels turning, I plot the outline for the next article in my head. It had been an unlikely ending to the story, even I had to admit. While I'd chosen the pros, Jack Darcy had selected the con list. Humming with possibilities, I make my way to the shower to rinse off and draft the story. My best thinking is done in the shower, and also, I need to wash the smell of Jack's shampoo off me. Every time my hair brushes my face, I'm reminded of him, of his bed, of the empty space next to me when I awoke this morning. The humming continues as I crank the heat to high. I undress, peek once more at my phone, and battle off the disappointment when I see Jack hasn't texted me. I left his house over an hour ago. If he'd wanted to get a hold of me, he should have by now. Lathering up with shampoo, I wonder if Jack is planning to come over tonight. It's the first day of school tomorrow, and I told him I'd need to turn in early after our routine dinner. Now I'm wondering if it'll be a solo order. By the time I climb from the shower, I'm a wreck. My shakiness is intensified when, after stepping from the shower, I catch the tail end of my ringtone. I rush to where I'd tossed it on a pile of towels and pick it up frantically, worrying I've missed Jack's call. But it's not Jack who's calling me. I'm so startled at the name that I hit accept before I realize what's happening, and I scramble to speak into the phone. "Hello, Mrs. Darcy?" The bathroom is bursting with steam, but I shiver as she greets me. "Is something wrong? Is Jack okay?" Jack is fine, I imagine. I'm not calling about Jack. Oh? I'm calling to schedule the orientation. Orientation? "You are going to watch the poodles, aren't you?" she asks crisply. "We discussed this. Beginning the night of my awards ceremony next Saturday and extending through the following weekend." "Right. Are you available today?" "I'm thinking 1 o'clock would work if you're available." 1 o'clock is in 30 minutes. Okay, I agree, stalling, pretending to check my non-existent calendar. "Sure, I can do that." I rush to get dressed, not loving the idea of spending the day at Jack Darcy's childhood house. I'm familiar with it, too familiar, and a part of me wonders if there's a catch to this whole thing. Could it really be a coincidence that Kathleen Darcy is calling the morning after the disaster date? Either way, I can use the money. $5,000 for a week of dog-sitting is nothing. I can fix my car, get a new phone, and splurge on a new pair of shoes, since the ones from last night are waterlogged despite my best attempts of blow-drying them in Jack's bathroom. I reach the car and I'm halfway to Jack's house before I realize my phone is back in my bathroom, snuggled among a pile of towels. I'd been considering texting Jack, breaking the silence, having a good laugh at the idea of poodle watching. But I'm running late for my 1 o'clock appointment already, so I plow through a yellow light and race toward the Darcy estate. Several minutes later, it looms before me, stately and gorgeous. Neither flamboyant nor flashy, the Darcy home is tastefully decorated, offset by powerful columns, ornate fireplaces, and furniture too pristine for use. I've never felt comfortable walking through the gargantuan front doors of this place. As usual, the housekeeper lets me in, and I slide my shoes off as I wait for the woman of the house to appear. "Good morning, Allie." Mrs. Darcy rounds the corner looking crisp in a navy blue pantsuit with pearl jewelry dotting her neck and earlobes. "It's nice of you to show up." I bite back a retort, wondering how I'm possibly late when it's only 12:58. Not to mention I'd been mid-shampoo when she called barely 20 minutes before. "It's no problem," I reply, shooting for demure and landing around sarcastic. There's nothing I can do about that. It's my natural speaking voice. "Thanks for having me." Her eyes flash at my tone. "We'll get you reacquainted with the poodles next Saturday. Today, I'll be showing you where I keep all of their supplies." "I've met your poodles before." "Yes, well, I prefer they don't spend the week feeling anxious. If they met you today, they'll know that Betsy won't be around, and I can't have that. They're very sensitive to newcomers." Mrs. Darcy sounds annoyed with me, and I've barely stepped through her front doors. Usually, I'm aware when I piss people off, but this time I'm just confused. Wouldn't it be better if I meet them today so we can ease into it? They're my poodles, she snaps. I know what's best for them. I'm wondering if we're still talking about poodles, and I raise my hands in surrender. Sure. Mrs. Darcy's poodles are a relatively recent hobby. Of course, Mrs. Darcy had to jump on board this new trendy fad with the best. The dogs have more paperwork than I do to verify their lineage. They're the best of the best. Follow me. She stomps forward with more gusto than I'm used to seeing from her. This is their playroom. I stop abruptly, nearly bumping into her. Wow, this is beautiful. This is where they play, she says, waving her hand at a gorgeously ornate room. If I remember correctly, it used to be a sitting room. They're not allowed to play elsewhere. Don't dogs just play wherever they feel like it? Not my dogs. Maybe the average dog, but my poodles are extraordinary. Okay. Are you challenging me? I think I know what's best for my family. Are we still talking about poodles? In a stark change from her aloofness, Mrs. Darcy turns to stare at me. How was your date last night, Allie? It was okay. Okay? Yes, I suppose. Did you enjoy Theo's company? I think Delilah enjoyed it more than I did. I guess I couldn't compare to her. Mrs. Darcy steps closer to me, her eyes narrowed as she gazes at me through slits. Exactly. I take a step back. I'm sorry, did I do something to offend you? She scans me over. You're a smart woman. Figure it out. I rack my brain for something I said recently, but the only thing I circle back on is the date from last night. Are you pissed that I didn't interest Theo enough? That I'm the reason Delilah wasn't focused on Jack? No, Allie. I'm pissed that you are taking advantage of my son. How do you figure that? Jack is an exceptional boy. Man. My son deserves the best. I have no qualms with you personally, Allie, and actually I'd quite like you if you hadn't drawn a target on my son's back. I don't know what you're talking about. Jack and I have been friends since before we could talk. Are you telling me you didn't sabotage Jack's date with Delilah? Of course not. It makes no difference to me who he dates. He's my friend. Is that right? She snarls. Look me in the eye and say that to me again. I pick at the hem of my shirt. Mrs. Darcy is standing so close to me, I can't quite meet her gaze. Your son is my friend. It's up to him to choose who he dates. Look at me. I struggle to pull my gaze up, and I'm not thrilled with the results when I finally do. There's a hint of amusement there as she sees the resignation in my eyes. It's in this moment I realize that she smells of victory. So I clear my throat and let her have the win. It doesn't matter. Jack is not interested in me. To my surprise, she throws her head back and gives a cackling laugh. Maybe I gave you more credit than I should have. What are you talking about? Her sharp eyes focus on me for a moment, scanning me over. You really don't know, do you? Know what? Since you can't seem to read between the lines, let me be very clear. Mrs. Darcy's knuckles clench tighter and tighter until they almost disappear in whiteness. Jack is in love with you. Her words hit me like a sack of bricks straight to the gut. I fall silent, leaning forward against an armchair as I gather my thoughts. What? If you care for him as a friend, you will leave him alone, she continues. Let him come to the awards banquet with someone else. He hasn't asked me to the awards banquet. Very good.
I've already informed him of the consequences if he does.
Consequences?
She gives a tight-lipped smile. It is us, or it is you.
You're wrong. You are so wrong about all of this. Jack wants nothing to do with me.
The ensuing silence plummets the room to a standstill. Mrs. Darcy watches my every movement, one slender hip perched against the deck as she takes shallow breaths.
I'm sorry, I should go.
I can't take this any longer, not even for the $5,000 that I could really use to fix my car. I hope you're happy with this little Pinocchio thing you've got going on. There's only one problem. Mrs. Darcy raises her penciled-in eyebrows in question. And what's that? Jack's not a puppet. Mrs. Darcy's phone rings, cutting her off before she can respond. She flicks her eyes toward it dismissively, then does a double-take at the caller ID. I reach for my own phone on impulse, but it's still at home, cuddling on the pile of towels. At first, I think nothing of Mrs. Darcy's phone call, since she's always talking with foreign business people or researchers far above my pay grade. Then she says a word that stops my heart. Of course, Jack. Her eyes raise, smug, to meet mine. I'll be right there. I want to ask, but the question is stuck in my throat like taffy. Jack needs me, she says. I'm sorry to cut our orientation short, but I have to leave. The housekeeper will escort you out. Chapter 27. Allie. I didn't love leaving the Darcy home with so many unresolved issues. Why had Jack called? Where was he? Was he in trouble? Why had he called me 903 times during the hour I'd forgotten my phone? Does Jack love me? I barely made it through my apartment to retrieve my phone when a knock pulls me back to the front door. Cracking it open, I find my downstairs neighbor Martha waiting for me. Her hair is curled in tight spirals, and her lipstick covers half her face. As always, a cigarette burns in her hand. I give her my standard please don't bother me smile. How's it going, Martha? I didn't get a nap in today, she says, pushing a pair of thick lenses up her nose. Some lunatic broke into your apartment. My apartment? I glance behind me. Really? He didn't get inside. I called the cops first, so he only got away with breaking your window. I gave the policemen your number and they tried to call you too, but you didn't answer. I forgot my phone here and I just got back. Do you know who it was? Or why someone would want to break into here? The man was handsome as all get out. Tall, with dark hair and real studly looking. Then again, they say most serial killers are pretty suave. He came to the door, but when you didn't answer, he started throwing rocks at your window. Shattered the whole thing. An image of Jack's face flashes into my mind. Quickly, I pulled up a photo of him on my phone. Do you recognize this man? That's him, she says. Do you know him? Sort of. Think about keeping different company. I'll consider it, I say, inching back inside. I have a window to scout out and a few details to process. I'm really sorry you missed your nap. Martha studies me more intensely through her glasses. Should I have not called the cops? No, of course. I appreciate you looking out for me. Is this about love? I don't know. Are you fighting? I'm not sure about that either. Martha turns to head back to her apartment. I'm too old for this. I agree, wave goodbye to her, and slip my way back inside. A quick analysis tells me that Martha was right about the window. Glass is everywhere on my bedroom floor. Another scan of my messages shows one from the police asking for a callback, and I take care of that quickly, agreeing not to press charges on one Mr. Jack Darcy. I debate calling Jack back, but I'm assuming he's with his mother right now, and God only knows I don't want to interrupt whatever's happening there. Instead, I'll give him some time to process his visit to the police station and call me back later once he's home.
Every minute of those few hours goes by painstakingly slow. I try to write. I try to nap. I try to relax with a glass of wine, and none of it helps. The writing is blocked, I'm too wired to nap, and the wine makes my gut churn. I'm waiting for the tea kettle to boil in an attempt to try some soothing chamomile, or so it says on the wrapper, when another knock sounds on the door. Thinking it's Martha coming back to check on me, I pull it open without glancing out the peephole. It's definitely not Martha. In fact, it's the same tall, dark, and handsome man who recently shattered my window. Jack? I gape at him as he moves through the door without invitation. What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? What are you doing here?
What do you mean?
It's Sunday night.
When I don't look up, he raises his hand as if I'm the one not making sense, and he blinks.
I thought we had dinner plans.
What?
It's Sunday night.
Yeah, I'm racking my brain trying to figure out how that's relevant now when we have so many other things to worry about. Sorry, I guess I was still stuck on the fact that I'm missing a window. He paces around my apartment, his sharp eyes studying the kitchen, the boiling water, the empty cup with the waiting tea bag and the notebook next to it. I snatch the notebook up before he can see my list of title ideas for my next article.
I'm sorry about that.
Really? I raise an eyebrow. Do you have any sort of explanation, or are we going to pretend that it didn't happen? He pauses, giving me a disgruntled look.
I was trying to be romantic.
By breaking into my place?
I realize now,
He says through gritted teeth,
that I was misguided.
You think?
I panicked.
Because we kissed last night? I'm still confused at what's happening, and I want to give him the option to back out gracefully. Look, Jack, I've had plenty of first kisses that didn't lead anywhere. This one doesn't have to make things between us complicated. Jack flinches at this.
You think it's not leading anywhere?
Didn't seem to me like you wanted it to.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, Jack, you know what it means. Just then, the tea kettle whistles, punctuating my annoyance with a shrill scream. I turn off the water and pull my mug closer as I lift it from the burner. Don't play stupid.
What are you talking about?
Don't make me spell this out for you. I spin to face him. If you wanted to be romantic, here's an idea. You could have jumped into bed with me when I asked, or at least explained why you didn't. He stares at me, his lips parted in surprise. I don't need anything fancy or rocks thrown at my window. I just wanted you.
Back the hell up.
Jack waves his hand.
I'm missing the piece where you gave me any sort of signal. How was I supposed to know that you wanted me?
I freaking wrote it down. How much clearer did I have to get?
Is this one of your analogies?
He roars, waving a hand and speaking with such animation I'm sure Martha's hovering nearby with her fingers resting on the 911 keys.
Class is over, Allie. Don't make me figure this out on my own.
You're the one who threw the damn note away, and you wonder why I'm feeling awkward. Did you think I'd forgotten about it?
Forgotten about what? What note? You never asked me to get in bed with you.
Jack takes a step forward and wraps his hand around my wrist, snaking his fingers down and looping them through mine.
I would have remembered every damn word of that invitation if you had.
It wasn't a word. It was a note, just like I said, on the pillow. It wasn't there in the morning, and I didn't move it, so unless it grew legs and walked away... His confusion appears to be growing, which raises the hairs on my neck. The bright orange Post-it, I clarify. You came into the room, I know you did. The window was open when I went to bed, and it was shut in the morning.
There wasn't a note,
he says, squeezing his fingers tighter against mine.
I would have seen it. I stared right at you, for crying out loud.
I checked on you, made sure you were comfortable. You were sleeping and there was no note. So I took the couch. We're standing nose to nose, so close every one of his breaths trickles across my lips, crisp and clean, welcoming me to step closer. I don't move, and neither does Jack. We wait, still as stone. Jack's jaw works overtime as he struggles to speak. The reason I shut the window last night was because it was breezy. You had wet hair from your shower, and I didn't want you to get sick. I'm telling you, I looked on the floor. It wasn't there. When I went to bed, there was a note. Why would I throw it away and not say anything? He growls. Better yet, why the hell would I not have jumped into bed with you? Did you not feel how much I wanted you before I left for the hospital? I thought, Allie. Jack's watching me through the purest gaze. I wouldn't have done that. No matter what. I can't quite look at him. Maybe you wanted to pretend nothing happened. That's impossible. Jack's eyes roar with flames, and he presses me hard against the counter. I don't want things to move on like nothing's happened. Maybe it's for the best if they do, I suggest, his mother's words fresh in my mind. Maybe we're not cut out for romance. Jack stills at the quiet in my voice, the firmness there. As he waits, he studies my face. Before I can say a thing, he grasps my chin between his fingers and tilts my eyes to meet his. I want things to be different between us. I've gone too long in our bubble of friendship, and I can't live there anymore. It's a risk, Jack. What if things don't work out? What if it does? This feels right to me, Allie. I want you. Come home with me. At this, our eyes lock, and there's a challenge there. Okay, I rasp. But I'm driving separate. Chapter 28. Allie. Unfortunately, the drive to Jack's apartment gives me time to think. I'm driving my car and Jack is following behind me on his motorcycle. The distance between us is already too far. I hate that he's not here with me, close enough to hold my hand and tell me everything will work out. Aside from the mysteriously disappearing note, doubt comes creeping in about where all this is going. It's pretty clear we both want to be together tonight, but it doesn't change the fact that Jack's looking for jobs in Florida. And it doesn't change the fact that his mother would kill me if I ever pushed things between Jack and I into romantic territory. Normally, I don't care much what our parents think. I'm an adult and I have my own life, my own decisions, and in turn, the consequences of those choices. Jack does too, but he's worked so hard to keep a relationship alive with his parents that it pains me to drive a wedge between them. All his life, Jack has walked a delicate tightrope with his mother, and it would hurt to know I'm the only chink in the chain that holds their family together. It's not about the money. Jack has plenty of his own. But the cost of his relationship with his mother is too high, and I'm not sure I can ask him to pay that price, especially when I'm not convinced things will work out between us. What if Jack moves away? What if he decides I'm not good enough for him? What if we decide friends are better than the alternative, and we've ruined something for nothing? My tires squeal as I park the car in a guest spot, and Jack slips his bike into its designated place. Silently, we head toward the elevators and wait as Jack presses the call button. It arrives shortly thereafter, though the ride up seems to last a lifetime. I had a run-in with the cops for you, Jack says, giving me a side-eye glance as we near the top. And I didn't throw away any note. Why'd you throw rocks at my window anyway?
I needed to talk to you. I called you 100 times and I knocked on your door. I could hear your phone ringing, so I figured you were avoiding me.
He hesitates.
I was desperate. I panicked.
What were you so desperate to tell me that was worth a ride to the police station?
That
At this, the doors ding open. We hesitate for a moment, and as much as I want to hear what comes next, we both exit and hurry down the hallway. I tap my foot in annoyance while Jack unlocks the door.
Wait.
Jack turns to stare into my eyes. His expression is serious.
First things first. We're scouring my room until we find that damn note.
I nod, still leaning against the wall when the lock finally clicks open. With this challenge in place, Jack and I nearly tumble into his entryway, stumbling across the living room. Neither of us take our shoes off as we coolly try to speedwalk race each other to the bedroom. Jack beats me there.
Where'd you have the note? My side of the bed?
We don't have sides of the bed, I tell him. We've never slept there together. Jack marches forward and points to the pillow on his side of the bed.
I sleep here. You sleep on the other side.
Yes, I mumble, not sure why the thought of us having sides on the same bed is making me squirm.
It was on your side of the bed.
Jack drops to his knees and peeks under the bed. He appears not to find anything, so he scoots lower, sticking his arm underneath to swipe against the floor. I do the same thing, covering the desk, the bathroom, the nooks and crannies along the outskirts of the room. Anything? Jack grunts back at me. Maybe I should check here, huh? I move into the bathroom and give the trash can a light kick that pings sound across the room. Are you sure you didn't get rid of it? Jack stands, a brief flash of fury on his face as he dusts himself off. His hair is slightly mussed. He runs a hand through it, sending it all off kilter, which is ridiculously sexy. I don't have time for Jack to be sexy now. I'm busy feeling annoyed at him. But the annoyance is fading as he watches me with such a piercing glare it's as if he can see every inch of me through my clothes.
Do you really think?
Jack begins, moving effortlessly across the room to trap me against the doorframe of the bathroom.
That I would be crawling around the floor looking for a fucking sheet of paper if I'd crumpled it up and thrown it away?
Maybe.
That's not an answer,
he growls.
What do you think, Allie? I'm telling you there was no note.
Fine, Jack, On the cusp of telling him that I believe him, I spot it. Poking out of his closet, the very tip of a life jacket orange slip of paper. Wriggling away from Jack, I yank it off the floor and study it for a long moment. The words there still send a flash of heat through me.
You found it,
he says, leaning against the doorframe. His expression is neutral, his eyes calculating.
Now, do you believe me?
Jack, I'm sorry.
I don't care that you found the note. I care that you didn't believe me. I would never pretend that something like this.
Jack moves across the room like lightning, gently pulling the slip from my hand. His eyes rake over it, and his back stiffens as he reads the question there. The train of thought he's started lingers there, stalled, until he looks up. You would never... What? I prompt. But he's not looking amused. Instead, he shakes his head. Carefully, he folds the note into quarters. His eyes come up, flick to mine, and as he leans toward me, I close my eyes. But the hug I'm expecting never comes. Instead, he reaches over my head, and the sounds of shuffling draw me out of my waiting haze. Without speaking, Jack removes the shoebox I'd made for his 13th birthday and brings it over to the bed. He pops it open and lays the note inside on top of hundreds of other notes, invitations, dumb poems, and birthday cards we've exchanged. Still quiet, he closes the lid and returns the box to the closet where it belongs. In the time it has taken for him to do all this, I've had a moment to think. And I realize this time,
I owe the apology. I'm sorry, I admit. I should have believed you.
You should have not run away. You should have said something about it this morning when I was trying to have a serious conversation with you.
I didn't want to run away, I add, feeling suddenly cheeky. I was actually hoping to climb down the side of your building.
How could you ever think I'd ignore your invitation after the night we'd had?
Jack apparently doesn't have time for humor, and his eyes darken.
All night at the hospital, I thought about you. I came home, took a shower knowing you were in the other room, and thought about you the entire time. I climbed onto the couch to sleep, thinking of you until I'm not sure whether I was conscious or dreaming.
Jack,
if I had seen this...
He gestures toward the box, then stops himself.
The only reason I didn't invite myself under the sheets is because you were sleeping. I wasn't going to climb into bed without an invitation. We've been friends too long for me to push myself on you, Allie. But if I'd known you had asked...
I clear my throat, surprising myself with the words that come next. Well, now you know.
Now?
I shouldn't press him, but I can't seem to help it. The thoughts of Mrs. Darcy have officially evacuated my mind, as does just about every other worry I've had over these past few weeks. The concept that Jack might move across the country has vanished entirely, and the only thing I can think of is the look of disappointment on Jack's face, and how I can make it disappear. My lack of belief in his story must have hurt him deeper than I thought. Deeper even than the sting of rejection that had never existed. I never should have wondered how much Jack cared for me. It's there, clear as day, written on his face. I'm sure it's been there all along, had I ever cared to notice. Jack, He interrupts me as he crosses the room, closing the distance between us. His hands cradle my face as his lips find mine for a kiss that gives life to my hopes and quells my fears. His palms are sturdy and strong, and they don't let me pull away from this, from everything, from us. Even so, I have no intentions of pulling away this time, even if I could. He has me wrapped against him, pressed to the wall, his body one long, sturdy plank against mine. I hadn't noticed before, but the shirt he's wearing, a white button-down to complement his dark jeans, is so soft. So incredibly soft I can't help but run my hands over the gentle material, down his sides, across his abs, and feel this glorious body that's been dangled before me like a carrot for so long. He eases his lips to mine and then presses the kiss further, deeper, tasting of sweet spice and tender need. We'd never bothered to turn the light on. It had been bright when we arrived, and the sun is now halfway down the horizon, a light orange hue masking us in an ethereal glow. Jack lets out a groan as his hands finally slip to my hips. Remnants from last night bring out a flash of lust as he cups my ass, squeezes, and groans again. I soak up his groan with a gasp of my own as he presses against me, long and hard through his jeans. My hands go to his waist and fumble with the belt. I haven't had time to process what's happening. All I know is what I need. I don't know if it's right or wrong, logical or rash, a great idea or a horrible disaster.
I need you, Allie. I need you more than anything.
Jack breathes against my neck, the heat sending goosebumps across my flesh.
I don't care about the note. I should have climbed in bed last night.
Yes, I tell him. You should have. I'm not making that same mistake tonight. I can't speak. At that very moment, he lifts me, pressing my back against the wall with enough force to rattle the artwork hanging in frames. My legs wrap around his waist as his fingers dig into my hips. Jack. I murmur his name, and the rest of my sentence is cut off as he dives back into a kiss. When he resurfaces, he hesitates for just a moment. I have to warn you that tomorrow morning I'm flying to Florida. I wish I could have the day with you, and I hate to rush out, but I have a flight. It's fine. I have school, I say quietly, easing my toes back to the floor as the realities of everyday life crash down. Did you accept the new job? He looks offended. I wouldn't do that without talking to you. I understand if you decide to take it, I whisper, though my heart flutters, thumps, and sinks into my chest. It's a good opportunity, really. Would you come with me? I have a job I love here. School is just starting. Then I wouldn't take it. You can't put your life on hold for me. And I can't drop everything here for you. We're friends, Jack. People don't uproot their lives for their best friends. Come with me as my girlfriend. There's too much pressure if we do that. What if things don't work out? I'll have left everything behind. What if everything goes right? He pauses, brushing a stray strand of hair back from my face. Do you know why I took the interview in the first place? Because it's a great opportunity? It is. He agrees. But that's not why. I accepted the interview because I didn't think I could stay here much longer. There's only one option here for me, and it's to be with you. As long as I'm here next to you, seeing you every day, I can't be happy, won't be happy with anyone else. I'd realized that if you weren't interested in me, I needed to separate myself some. Get away. Funny, I say dryly, thinking of the very similar advice that Amy had given me. You didn't think to ask me out? How? We've been friends for so long, and I heard... He shakes his head. I went to the school this morning and heard Amy setting you up with someone else. I was going to explain everything. I'd been meaning to, but it had never seemed like the right time. You followed me to the school? I intended to drive to your apartment, but I saw your car parked there. I figured you were going to work for a few hours, so I thought I'd surprise you at your classroom. It, wasn't a good time, I guess. I'm sorry. Jack, I hate that I overheard, but I can't pretend I didn't. I know things are complicated with that other teacher. Hold on. What other teacher? Are you talking about Mr. Cooper? I hold up a finger. That doesn't make any sense. Of course it does. He pointed to you and Amy and asked if I was with you. And you said... I said no. We weren't together, because we weren't together. He wasn't talking about me, Jack. He was talking about Amy. But... He asked Amy out later this morning. If you'd stuck around and listened, you'd have found out I declined the date she was trying to set me up on. I shake my head. I have never been interested in the math teacher. Not even a little bit. Amy, however, she hasn't stopped talking about him since she met him. It was obvious it was never about me. So then, you're not looking to date other people? No! I mean, I'm not, I wasn't, I don't know. I wasn't looking to date at all. So, can we give this a go? Give what a go? Jack leans forward, pressing his lips to mine and cutting off the last traces of my question. He's melded against me for the longest of moments until eventually he separates just enough to whisper against my skin. Us. You're leaving tomorrow. I hesitate as his lips move against mine, gentle, soft. My eyes close. Let's just see how things go.
Let me be clear, he says. It's already too late to go back to how things were before. I want you badly, Allie. And not just for a night. Do you understand?
I bite my lip, nod. I understand his meaning crystal clear. I just don't know if what Jack wants is possible. We're too far along to retreat, which I'm realizing is okay, because I want this as much as he does. He's not only a friend to me, as I've thought for so long. He is everything I've desired and longed for in a man, and I've been blind to it. However terrifying and exhilarating this path might be, he's right about one thing. There's one way forward, and I want to take it.
Yes, I want to be with you, Jack,
I whisper back.
Now. I want you now.
His eyes brighten. He nips at my lip, biting me gently there before swiveling around and carrying me to the bed. Taking his time, he lays me down and situates me before taking off his pants. Then he removes my shirt, one sleeve at a time, the anticipation dialing up to maximum intensity. When he pulls the tank top over my head, the sight of my breasts seems to stun him, holding him captive while the shirt falls forgotten to the floor. The pants follow shortly after. Luckily, I have on a matching set of underthings, lacy black for the top and a tiny thong on the bottom. Jack sucks in a sharp breath as his eyes rove over my skin. I feel as if I'm presented before him like dinner on a platter, and I'm delighted to see that he enjoys the view. Not only the view, I realize, as he reaches for my panties and moves them aside with a brush of his hand. Dragging a finger along my entrance, he closes his eyes, savors it.
Jack.
His finger dips inside me, interrupting whatever I'd meant to say. Meanwhile, his thumb works small circles, warming me, driving me, desire spiking in my bloodstream as I reach for him. He eases his hands from below, pausing with a wink, and I can tell he loves making me wait, pushing me to ask, to beg, to cry for him.
You're incredible,
he murmurs, his eyes roving down my torso, landing on my stomach, sweeping past my legs, before returning to my face.
All of you.
I'd say the same, I tell him. But it's not fair. You're still wearing a shirt.
Jack's shaken out of a momentary trance and he launches into action. It's in this moment that I see his fingers shake with the effort, and something breaks inside of me. Something sweet and compact. A lifelong snow globe of friendship that's been shattered to something more. Jack Darcy, the stoic, ever-confident surgeon, is shaking. I've never seen his fingers tremble until now, and it's this tiny thing that sends little paper hearts bursting through my mind. I know with certainty that I've fallen deeply, irrevocably in love with Jack Darcy.
Jack,
I whisper, easing to a sitting position. We've moved so fast already, and I'm not sure Jack's thinking at all.
Don't be nervous.
I'm not fucking nervous.
Your hands.
With a touch soft as a feather, I land my fingers over his. They're trembling. Shaking.
What's wrong?
Jack's eyes, dark and deep, look to me. He begins to speak, then hesitates. You're... He stops again and dismisses the thought with a shake of his head. What is it, Jack? You're you, Allie. You're incredible. You're funny and you're smart and you're gorgeous. So sexy and amazing and... He glances up at me, as if testing to see if he's gone too far. I ruin every date I've ever been on. And frankly, I couldn't live with myself if I ruined us. Then it's a very good thing this isn't a date. Last night. Let's forget about last night and start over. Fine. Tonight, then. Look at us. Look at this. He gestures between us. Don't think I didn't hear you promise me a chance at a future, Allie. I don't know what to tell you. I want this just as badly as you do. I can't predict the future, I say, as his mother's threats swipe through my memories. I don't know what it'll mean for us. We're giving this a fair shot, Allie Jenkins, he says with a renewed determination. I'm listening. I'm going to kiss you until you whisper my name. I'll touch you until you beg for more. I'll taste you until you're ready to have me. All of me. I swallow, but I can't bring myself to argue with him. The slow burn from before is reignited, and my arguments all seem to have fallen by the wayside. Nothing is as important as feeling Jack inside of me, holding me, making me his own. For what it's worth, I want him to prove me wrong. I want him to love me and hold me as his own, to claim me for a lifetime together. Promise me you'll try. That you'll give us a chance. I promise you that. I'll try. My fingers are surprisingly calm as I finish unbuttoning his shirt. He's bare-chested underneath and stunning. He could be an athlete, an Armani model, a movie star. He could be anything he wanted to be with anyone he wanted to know. And yet, he's here with me. I let my hands explore, running over his chest, his sculpted arms, his sides. He's gorgeous, and I pull him against my body, our bare skin finally connecting in a way that's more satisfying than I'd imagined. My head falls against his shoulder. His hands ease against my hips now, his fingers slipping beneath the edge of my panties and traces thin lines along my skin. His hand snaps the edge of the lace against my body as he covers me with his, perched over me on the bed. We're both next to naked, and I can feel every wisp of his breath as it dances over my skin. And then, with the blink of an eye, the panties disappear too. He gives a delicious frown of concentration as our eyes meet. My reaction is instant. I arch against him, his arousal pressing to my stomach. He groans at the touch, his fingers moving with a new sense of urgency. Gentle, possessive as he strokes and plays, teasing one gasp after the next from my lips. The tension grows, builds, multiplies as I begin to writhe against him. My head presses back against the fabric as his hand cups my warmth, holds me tight, and drives me higher. He taunts and teases, holding all I've ever wanted just out of reach. You feel incredible already, he rumbles. I don't know how long I'll be able to last. Doesn't matter, I gasp. Not important. We can go again. He gives a short bark of laughter, then returns to business, raising one hand to cup my breast. He massages through the thin fabric of my bra, running his thumb over my nipple before he eases downward. He kisses a trail over my stomach as he finds my core, planting a kiss that makes me cry out for him. My hips buck upward, and Jack catches them with his free hand. He holds me tight to him as his tongue moves, gentle and confident, firm and possessive. My fingers reach for the bed sheets, dig into the mattress. The sounds coming from me are almost otherworldly, and I can't quite seem to string any sort of real syllables together. "Jack!" I gasp, calling for him. "Jack, I need—" One of his fingers plunges inside of me and then another, and my cries once again fade to nonsense. He's pushing and pulling, circling me, bringing me to heights I've never before seen. "Jack, I need—" I reach for him, my hands clawing at his shoulders. "More! All of you!" Finally, mercifully, he stands, and I take advantage of the opportunity. I stand on the bed and pounce toward him, leaping forward and tugging his boxers down before retreating back to the bed. It's not graceful. If anything, I'm flying wild with desperation, and this brings a half-smug grin to his face. "I like this side of Allie Jenkins," he murmurs. I survey Jack's body, which, as I might have guessed from last night, does not disappoint. He stands before me long and lean and beautiful to perfection, and I swallow my sighs of pleasure. It's a sheer joy to look at him. I like this side of Jack Darcy. And the other one. Turn around. Another laugh from him, but he complies, and the back is just as stunning as the front. By the time he comes full circle to stand before me, there truly is a new side to Jack that I've never seen before. A light pink tinge colors his cheek for the briefest of seconds as he realizes that I'm staring at his nakedness, drinking him in, each and every inch. He reaches down, his eyes averted. Pulling me to his chest, he holds me snug and perfect, as one. By the time Jack has us situated, my head's on the pillow and he's perched above me, holding my weight in one hand. "Tell me you want this," Jack murmurs in my ear. "Tell me you want me." "I want you," I gasp, feeling his arousal nudge against my entrance. A zing of electricity shoots through me at the mere thought of him there. "Jack, I need you more than anything." "Forever." I look away, unable to hold his gaze, unable to promise what I don't know is certain. I always keep my promises to Jack, and this one is too big. Jack gives a brief shake of his head. "Allie." "You know I'm on the pill, and I'm perfectly healthy," I tell him, changing the subject. "Me too." "Jack," I whine, pressing lower, pushing him with the thought of holding back. The fullness of him is starting to spread me, and I take him further and further. It's not enough. I need him. All of him. "I need you." He grimaces, sliding into me so slowly, painstakingly slow, easing inside inch by inch until he's halfway in, and then further, stretching me, easing me into a wild frenzy of need. I squirm against him, pressing with all my weight, but he doesn't move faster. He rests there, savoring the moment. And I'm so full I can't possibly take a second more of the anticipation. It's almost painful, this wait, and I swallow a sob as I grip his shoulder. "Jack," I grit out, "it's too much. You need to—" Then he moves, and my mind goes blank. The friction between us, the heat, the need, the wild desperation. The way we fit suddenly works. A perfect match. A beautiful chorus. One thrust, slow, gentle as his eyes lock with mine. It's the intensity in his gaze that has my heart stuttering to a stop, my breathing ragged. He eases out until he sees the fear in my eyes that he'll stop. And then he pauses, his wide eyes mirroring my basic need for him, before he plunges back into me. He thrusts again, faster and faster, his lips fixing on mine as his tongue slips between my lips and draws out my gasps. Faster, faster until the fire burns and the point of no return crashes over us. I arch against him, pressing my hips to his as he covers me entirely. His muscles tense, arms taut as they hold me to him. My breath mixes with his, the sheen from our bodies melding to one as we fly through this race, this dance, the passion buzzing around us, intensifying as we dive off the highest of cliffs and race toward a final destination that frightens both of us. We can't stop, can't move forward. We can only lose ourselves in one another. So that's what we do. I soak up Jack's touches, his fingers twined in my hair, his caress on my breast. The kiss swallows my sob as the climax bursts through us, dragging us under, drowning us in an earth-shattering tremor. My ragged breath slow as Jack holds me tight, perched above me, covering me with his embrace. I meet his eyes and suddenly feel quite shy. I offer him a smile, carefully assessing his reaction, attempting to judge whether these last few moments rocked his earth as much as they had mine. It takes a long moment, but finally he grins. A wide-eyed, shit-eating smile that has me grinning right back at him, the light in his eyes reflecting down on me.
That was incredible,
he says.
Holy shit, Allie.
Yeah, I agree. And then I lean forward and graze the softest of kisses to his cheek. Jack Darcy, you most certainly do not suck at sex.
Chapter 29. Jack Darcy. Sometime in the wee hours of the morning, she moves against me. It's soft and subtle, but her curves are warm and inviting, and I lean into her. She wiggles against me, her bottom pressing to my hips. I try not to wake her with my growing arousal, but I don't have enough self-control to pull away from her. One night with Allie isn't enough. I'd known that going in, and now all I can do is hope that somehow, in the span of a few hours, I've convinced her that this is enough, that I'm enough, that we're enough, and that this, us, is worth a shot. She stirs against me once more, and I feel my limbs getting warmer by the second, hot and turned on as she moves in her sleep. I can't handle it any more. I'm starving for her. I've laid here all night, waiting for her to wake, desperate for more. Apparently, she's all worn out, which normally would put a smug smile on my face. Today, it's just making me anxious. Both Allie and I have somewhere to be this morning. It's her first day of school, and I have to be at the airport by 7. Finally, I glance over and see that the clock blinks 5 a.m. My alarm would sound in a few minutes anyway, so I reach for my phone and switch it off before it can wake Allie. Standing, I prolong my morning stretch and savor the opportunity to watch Allie as she sleeps. She's curled in a ball, her face tender and soft against the last rays of starlight peeking through the window. I'd say she looks like an angel, but after last night, I'm not sure that's a fair analogy. She's got a devilish streak in her, a dark-eyed gleam that arrived when she called my name. The thought of us finishing together has me growing harder in an instant, and I turn from the bedroom and hightail it to the shower before Allie wakes to find me standing over her like this. I flick the shower on, adjust it to the coldest setting, and climb in under the pelting stream. It's like needles against my body, but sadly, it does nothing to deflate the excitement happening below the waist. I lean against the shower wall as I shampoo, running through a list of bones in the foot. Usually, reciting technical details helps me pull my mind off Allie, but not this time. This time my body knows what it's missing. "Jack?" The voice is soft, startling me to attention. I hadn't heard the door creak open, and the sight of Allie reflected in the mirror has my heart pumping. "Did I wake you?" My shower is one of those fancy things with a real door, so I poke my head into the main room. "I'm sorry, I tried to be quiet." She grimaces as the spray of water bounces off my shoulder and hits her in the face. "That's freezing." "Yeah, and it's not working." I give her the most fleeting of smiles, a shiver suddenly racking through my body. "I'm sorry if I... Do you mind?" Allie trails off as she turns to look at her own attire, which can hardly be called fully clothed. "Can I join you?" I lose my words as she begins to lift the borrowed t-shirt over her body. I know from having been curled next to her exactly how little she has on underneath. Yeah, sure, I'm completely thrown into shock, stuttering until I see the prickle of goosebumps lifting her skin, and finally, I leap to attention. "Yes, please." Flipping the water to a much warmer setting, I watch as she runs a hand underneath the stream, eventually stepping into the shower with a lidded glance in my direction. "Thank you," she says, when the water finally reaches normal temperature. She moves her body to stand under the stream, and my knees suddenly turn into melting ice cubes, watching the water run over her skin. Her eyes close as the water dampens her hair, then soaks it. Pulling her locks over her shoulder, she adjusts so the water caresses down her back and leaves her front exposed, tiny rivulets of water streaming across her curves, over her breasts, down her sides. "Well," she prompts when I don't show any signs of moving, "are you going to join me or what? You're creeping me out just standing there." "Sorry," I mutter, but I still can't make a move. I shake my head and study her a second longer. "I'm sorry," I say again. "I can't. You're so beautiful. I saw you last night, but it was dark. And this," I shake my head. "You're the most beautiful woman in the world." She blushes, her cheeks already pink from the warm water. "Jack, it's just me." "It's you," I whisper. "That's the most amazing part of all." She turns to catch the stream of water, ducking her face into the spray, then letting it slide across her hair, her shoulders, her gloriously bare bottom. I bite my lip, feeling suddenly empty, starved, wild. My hands reach for her, startling a gasp from her lips as my fingers encircle her hips and pull her toward me, hard, fast, pressing her naked skin to mine. My erection, which I tried so hard to dissipate, is pressed against her, and as our bodies collide, I feel her moan before I hear it. I tuck her against me, every curve of hers a perfect fit. My lips press to her neck, goosebumps erupt as a hot kiss joins with the chilled air, sending her writhing in my arms. "I want you again," I murmur in her ear, "and again, every day. Come with me to Florida. Jack, please, think about it." She spins to me, and the second she pulls away, there's a vacuum between us, a frigid, horrifying gap that I can't stand. We're frozen like this, apart, for too long. 1 second, maybe 2, and then I crash against her, my lips dragging a sigh from her as our kiss propels us against the shower wall. My hand braces for the impact, while her arms rope around my neck. She's more desperate than me, this time driving us forward, as one leg wraps around my back and nudges me closer. I lift her, easing the path for her legs to wrap around my waist. She pulls me against her, begging with a silent plea for me to slip inside her warmth, to distract both of us with the intensity of our pleasure. Tell me why. I nip the lobe of her ear as my arousal teases at her core, dragging out frustrated little moans that tell me she doesn't want to talk. Allie. I press again against her, harder, slipping inside ever so slightly. Why?
Stop teasing me,
she whispers, her eyes closing as she leans her head against the wall, her face constricted in a pained need.
Please, Jack, we both want this.
I nudge deeper inside of her. I don't plan on teasing you. I plan on having you. Another inch, and a guttural cry escapes from her lips, along with a begging gasp. In answer, I press fully into her, my muscles tensing, my mind easing into a sharp blackness. There's a haziness around us. The shower runs hot down my back, prickles of warmth digging into my skin. My mouth connects with her, giving into her pleas for this night, this morning, this moment. I need this, need her. I pull back, push, pull again in a slow thrust, each motion causing a shudder from Allie. Her eyes are closed, her hands looped around my neck, her lips tilted in a pout.
Oh, Jack,
she gasps.
Jack.
Open your eyes, I tell her. Allie, look at me, I murmur, moving within her, faster, pressing her back hard against the wall. Look at me, honey. When she doesn't respond, I begin to pull back slightly, threatening to take away everything that's holding us together. This gets her eyes to flash open, a shade of fear blended with desire. Her eyes lock on mine as her hips arch into me. Fingernails dig into my shoulder, biting and hot as her need courses through me. The feel of her, the touch, the taste. I can't handle much more. But I need this to last just seconds longer. I meet those eyes I've known for years, now more intimately than anyone in this world, and I cup her cheek in my hand. I am madly in love with you, Allie Jenkins.
Jack.
Before she feels pressure to respond, our kiss resumes, and I press myself into her so completely, so fully, it wipes out any speech, any thought from existence. The finish that we both long for, the shattering of two hearts joined in a night that will be forever seared into my mind. I feel her clench seconds before she calls my name, her head reaching back as my lips find her throat, pressing there, my fingers holding her steady as her body shudders against me, and she cries out again and again. I follow her seconds later, every bone in my body, every muscle shuddering. I hold her, propped against the wall, nuzzled against her neck. The shower has turned into a steam room, leaving us both covered in a glistening sheen. Jack, You don't have to say anything. I ease her down, take her chin between my fingers and tilt it until she's forced to make eye contact with me.
But you said...
Hey, I whisper, pressing a kiss to the top of her head as she curls against me. I told you how I feel. I didn't expect a response.
But
I've decided not to go to Florida.
Jack, you have to. You can't throw your career around for me, for this, whatever might happen between us. You have to go.
Turn around, I instruct. Though confused, she does as I ask. My hands come up and caress her shoulders. I rub her there until she eases against my hands. She's malleable, soft. When she reaches for the shampoo, I take it from her hands and rub it through her hair, the soap covering her body in a slick sheen. After rinsing her hair, she turns to face me and, to my surprise, Tears hold in her eyes.
I'm sorry, she says. Jack, I can't.
Can't what? I call as she steps from the shower and grabs a towel. Allie, where are you going?
This was a bad idea.
She turns back to face me, wrapped in a luxe white towel that frames her skin, giving her an angelic sort of glow.
I'm sorry, but I have to go.
Allie, wait.
Promise me one thing.
What? Stay here, please. This wasn't a bad idea. I'm not asking more of you.
But you will, Jack.
Her hands reach for my shoulders and hold on tight.
Promise you'll go to Florida today. Let me go.
I can't do that. I shake my head, my fingers digging into the towel around her. I'll stay here. Something's wrong.
Jack, you have a career and a life. You can't throw all that away for me. You owe it to yourself to see this through. Go to Florida. Decide what's best for you, she says. We need time to think about things between us, what we really want. Give me time, Jack. Don't follow me.
No, Allie. I switch the water off and follow her into the bedroom. Don't do this again. Last time I let you walk out that door, I regretted it every second.
Last time? I wanted you to chase me, she says, a quiver rocking her lower lip. Don't follow me this time.
What is this about?
You broke the rules, Jack.
She raises her voice as she drops her towel and fumbles for her clothes.
You weren't supposed to tell me you loved me. Not like this. You can't give everything up for me.
This is us, I tell her. Me and you. Best friends. This is not how we handle our problems. Allie's too busy sliding clothes over her body to respond. She shakes her head, tears free-falling now. Her cheeks are dampened from steam, from tears, her eyes rimmed red. I can't stand to see you like this, I say, too afraid to reach for her again. I'm afraid if I push too hard, she'll pull back for good. What did I do? What did I say? My questions also seem to be the wrong thing to utter because a new wave of tears erupt as she looks up at me, finely dressed. She grabs everything, marches to me, no longer bothering to hide her tears.
You didn't do a thing wrong, Jack,
she says, reaching for me. Her fingers find my cheek and they're smooth, cool against my skin.
You're perfect.
I want you, Allie. I love you, and I need—
Stop.
She leans onto her tiptoes, her eyes leveling on mine, pausing before she completes the argument with the softest, quickest of kisses.
You are not the problem. It's me.
I can't get on that airplane knowing you're like this. She drags a hand across her face, gives a tight smile that doesn't reach her eyes.
Please, for me, go. I need time to think.
What's there to think about? She gives a shake of her head.
For me,
she says, and there's a hint of begging to her words.
For me, Jack. Give me time.
She leaves my apartment, the door closing behind her, the click of it sliding into place, clinking shut with a finality that freezes my heart. I move to it, far enough to rest a hand on the knob, and that's when I stop. Something about Allie's expression, her plea for me to give her space, rings back at me. And this time, I don't feel like I have a choice. I have to let her go.
Chapter 30. Allie. I'm crying so hard I can barely make it to school without crashing into every car on the highway. In fact, I cry so hard that eventually I'm forced to pull over after too many close calls. Also, there's the small fact of my eyes turning bright red, which is not a great look for the first day of school. But I don't know what else to do. When Jack and I came together last night, this morning, it had felt somehow inevitable. As if it were something that had been building up for years and years, finally culminating in a few hours that made my list of favorite hours ever lived. But then he'd gone and tried to give up everything for me,
a new opportunity, a development for his career, a change of lifestyle. I can't let him do that for me. We weren't supposed to fall in love. We weren't even supposed to have sex. But that had happened. And now so had love. For both of us. Because even if I hadn't told him out loud, he had to have felt it. Seen it in my eyes. There's no other reason I'd ask him to not follow me this morning. If I didn't love him, I'd have fallen right into his arms and told him everything. Confessed my love, my need for him, just as much as he seems to need me. The truth is, we fit together perfectly. Like puzzle pieces. Like peanut butter and jelly, like coffee and cream. Except we don't belong together. He's a Darcy, and I'm Allie. He's a famous surgeon, while I hail from all things normal. I turn my car off, resting my head against the steering wheel as I think. I think, and still I can't come up with a solution. Mrs. Darcy returns to mind, and I can't help but daydream some nasty words in conjunction with her name. If it weren't for her, I might not be so hesitant to give this relationship a chance. I take a few deep breaths, calming ones, and turn my keys in the ignition. Jack will be at the airport by now. He'll have gone. I know this because I asked him. Begged him. If I'd asked him to follow me instead, he would have. If I hadn't specifically forbidden him to follow me, he would have done that too. My car turns over, but it doesn't start. Are you kidding me? I smack the steering wheel hard enough to bruise my hand. Start! Another try and still nothing. A few more tries, and it's clear there's something horribly wrong with my vehicle. You asshole! I yell at my car. Not today! Any day but today. By the time I have AAA dialed, I'm able to realize the silver lining of this whole thing. I've traded my sadness for anger, my angst for frustration. All of the original emotions floating around Jack are still there. They're just buried deep beneath a pile of mounting fear over how I'll ever manage to get these bills paid. I need a car. I need to drive to work. Do I have enough money for a new transmission, food, and rent? Not so much. As I wait for the car guy, 100 million thoughts flicker through my head, most of them dark and broody and filled with expletives. I could ask my parents for money, or I could ask Jack, but I hate asking for favors, even if I plan on paying them back. There is, however, one way I can afford the repairs on my vehicle by myself, without taking out a loan or selling my body on the streets of Los Angeles. With a resigned sigh and a few dozen false starts, I finally managed to make my fingers call the correct number. When the woman on the other end of the phone answers, I hold my breath and debate hanging up for a full 3 seconds. Mrs. Darcy, I say finally, I'm calling to apologize. And to see if you still need someone to watch the poodles next weekend?
Chapter 31. Jack Darcy. It's Saturday night, nearly 1 week after my night with Allie, and I'm frantic. I'm supposed to be at the awards ceremony for my mother, but I'm running late. Specifically, I'm standing outside Allie's apartment, wondering where in the world she could be when I need her to be here. Now. I haven't called her all week. I tried to once, but she texted me back and said she'd prefer not to talk over the phone. That maybe we could catch up once I'm back. Catch up. As if we're high school buddies that haven't fucking talked for 10 years. So I gave her the week. Now I'm back, ready to catch up, as she put it. Which brings me to the question of where Allie is on a Saturday evening. I ease out my phone, tapping my foot with anxiety, and dial Amy. She's the only other person in whom Allie confides her plans. Jack? She answers, sounding rightfully confused. What's up? Do you know where Allie is? No, she says. She said she had something to do tonight, but I don't think she ever said what it was. Don't you two tell each other everything? I demand. Where is she? Cool your jets, Superman. I'm sure she's just grabbing groceries or something. If she were doing anything cool, I'm sure she would have told me. Have you tried to call her? No. Well, she does have a phone, and I'm sure you know her number. I hesitate, confused. The way Amy is talking, it doesn't seem like she knows anything about last Sunday night. Had Allie kept our time together a secret? She tells Amy just about everything, and I can only think of 2 reasons why she'd keep it quiet. Shame or disappointment. Neither are great options. Okay, I mumble. Thanks a lot, Amy. Jack, are you okay? She asks. You seem flustered. No, I'm fine. I'm going to let you go. I think she texted me. I hang up, realizing too late that Amy was still talking. I wince, figure I can apologize later, and flip to my text messages. It's not from Allie, and the name on the screen has me confused. Caroline? Usually, if it's work-related, she will call or email, or leave a note on my desk. A text from a coworker is something I tend to avoid. It's too personal. I click into the message, surprised to find no word about work. Instead, there's a link to a website, and underneath it, a simple message. Caroline. Jack, I think you need to see this.
Chapter 32. Allie. I twiddle a pencil over the paper, struggling for a new title. The notebook sits empty before me, as does this huge, beautiful, cold house where I've planted myself for the night. A couple grand in cash provides great inspiration to set past arguments aside and buck up to do a job. The job I'm doing tonight is watching poodles, and it's going to pay for the new transmission, tires, and brakes that my car so desperately needs before the school year kicks into high gear. It's been a week since Jack left for his Florida trip, and he should be back by now, in time for his mother's award. I say should be because I'm not sure if he actually returned or not. Then again, I did ask him to give me time and space, so I shouldn't be surprised that he gave me time and space. If nothing else, Jack Darcy is a man of his word. When I'd arrived at the Darcy house earlier this afternoon, I'd been working up the guts to ask Mrs. Darcy if she'd heard how the interview had gone. Lord knows she'd have been happy to hear I hadn't talked to Jack for a week. Her plan, it seems, is working. However, she and Mr. Darcy had been gone already, both of them prepping for their Saturday night soiree. I'd been left with a long list of instructions and enough emergency numbers to line a phone book. Only the promise of a sweetly running car engine is keeping me here with a smile on my face. As promised, the Darcys are leaving tomorrow on business, so I'll be popping over throughout the week to take care of the dogs when I'm not at work. I'm not sure if she told Jack about this arrangement, which gives me a certain antsiness. I'm just steps away from Jack's old bedroom, the one where we'd lay and watch movies as kids, or read books when Jack tired of movies. This memory brings a smile to my face, and I stand, easing down the hallway, my fingers tracing over the few picture frames that display real family photos and not professional works of art. I pass one that catches me by surprise. It's of Jack and me. I'm around 4 years old, and Jack is about 9. We're covered in so much dirt that only the whites of our eyes are visible, and this makes me laugh. I feel a little odd laughing inside this huge home alone, so I move on to things with less sentimental value. Or so I think, until I catch a peek of Jack's room. Most of this house looks like a museum. Things are in their rightful places, the furniture is top of the line, and even the pillows aren't meant to be touched. But this room has something else. Something more. A hint of personality. Of Jack. The innocent little Jack who I'd known and loved growing up. As I retreat from the room, suddenly feeling as if I'm invading something all too personal,
I realize there's still a bit of that sweet little boy in grown-up, handsome, and successful Dr. Darcy. His smiles, the excitement in his eyes at a stupid car movie, the belief that he and I might be in love. There's an optimism that's never quite left his spirit. This thought pricks my eyes with tears, as does the thought that I've hurt Jack, that I couldn't give him what he needed, what he deserved. My heart aches, feeling as if it's tearing through my chest as a hot streak of tears runs down my cheek to my chin and drips to the floor. I wipe it quickly, suddenly prepared to write. My blog has sat vacant for a week, though I must have started and stopped work on it a million times. Even Caroline reached out, asking what was wrong. The world, or at least a little part of it, seems invested in my story. It's not until this moment, in this house filled with memories of childhood, that I understand what I need to write. I flip open the laptop I've brought with me and pour myself a glass of wine. Next to it, I have a cup of coffee already warm. This time, I'm able to forego the pencil and the doodles, the procrastination and the bullshit, and write down all that I wish I could tell Jack, but that I'll never be able to say aloud. Then, once I'm finished, I drain my glass of wine, pour another, and hit publish.
Chapter 33. Jack Darcy. I race across town, my heart pounding. The screen on my phone is still backlit by the website Caroline had linked me to, and the article with an anonymous author who, fortunately for me, is no longer anonymous to me. My phone rings, the screen blinking with my mother's number. She's called no less than 5 times in the past 20 minutes, probably wondering where I am. They're due to give her the award in an hour, and she wants me and my father to be standing next to her when it happens. I haven't thought of what I'll tell her yet, but tonight there's something more important than an award that needs my attention. The familiar house rolls into view, and I'm grateful I had the foresight to pick up a souvenir for Allie in Florida. I grabbed the bag from the passenger seat of the car, having meant to drop it off at her place. Then I had discovered that the woman I love is currently at my childhood home. I open the garage door with the key code and make my way into the house. The quiet stillness of home is familiar and foreign all at once, and I take just a second to adjust and catch my breath. Once I've managed to take a few steps into the entryway, I hesitate, wondering why she hasn't come to investigate the sound of the garage door opening. That's when I spot her, the first time I've seen her in nearly a week, and I freeze. She's sitting on a bar stool at the kitchen island, headphones plugged in, and a half-full wine glass sitting next to her. She's bobbing her head and singing quietly off-key as her fingers move across the keyboard. That explains her lack of concern at the sound of an intruder. I set the bag down, a gift far too large for any occasion, but one that I'd felt Allie would appreciate, and hopefully use tonight. I take a step through the door and savor the sight for a long moment. Allie happy, jamming to her music, a smile on her lips, and the slight buzz of a glass of wine giving her cheeks a pink flush. If I could pocket this moment and save it forever, I would. Unfortunately, I proceed to ruin the moment in the very next second, taking too big of a step forward and startling Allie right off the stool at the counter. She throws her hands up, toppling back in surprise. Her headphones are yanked from the jack on the computer, and though I lunge to catch her, I'm not fast enough. Her headphone cord lassos the glass of wine, and it tips over, shattering into a million pieces. The bottle follows next, landing with a huge thud that sets the dogs to barking. The wine probably hasn't helped her balance, and I feel a wash of guilt as I rush to her side and help her stand.
Jack, what the hell?
She pops her headphones off and looks at me.
What are you doing here looking like that?
Like what?
Like James Bond. And you're slinking around and sneaking in here.
She shakes her head, gathering herself.
Oh shit, the wine. Don't worry about it. I have to. Wine stains things. This is your mother's house, in case you've forgotten.
I exhale thickly. Nope, haven't forgotten. Let me help you.
No, Jack.
She pushes me away as she grabs a rag and begins to mop up the wine. I grab a second one to help, and despite her incessant refusals, once the spill is mopped up, no harm done to the kitchen floor, we stand, and I watch Allie carefully as she processes all of this.
You're back, she says carefully. How was Florida?
It was fine. I brought you a souvenir.
You didn't have to do that.
I'm sorry I didn't call, I offer, breaking the awkwardness of the week wide open. I didn't think you wanted me to after your message.
I asked for my space.
Her lips are tight as she gives me a not-quite smile.
I know you were probably busy.
Not too busy to call, but you said you needed to think. I take a step closer toward her. Have you been thinking?
She takes a breath, eyebrows knitting together. I guess so.
And? Her fingers reach for the table, shaking as she grasps for it. When she speaks, it's no more than a whisper of air.
I don't know, Jack.
Is this true? I hold up my phone with the article title clearly illuminated. Did you write this?
How did you find that? That's my anonymous blog.
Her eyes blaze.
Who? Did Amy? Caroline?
It doesn't matter. I step closer to her. Is it true? She blinks, her eyelids appearing heavy as they rest closed. As I watch, misty teardrops form like glitter on the end of her lashes. And so, in conclusion, I begin to read aloud, my voice shaking as I pick the last paragraph from the passage that spills Allie's most innermost thoughts about someone that sounds a hell of a lot like me on the internet. Thoughts that make fireworks light my heart with hope. I have every reason to want to stay away, but there's only one pro on my list that matters at the end of the day. Allie bites her lip, waiting for me to spout the last line aloud. I don't, however, have any plans to read further. If it's true, I want to hear it from you, I tell her, aloud. Her eyes flash open, glistening bright.
Jack, I shouldn't. We can't.
You're more important than anything in this world to me. Whatever anyone told you about us not being together is bullshit. The only reason we shouldn't be together is if you don't love me.
But
don't. I move another step closer, the last possible step I can go without crushing her against the table. We hover, centimeters apart. If you don't want to be with me, have the decency to tell me to my face. I love you, Allie Jenkins, and if this article is a lie, you need to tell me now.
No.
Her lip quivers.
You weren't ever supposed to find this.
But I did.
She'll ruin you.
Who? My mother? I have my own career. The most she can do is cut me out of her will. And to hell with any inheritance. You and I both learnt from the time we could understand money that it didn't buy happiness.
You've worked so hard to keep her in your life all of these years.
I'm not cutting her out. We're not doing anything to hurt her. I love that you care about me and my family, but Allie? I raise a hand, brush my thumb against her tear-stained cheek. Tell me you love me, and I won't care about anything else, anyone else.
That's not what I want.
What do you want?
I want you!
She bursts forward with this, a new wave of tears pooling there.
I love you, Jack, and you're the best friend I could have ever hoped to have.
I want to marry you, Allie Jenkins. I step into her, closing the crater that's kept us apart for the past few days. This has been the longest fucking week of my life.
Tell me about it,
she murmurs.
There wasn't a second I wasn't thinking about you. Why didn't you call? I whisper into her hair as her arms circle my neck. I hoist her onto the table, and her legs wrap around my waist. I would have jumped on a plane and come back in a second. You needed, and still need, to do you. You have a career, an amazing career, and I turned the job down. What? I turned it down. I need to be with you, I tell her. More than anything in this world. I love my family. I love my career. And I love you more. I want to be with you, Jack, she says, her soft, sweet lips peppering kisses against my lips. Forever and ever. I dive into her, savoring her sweet scent, the floral taste of wine lingering underneath. Her hands dance over my shirt, pulling, begging, tugging, until she changes course and reaches for my zipper. Please, she whispers, her eyes big, illuminated. There's no time for me to reconsider, as I inhale her scent, bask in the wholeness that is Ali. I lose my pants, help her out of hers, and perch her on the edge of the table. Before I can say her name, her head is thrown back as her legs spread for me, already warm, wet, ready. God, I love you, Ali, I murmur as I push into her. I could stay here all night. But Ali has other plans. A single moan, a grind of her hips, and we're off. There's no patience, no softness this time, just a sense of urgency, of losing ourselves utterly and completely right here in the kitchen. Her fingers dig through my shirt as I hold her hips tight to me, unwilling to ever let her go. She's the only thing that matters to me, the only beacon of light driving me to shore. The wine, the absence, the declaration of love. Something is different about Ali, and she takes all of me this time. Gives and takes, with everything in her. Honey, I murmur, I can't last any longer. Jack! Her hands dig through my hair as she grits out my name. But whatever she's about to say next gets lost in her cries. Her head falls back, her mouth parts, and it's the most beautiful sight I've ever seen. I bury myself in her, my face in her neck, my lips on her throat, as I match her pace, every beat of us in sync, as we ride out the pleasure together, erupting as one. Wow, she says, offering a bright, shy smile once she's caught her breath. That was so fun. Well, I run a hand through my hair. That is not what I expected you to say. I want to do it again, she says, eyes gleaming with mischief. But hold on a second. Your suit. Oh, crap. The light in her eyes flickers as she puts the puzzle pieces together. You were supposed to be at your mom's award ceremony, like, right now. Like I said, some things are more important. She raises an eyebrow. Me? Or sex? Both? She laughs, her head falling forward to rest on my chest. I really do love you, Jack. I guess I sort of always have. I love you too. I let my hands tug through her hair, a wild mane of sex hair that has me pretty proud of my performance. So, I lean back, matching her raised eyebrows with one of my own. That pro and con list? Her cheeks turn pink. Shut up. It was supposed to be anonymous. No. I'm quite happy your blog exists, I tell her. The part I'm wondering about is number 7, is it? Motorcycle hair? That's what does it for you? Jack! She screeches at me, lightly punching my shoulder, and I envelop her with both of my arms. I'm not complaining. My lips press against her forehead. I'm just commenting. It's really sexy. How sexy? So sexy, I'd consider. She leans back, her eyes trailing suggestively down my body.
When she gets to my pants, she grins, and then pulls her eyes back up to my face. At the last second, she remembers the issue with round 2.
You have to get going.
If I didn't have to go, would you drag me into the bedroom and have your way with me? I ask. My bedroom? At my place? Or here, or wherever?
You're insatiable, she says with a roll of her eyes. But yes, I definitely would.
I can skip the ceremony.
Go, she says with a wink. But don't make plans for later.
I have one more thing that can't wait. Hold on a second. Don't get dressed yet. She frowns as I tug my suit back on and leave the room briefly to retrieve my souvenir. When I return, I get down on one knee, digging through the large bag for the item I need.
Jack,
Allie says, and there's a hitch of nerves to her voice.
When I said I wanted to be with you forever, I meant...
I'm not proposing, I tell her. Though I can arrange for a ring if you'd like.
Right.
I pull the first of 2 presents I'd retrieved while in Florida for her, hoping she'd use them tonight, not knowing if it'd be a waste of cash or the best money I could have spent. First, I tell her, bringing out a box that would fit a size 7 foot. Are these the ones I ruined? She squeals as I unearth a shoe, hands clasped to her mouth. They're brand new, fresh off whatever magazine is in style these days. The sales clerk had promised me Allie would love them. He'd been right.
Oh, Jack!
She fans her face.
These are...
She can't even speak, gasping as I give her one to hold. I take her bare foot and ease the other shoe onto it. Looks like it fits, Cinderella.
From the night at the ocean, she says, blinking so fast it's suspicious. Jack, you didn't have to replace them.
That's not all.
What?
I showed the sales clerk a picture of you, and he convinced me that this would match the shoes. I pull out the long silver gown from the garment bag. It's completely Allie. Shimmery, subtle, and incredibly elegant. In it, she's sure to win the eyes of whatever room in which she steps. I was hoping you'd come to the ceremony with me.
Jack, I can't. I'm being paid to stay here.
Don't worry about it. They'll survive for a few hours. She stands, a hesitant smile on her face.
Your mom is going to kill me first, and then you.
I give her a tight smile. Let me worry about that. You just worry about getting ready to go. 10 minutes later, Allie's still changing in the bathroom, and I'm looking at my watch. We really do have to move, but I'm hesitant to rush Allie. She's nervous as it is, and I don't want to put any more pressure on her. Even so, as I lean against the door, about to knock, it opens from the inside. I step back, my jaw unhinged, as I stare at the beautiful sight before me. Allie's perfectly exquisite, from the top of her swooping hairstyle to the tips of the toes poking out of her brand new shoes. I rest a hand over my heart, feeling it thump. The most beautiful woman in the world.
Since this feels like a fairy tale,
she says, tapping her Cinderella shoe on the floor before peeking around me.
I expect to ride a pumpkin chariot to the ball, Jack Darcy.
Chapter 34. Jack Darcy. As expected, every head in the room turns the second Allie and I step into the elegant affair. Both men and women stare, and all eyes are focused on Allie. The only set of eyes, however, that I care about are the last ones to land on us. I'm not concerned about me and Allie. I am committed to giving this relationship a go, no matter what. I only hope my mother can see past whatever stupid idea she's got in her mind and accept us as we are. The awards presenter is up on stage, and I recognize the name of my mother's award projected on the screen behind him. It looks like we've made it just under the wire, and my mother is up next. As luck would have it, There's 2 empty seats at my parents' table. One for me, and one for my date, I'd imagine. I lead Allie over to the table, and we sit down without making a commotion.
What are you...
My mother glances at Allie, then to me.
What's going on, Jack?
The dogs are fine, I tell her. I asked Allie to come as my date.
She's not supposed to be here, my mother hisses. This was not the plan.
Allie frowns somewhat, and I feel her fingers tense against me as I inch closer to her.
What are you talking about? I ask.
What plan?
The plan where you realize your full potential in Florida. I donated a lot of money for research and suggested the perfect man for the job.
My mother nods succinctly.
You're going places, Jack, and you need the proper woman by your side, not just a friend.
I figure showing is better than telling, so I curl my arm tight around Allie's back and drag her in for a kiss that has her sighing into me, despite the public audience.
Mom? Dad?
I say, nodding to my father. Let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Allie Jenkins. I think you've met before. She is most definitely not just a friend.
I talked to you about this,
my mother begins, and too late, I realize she's speaking to Allie.
You're after my son.
Mother, I say, deadly quiet. The announcer is growing louder, and claps start around us as he reads my mother's name over the loudspeaker. Allie is not after anything. I'm after her. I chased her until she agreed to go out with me, and I fully intend to marry her. You can donate all the money in the world to Florida's research facilities, but if Allie's not there, I won't be either. My mother's face pales.
But
you can either have us both, I say, locking my fingers in Allie's, or lose us both. The choice is up to you. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a glint of something resembling respect in my father's eyes, and when my mother turns to him for support, he raises a hand to stay out of it. At least one of them is more understanding than I had anticipated. The clapping continues, louder now, and my father eventually stands, helping my mother along. I remain seated, waiting for a sign, my arm tightly secured around Allie's waist, and watch for any inkling that my mother wants us on stage next to her. My mother steps forward, along with my father, and, at the very last second, turns back.
Well, are you coming?
Are you ready? I turn to Allie, her hand clutched tightly in mine. There's no going back now.
Epilogue. Allie. Normally, I'd tell the princess not to go back for her shoe. I purred, my cheek resting against the impossibly soft baby hair. But these were really, really, really great shoes, and she probably didn't get them on sale, so... The door cracks open, pausing my fairy tale mid-sentence. I freeze, the book resting open in my hands. My finger lingers on the page featuring a beautiful glass slipper. Doctoring the Cinderella story again, I see. Dr. Jack Darcy, husband extraordinaire, leans against the doorframe. This version is giving me flashbacks. Probably because it's not fiction, I murmur with a wink. It's a true story. Jack watches as I rock back and forth, resting a hand over baby Jack Jr.'s forehead. He blinks once, then a second time, slow as molasses, until the third blink brings him to an instant, deep sleep. The story of how Mom met Dad? Jack eases further into the room, his eyes warming at the sight of us curled in the rocking chair, fresh after bath time, smelling of baby powder and fresh linen. I happen to like that story. I grin at him, gently shifting baby Jack against my shoulder. Daddy Jack watches, then leaps to attention and lifts him, cradling the baby in his arms before gently settling him into the crib. As I watch, my heart pounds a little faster. Jack Darcy might be the greatest surgeon on the West Coast,
but the place he truly shines is here at home, with his new baby son. Then again, baby Jack is turning 1 in just a few days, and he's not quite so new anymore. In fact, if things go well, he won't be an only child for long. Tonight is our 2-year anniversary, and Jack has promised he's made wonderful plans for the two of us. He might be hoping for a nice dinner, but I'm hoping to convince him that the time is right for Jack to get a sibling. Jack pulls me to him, presses a kiss to my forehead.
Come on, the girls will be here in a second.
What should I wear?
You look great in everything, honey. Wear whatever you want.
I raise my hands in frustration. Is it fancy, casual, pajama party? I didn't make these plans, Dr. Darcy. Jack hesitates for a long moment, his shoulders frozen with indecision. When he finally relaxes, he speaks on a sigh.
I guess I'll give you my present now.
I begin to clap my hands, forgetting we're still in the nursery. My husband gives me a look of alarm, grabs my hand, and then pulls me into the living room.
Sit down, he instructs. I'll be right back.
I sit as instructed, gulping down the glee. Some things never get old, no matter how old I get, and presents are one of them. I know anniversaries aren't about the presents, but that doesn't stop me from loving them anyway.
For my princess,
Jack says, returning with a huge bag filled with fluffy tissue paper in light blue and pink.
Thank you for giving us a happily ever after.
Is that what I think it is? I squeal, recognizing the logo on the bag. Jack, you shouldn't have. He looks just the slightest bit perturbed.
Did you hear my romantic words? I've been practicing what to say for weeks.
Did you ask Caroline for help with your happily ever after speech? He looks a bit sheepish.
Rule number 2. Back to the basics. I figured Caroline could say what I wanted to say better than me.
I shake my head, giggling as he sets the bag down and envelops me in a hug. My hands cup his cheeks, pull his face close to mine as we sink into a kiss. Romance Academy rule number 573. Never stop wooing your wife. I love you so much, Jack Darcy.
I love you too, Mrs. Darcy.
My eyes flash open partway through the kiss as Jack pauses for a breath. Can I open it now? He barks a laugh.
I hope you never lose your excitement for presents.
I'll try, I say, digging into the tissue paper. Once I unearth the box and pull the top open, my suspicions are confirmed. Jack! You shouldn't have. I love them. I feel like...
Cinderella?
I was going to say the luckiest girl in the world, I tell him, swooning as I clasp a brand new pair of heels to my chest. But yes, you make me feel like a princess.
Why don't you wear those tonight?
Jack says, his voice turning a bit hoarse as he whispers into my ear.
And that dress of yours I love so much. Clothing underneath is optional.
My blood begins to heat, my skin warm to the touch despite the goosebumps there. Jack Darcy, what has gotten into you?
I know what's on your agenda tonight,
he murmurs.
It's not as if you've been sly in your hints about it.
I blink at him, feigning innocence. Agenda? What agenda? He gestures around the apartment.
Jack's new book about how to be a big brother. The new stroller you bookmarked on my internet browser that has 2 seats. The pink blanket you've stashed above my suits in the closet.
I bite my lip. And Jack pauses and scoops me into his lap, the shoes falling to the floor.
I'd say that if we didn't have plans tonight, we could set your agenda in motion right now.
Oh, Jack. I can feel him hard underneath me as I wrap my arms around his neck and move against him. What if we tell the girls that I got sick?
And they don't need to show up. His hand runs underneath me, teasing, a want so intense I forget my thoughts mid-sentence. It's too late, he murmurs against my ear. I guess we'll just have to wait for later. Not too late, I say, fumbling for my phone. I'll just say I'm throwing up and... At that moment, there's a knock on the door and the sound of 2 girlish giggles coming from outside. My head snaps up to look at Jack. Oh, shit. That's no way to greet your friends, he says, but he's got a wide grin on his face. As he stands, he brushes a hand over my breast and whispers in my ear. But I'm glad my plan is working. Why don't you get dressed and I'll let them in? I nod, still mute from the intensity of Jack's touches, his promises for later, his adorable smile and the gleam in his eyes. As always, he's dressed to perfection in a sharp suit, his features beautifully chiseled, his posture tall and lean and gorgeous. I'm still standing there looking confused when Jack pops the door open. Caroline and Amy burst through, each waving bottles of champagne. Amy has a cake in her other hand, and Caroline carries a purse large enough to store a full-grown dog inside. "Happy anniversary!" they shout together. "Yay!" "Thank you, ladies," Jack says, reaching for the champagne bottle. "You shouldn't have. We're going out tonight." "Oh, this is for me," Caroline says, pulling it to her chest. "Technically, it's Amy's turn to babysit, but I wanted to peek at baby Jack's cheeks and keep her company." "I'm not drinking," Amy says, barely hiding back a sheepish grin. "But I am celebrating." "Are you pregnant?" I say, my jaw dropping. "I'm engaged." She flashes a ring toward me, a brilliant, beautiful diamond. "Matt proposed last night. I had to tell you guys in person, otherwise I would have called you." "Amy, I'm so happy for you." I pull her into a hug. "About time, huh, Mr. Cooper?" "Our anniversary was yesterday," she says, pulling her bling back to examine it. "No offense, but I'm really glad you never went out with him back in the day." I grab Jack's hand and squeeze, and he grins at me. "Yeah, that was never going to happen. I had my eye on a different stud." "I'm still single," Caroline says, "but I've got my champagne and the blog and baby cheeks to squeeze, so I'm happy." Caroline has been helping with my now successful blog for the last couple of years. We meet once a week to put together posts, contests, interviews, and everything else under the sun that goes along with running a successful romance site. It's intense, but it's worth it. Amy, meanwhile, has been going strong with the math teacher ever since he asked her out on that fateful day. Luckily, we'd gotten that straightened out. Then Jack and I had gotten together after his interview in Florida, resulting in a whirlwind 3-month romance that ended in a proposal. We'd been married 2 years ago today. Baby Jack had come about a year after that, and hopefully next year we'll have another one. I love my baby boy more than anything, but I'm secretly hoping for a girl on number 2. I mean, I have to pass down my shoe collection to someone. Jack is busy congratulating Amy and politely examining her ring, while Caroline pushes me out of the room to get dressed. "What's on the agenda tonight?" she asks once we're alone in my room. "Does Jack have secret plans prepared?" I nod, slipping into a nude-colored dress that reaches my knees, then easing into the new heels. They're pure magic. "Never mind," Caroline says, surveying my outfit. "Judging by your clothes, the two of you are hitting the nearest motel and getting to work on the size of your family." I tilt my head to the side. "Is it that obvious?" "Have a great time tonight," she says with a wink. "Come home, don't come home, whatever. Amy and I will hold down the fort. I need baby Jack snuggles anyway." I kiss her on the cheek, then return to the living room and congratulate Amy some more, sigh and gasp over her ring, and then give her an air kiss as well. Jack has disappeared somewhere, and by the time he returns, I'm standing at the door, ready to go. Jack lays eyes on me as he re-enters the living room and stops dead in his tracks. "How do you get more beautiful every day?" Amy fans herself,
and Caroline pops the champagne bottle open, watching the scene like it's part of a movie. "You should go now," Caroline says, before Amy starts drooling. Jack rests his hand on my back, but I pause him there and run back to the nursery. I check on baby Jack once more real quick until my husband and the girls pull me from the room and drag me into the hallway. "He'll be fine for a few hours," Jack says as we step into the elevator. "Relax, Allie." I exhale a breath. We haven't left him alone for this long. "He's almost a year old. Caroline is responsible," he says. "She can watch Amy and Jack just fine." I grin, leaning against him. "So, where are we going tonight?" Jack hooks a finger into the V-neck of my dress and peers inside. "I'm not sure we'll make it out of the parking garage." I give him a light smack to the arm, teasing, before I melt against him and rest my head against his chest. "Fine with me, but I'm not as flexible in my old age as I used to be." "Believe it or not," Jack says as the doors to the elevator open, "I made us reservations somewhere." "But what about—" "Dinner first. And then I have reservations at this particular hotel where we spent our wedding night." I can feel my eyes growing wide. "You what?" "And a spa package for the morning," he says. "Jack, that's too much. We can't stay away." His hands come up and reach for my shoulders as we pause our stroll into the parking garage. He rubs my back, brushes a kiss against my neck, and leans in dangerously close to my ear. "Watch it," I tell him, shivering underneath his touch. "This is how I got pregnant the first time." He gives a soft laugh. "And you're the most incredible wife and mother and friend. I think you deserve a night to relax, a little pampering tomorrow, and a massage. What do you think?" "And dinner?" I ask, my stomach growling. "I have reservations at this little place you happen to love," Jack says. "A little Chinese place that kept us together for years and years." "Our Sunday night Chinese food place?" "It's not fancy," he says, "but I figured—" "Come on, sir," I tell him, grasping his hand and dragging him to the car. "We have an agenda to keep." We manage to make it to the restaurant while keeping our hands somewhat off each other and finish dinner in record time. As we return to the car and head toward the hotel, Jack rests a hand on my leg, peering at me with unanswered questions in his eyes. "What's wrong?" I ask. "I've always meant to ask you. Romance Academy," he says, trailing off. "Did I pass?" "Jack," I tell him, serious. "You're happily married. You have a beautiful son. We're on the way to a hotel to have fantastic sex and hopefully make another baby. What do you think?" Jack eases back into his seat, a smile creeping over his lips. "I'd say you're an excellent teacher, Mrs. Darcy." "And I'd say you're a fabulous student." I squeeze his hand and press a kiss to his cheek. "You've passed with flying colors, Mr. Darcy."